morning. I hope you're well.
Victory awaits.
Spirits from the darkness brought the fire rain down on Quetzaltemur. If you're not sure where we are, I've had to do a little finagling because I've had to take a little break from this game. So I can't exactly remember where I left off from the last part of where I played, but we're on a planet called Quetzal, and we had to find ourselves inside of a jungle, and we've been having to basically explore and try to find ourselves. We're trying to find this guy named Caligos who went hunting for Xenos. Found him, not in the right mind. We got him to come around a little bit. Now we're trying to go. We went to the camp, and from the camp we went to this small little town of people who like reside inside this jungle. It's like a place of worship. What I asked. Did your ritual make the force safe? The spirits from the darkness brought the fire rain down on Quetzaltemur, killing many of the tribes who had cared for the force, young and ancient. Blasphemy enraged the guardian spirits, but as soon as the servant of the wind, rain, and sand soothed them with the ritual sacrifices and divine sorcery, their wrath gave way to mercy. Come and go, Sky Herald of a faraway star. Sometimes the servant of the gods can understand the mystical visions of the days of old or the future, but even speaks with gods cannot fully comprehend the divine design of two-headed eagle god. Sometimes I am blind even when I can see. Religion is crazy in this game. The Starborn who carries the seal of Quetzaltemur's descendant is strong in blood and will, as benefit befits the god. The servant, like the rest of his entourage, has grown weak on just the 7th night of our journey. They've been there for 30 days. But the Starborn continued to lead us fearlessly, pressing forward to seek out the spirits from the darkness, even among the twisted paths, delivering the sky's judgment. The servant of the grass, flowers, and trees regrets only the imminent death of the Starborn's companion, the one you call the Seneschal. He quarreled with the ironclad guardian, and his words enraged the Starborn, and thus he slashed the unfortunate man's body up with his axe and threw the remains to the wild animals of Quetzaltemur for them to feast on. This servant saw everything with his own 2 eyes. It's not proper, perhaps, for the mere speck of dirt under the heels of the Sky Herald or the two-headed eagle god to muse upon the deed. However, the servant did sense that his entire being, the rage that possessed the Starborn at that moment, and the ironclad guardian reveled in his god's wrath. Dangerous to me, even on our first meeting, but our time together spent wandering through the forest cemented that notion. Yeah, they a little cray-cray.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Caligos is going crazy. That man doesn't know what's hazy. He can't help himself. He's Daisy. I don't know what he's lazy. No, rhyming's hard sometimes.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
Ba ba dum bum 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 ba da ba da 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 da. Meow meow. It's to help fill the time with my own voided mind. So I hum and do hymns, I suppose. To help fill the gap of disillusionment and detachment. House Cassini greets you. The master's orders to be prepared. We'll move it out soon once I... Listener already has fast. Greetings, regret, community, function error.
A new challenge
When
for me?
we're living. Oh, I can't go any further. Okay. Cannot progress past. Do not collect winners. Is there anything to loot? There sure is. There. To the scene of the slaughter. Oh, there's more over here. A little bigger than I expected. Oh,
It's about
Oh, we
time.
already grabbed this. I was kind of tired, so my brain wasn't functioning all that well. Okay. Oh,
None shall stand in my way.
none shall stand in my way. What happens if you don't take Caligos? Caligos.
Victory awaits.
The tomb of... Let's take a look. Oh, right. The forest was keeping our path hidden or whatever, and it was a hassle. So it must be if we back. That's just me coming back to the places I had already traveled. Because when you go through the forest, when you're going through the forest, every time it would just say deeper into the Quetzal's forest or whatever, and you wouldn't have the actual specific names of the territories you had to run
Follow
through.
my lead.
This is the guy. He's a rogue trader like you are. A nice walk that, wasn't it? You may have helped us navigate the living forest clutches, but don't let it go to your head. I would have managed by myself sooner or later. Sooner or later. It must have happened to him before. He must have gotten lost. Oh, day, you two will grow sick of all the talking, and then you two will choose to shoot Xenos on the wild planet over endless intrigue. Fine, we have plenty of time, so be it. I will give you a private audience. If dear Torda knew how close-knit we have become, she would have surely branded us conspirators. You care about them that much, New Blood? Go ahead then. Try to convince me that the vile Xeno scum deserve the mercy of Caligos Winterscale, but remember, you only get one chance to try. I only can convince him one time. I might use persuasion because I got a lot of that up my butt. If you were to agree, you would have a rogue trader and the head of a powerful dynasty in your debt. Oh, shit. I don't want to be in my debt. This guy is a loose cannon. Fellowship. Let's see what this is. Interesting. The Winter Scale I heard of would never throw his protectorate to Tortoise so easily. Testing the boundaries, are we? I like your boldness, but you shouldn't stick your head up so far into the beast's throat. I shall consider your words, and that is all I shall promise. A boy kraken may eat them both for all I care, acting as if their war on heresy in the expanses is just starting. I've been living in it for decades, and I don't need an inquisitorial preacher, and I certainly don't need Incendia's goodwill. Incendia's like hugely into the Emperor. Well, the religion. She's really into the religion. Something of the hammer of the something. I can't remember what they're called. It's supposed to be like the main religion. But everywhere across the expanse, and not just the expanse, but inside the Imperium, there's a lot of different ways people practice their faith when it comes to the Emperor. Some are accepted, and others are claimed heretical. Curious to be sure, Quetzaltemur is a planet that would rather dreary backstory. A long time ago, it supplied my great-grandfather with tons of succulent fruits and thousands of cargo containers filled with a special building fiber processed from the local forest. The population all lived in large cities a safe distance away from the tangled paths and trees, and then this quiet life was dashed by Xenos raids. They burned down the cities and shackled their people faster than our ships could help. In the end, the local governor ran away, leaving the remaining people at the beast's mercy, and the people in turn fled the big cities that attracted the Xenos. And that is how the force that the rabble feared became their salvation. The planet fell in decay. There was no one to populate the cities, and there was no one to extract resources. Quetzaltemur expected 3 new arcs filled with settlers to arrive from the Imperium, but in 500 years, not one of them has reached the expanse. Damn, how many people? I gotta look up how many are in the arcs. How do I type that? How would I do that? Let's see, 40K Imperium arcs total population. Rephrase it. Ship arcs. Whole. Function as contained city-sized ecosystems. Oh. Well, I mean, okay. Well, I think it's asking how much the Imperium ships hold. So I guess arcs themselves hold millions of people. Because my ship houses like 25K. And there are people in that ship that have their dynasties in their own way. Well, they call their clans. I guess if you're not considered noble, you're a clan. And tons of clans have been on that ship for generations. It was not my kin who desolated this world. The planet is withering, and yet you only turned your attention to its problems once you had found a way to make them into a source of entertainment. At this rate, it will be centuries before the Imperium's investment of colonists pays off. Assuming Quetzaltemur is ever able to pay tithes at all in its wretched state. You think you can judge me? Yeah, he does not like that. Me, a rogue trader, draw your weapon then, and we will see what the much lauded Arbates. I don't know why I keep saying Arbates. It sounds better. Arbates, our war. Feel free to call your dog to help. I will handle you both. You would get wrecked. Okay. Don't test. Crew. So Solomon needs to just relax. For Trader, nor will I judge him, but I am obligated to remind you about your sacred duty to the Imperium, even if I must do so at your displeasure. How did you survive in the forest all this time? The forests of Quetzaltemur are not like the jungles of Katachan. Katachan, there, I don't know. The only thing that could kill you here is your own stupidity or an unfortunate coincidence in the form of a stray Xenos or a rare predator. Rainwater or breakfast, nutritious larvae for lunch, and fermented fruit in place of the wine for supper. One could not wish for better hunting grounds. Who cares if he calls me new blood? My dude, it doesn't matter if he thinks it or not. My protector is vastly stronger and vastly more stable than his. He can say whatever he wants. That's why I didn't click it, because I don't care. That means that my people are weaklings, and I shall change that soon. For me, I have not been a stout constitution since the day I was born. Shrugged his shoulders dimly, but after looking closer to it at his companion, he raises his brows in surprise. It seems that the rogue trader, just realized the validity of words. Oh, validity. Yeah, reading is hard. The old man was a weakling, and that is why he's dead. Oh, Wharton opening up his fucking mouth. That's what happens when you can no longer fulfill your duty to your master. I'm only saying that because of the etiquette. Awareness. Caligulus carries himself with the air of indifference, but the sudden furrows on his forehead betray his regret. Many fine warriors have perished on this hunt. Raise a toast to their name when you can. About time. It may take a while to find their trail, but Wharton has a keen eye, and his sense of smell can rival any dog. I think that Wharton guy's a heretic. I think he's corrupted. We will do just fine, especially with the forests being on their side now. Let's go and try not to fall behind. Maybe not. Uh-oh. I needed to talk to him more, but oh well, whatever. No, leveling is so
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
It never gets old when I hear him say that. Never. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. I don't know why it infers to reference the same dialogue for the character over and over again. I guess because they don't have much content for voice dialogue. If they were ever intending the game to be audioized and they realized that they couldn't afford it, they should probably have made it so that your characters probably didn't repeat themselves for like the 1000th time playing a game that has literally 120 hours of content. Do you see what I'm saying? Right? There's certain like quirks about the game that get very annoying after you played it for a long time. I will tell you this for a certain fact. I will never play this game again. This game was lasted way too long, and I am not purchasing the DLC for it either. For Season 2. This game is good for what it was, but Jesus Christ, dude. They have too many annoyances in the game to make it fun for another run. The load screens, you spend so much time just waiting for things to load. You're always having to load. If you want to be on the ship of your deck, you got to wait for a load screen. You want to go to you want to look at the system of a solar system, load screen. You got to look at the galactic view, load screen. You got to go to a different part of your ship, load screen. You want to go on a planet, load screen. You see what I'm saying? You want to go to a different zone on the planet, load screen, load screen, load screen, load screen. This game feels like it came from the 1990s. Let's see what I could fill in the gap. Athletics and awareness could get boosted. Demolition as well. These are my two warriors, so let's give him awareness. Awareness actually gets used quite often. I have noticed. Don't tear my heart, my achy breaky heart. I just don't think you'd understand. And if you tell my heart, My achy breaky high. I don't think you'd understand. I have biomancy as don't I? Think I have biomancy. You have biomancy. Yep. Look at that psychic power. Oh, it doesn't boost my passive abilities. He's got a ton of he's a buffer. My guy's a buffer. When I started the game, I'll end up, dropping a ton of like oofs for the team. What you good at? Carousing. He's all about being sensual. Yeah, lore warp. Oh, she can't do it. Just give her awareness. My achy breaky heart. I don't know why that song stuck in my head. I have almost never heard that achy breaky heart song. This is a song I remember when I was a kid, I guess. I have not heard that song in a long time. But, random songs will pop in my head and then I can't stop thinking about the song for a long time and it takes forever for it to get out of my head. So, classic, just classic, typical stuff. Why negative? Where's the negative at? Why you no show negative? Is that just bug? Must be a bug or something. Doesn't really matter. Can't give her more of whatever she has. They don't have a lot of toughness. If she can land a kill, she gets another shot. So, try to boost up them damages. I didn't realize this, but I have a lot of characters with a lot of awareness. Flesh wounds is actually really good. Healing 10% of your health per turn. It's hard to ignore. Got a lot of persuasion. She's also got some crazy stats. But I think that's just because of what you pick with the archetypes too. Pick a logic. Flesh wounds. She already got it. Full attention. Do you have any Roll archetypes. Five percent of their dodge. That is crap. %20 of their max wounds. That's really good though. That's still 20 strength. Yeah, that's still a lot. Got it. That's crazy. Demolition. What? Mercy of the Omnissiah. Oh, we know. I tell you, old father, there is no greater tremble than to make sure you put your boat into the heel of that of your enemy. Yeah, it's hard to do his voice, especially when they alter it with computer things. I'll tell you who would really benefit from that. This guy. Logic, maybe. Help us steal. You might not have. Oh. 35% more wounds. That's pretty good. Professional know-it-all. Peak fit condition. Bro, he has got so much health. It's like 50 extra strength he gets. Excuse me. If I can remember, but I want the healing. Takes forever. Oof.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I better myself through my service.
Usually you hear boom boom. Cloak of Mercy. The wearer's lidless stare ability no longer deals damage to the affected allies. Instead, those allies gain temporary. What? I think she has this.
Do you require an audience?
Just it doesn't look the same. That is absolutely massive. What is she replacing it with? This is such a big deal for her. That is crazy. And the reason being because she doesn't have a lot of boofs, as it were. And she actually does have, her kit does allow her to gain characters boofs. She has a lot of passives and talents that will increase those benefits. Let's see. It doesn't matter. It's in there. Looking forward to it. Happy. A stately Aldari warrior steps forward calmly, looking at the intruders. His armor and its adornments gleam in the suns despite the traces of dried mud and caked on blood. The Farseers instructed me to send you away, Monkey. Boithlesino sounds out of place in the rough wilderness of Quetzaltemur. However, I recently stopped meekly heeding their counsel, and besides, my sister is among you. I am curious to hear the outcast tidings. Wait, what? Nocturne. Of Oblivion's mournful horned mass. Is better than that of his kin. He likes it a little better. Your temper bother mine, you ought to quell. Bravado has no place within this play. Indeed, the merchants prove this all too well. This actor excellent who did all right upon the stage. Now will this piece complete by choosing a final opposite. Who shall survive and who shall meet their doom? I do not know about you, but these Xenos bastards are giving me the creeps. This one in the Maltley, I want to kill him now. Gray bares his teeth in anticipation and clutches the hilt of his sword. The Xenos have made their camp among the ruins of an ancient city of the Imperium. Only the alien growths of the Xenotech and the wreckage of the Aldari ship disturb the picture of century-old devastation rebirth. Despite their affected ease, most of the Xenos are pushing themselves to the limit. They are exhausted, nervous, and frightened. Even if they hide it well, they may have eluded your companions, but not you. With embers glowing cupped in my hand. His poetic phrasing is hard to read. The Harlequin's metaphor implies he has been accompanying the surviving Aldari for a while now. It is not clear to you what earth he is talking about. Perhaps he has managed to find them a new home. Playing with your prey like a cat, fine. You are still young. Just remember, the patience is not my strong suit. How long has this man been cruising? Well, he said decades. At least we know he's been around for a while. The Ellen Takta has done for my people. I am willing to answer his questions, but you better not make any sudden moves, Monkey. We did not attack this world, Ellen Tak. The last of the Cruda. I kind of believe they wouldn't. They're trying to. They're just assembled once more to scour the master of flesh, Travantis, from the memory of the universe. The homunculus who abducted and tortured the Farseers from our crap world. We learn that he is hiding on this world, but something prevents our Farseers from discovering his lair, and so we are forced to act decisively. Mowing down 2/3 of the world's population, acting decisively. He is here. We must destroy him. Yeah, for real. This is what we are here for, outcasts. Stretch out your hand, grasp the spear of vengeance together with us, and plunge it into the dark heart of the architect of torment. Our Farseers, the ones we managed to save, could not name the exact location of the Master of Flesh. Even after our ship circled the world a third time, something prevented them from seeing the truth, something powerful. We knew your patrols would soon discover our presence, and so we decided to do something else. To exterminate the homunculus along with the world he had chosen it as his refuge. You know, it's funny. The Imperium does seem to be very willing to exterminatus their own planets when they think they're irredeemed. And here they are, shocked that another culture is willing to do the same. The Monkey are flooding the galaxy at the speed of a meteor shower, and this world will repopulate eventually. Is a single world not worth eliminating a powerful enemy who threatens hundreds of such worlds, both yours and my kin? What do the Xenos and the fanatical zealots of the Imperium have in common? The answer is simple. They are both willing to sacrifice billions of their subjects. For real. We wring the necks of the puny vermin, Atfata. Raises up. Are you still deem him worthy of conversation? Tell me about the homunculus. Where is he? You lost your world and are now depriving others of theirs out of vengeance. Why do you think you are different? I will not say a word until you let my kin depart from this world. Compromise a dragon to a lizard. Starlight to the dim glow of the guttering candle. Make no mistake about your inferior species. A single child of Assyrian is worth thousands of your kind. Whoa. I never doubted it. I'll talk to you. The deeds of my kin may appear cruel or even criminal, but spending time among the Monkey granted me clarity of vision. You treat your own kind even worse in pursuit of baser goals or personal gain. Is a threat to our species, Alantak. You know well what his darker heart and perverted mind are capable of. Cervantes must be destroyed, and my kin have taken on a role of vengeful blade. At my conscience. You sound vile like an incendia. For my nightmares come to life. He's offended that you think the only thing he wants to do is to kill. He's not angry, he's upset, and that is the difference. Upset is like more disturbed by the statement and not outraged, but like he doesn't disagree. He's upset. Yeah, there's a difference. Don't take you and all the misfortunes in the galaxy along with you. Winter Scale gives you a clap on the shoulder. The expression on his face is mysterious and almost sad. I must confess that all this dismal talk has given me a migraine and made my old wounds ache. So you want to save these Xenos? Suit yourself. By my grace, I entrust you with the lives of the enemies of humanity. Have fun. Be heading back now. What kind of hunting is it when the prey does not even struggle in your grasp? I am disappointed. And don't you think I'm going to forget about your words and promise. We shall revisit later. I prevented 7 combats through dialogue? Oh, I see. Just in general. I thought that was talking about there right now. It's like, I was going to have 7 fights? Oh. I know how difficult it is to go against the will of your kin, and yet I cannot hide my joy that we both lived through this moment and emerged with the tale to tell you. I mean, why fight? What's the point? After all the suffering that the Monkey have inflicted upon the children of the Kurudarak, after all the punishment we have inflicted upon this world, my heart remains troubled, knowing that we have only tempered our grudges for a time and have parted without bloodshed today. I dare not complain, for my kin in the hour of triumph has arrived at last. Once the master of flesh is no more, we can go to the edge of the stellar expanse away from the gaze of Monkey and peacefully await the arrival of our kin from distant stars. Does that mean the Eldari have multiple, like they aren't just on this galaxy, but there's other galaxies that they're in? I know that the Tyranids are from a different galaxy. What are you talking about? Sharin? Orchestra, I have some good news for you. Our Farseers managed to contact the children of Craft World Alitak, and soon your fellow outcasts will visit the part of the galaxy that the Monkey called the Expanse. They will take us away, give us a new home, and... Is that what the adherent of the Path of the Warrior wishes to tell me? Where these words meant to comfort my heart? Oh, Sorin, your children once again seek to appease their pride by sending their kin to Monkey worlds, there to find nothing but blood and death. The Farseers' mistakes doom Katarak, Sharon Keri, in their excessive cruelty and thirst for vengeance, almost doomed those of us who managed to survive against all odds in the void between foreign stars. You know it just as well as I do, but you continue to do their bidding. Oh, you could take the webway gate and go away from the dangers and tribulations of the Expanse, but you have chosen to stay here instead. You are dying. You are feuding with the Monkey. Have not the children of the Assyrians split enough blood? It is not enough that we have lost our home. Why do you wish to expose even more of your kin to mortal peril? It is too late to change anything. The deed is done. Their will carried out. The outcasts from Alatok will come to the local stars, and we will leave them with them, sister. He says you can't. She was paid an insurmountable price to contact the crap world located billions of stars away from here. Many of them perished to give the rest of us the chance to be rescued, and I will not jeopardize the lives of those who remain. May Assyrians save us from this woe. No, I will not allow another world to perish at the hands of the Monkey, even if this means forsaking my soul. What the fuck? And I am not going to reveal all the secrets of my kin to you, Monk. Alan Taka, he's still trying. And you may have helped us in our whole hour of need, but I trust you at the outcast's behest. But I will say this, the warrior of Alatok are coming here to your stars. This is an unalterable truth. Is that what worries you? I may leave the Expanse one day, but the only thing you should be concerned about now is how to quell the wrath of my people. It will take the warriors of Alantok many years to discover the webway capable of bringing their strike force to the Expanse. Perhaps you will be too old by then, and only on your deathbed will you hear the news the children of Syria have come to extract their revenge. Worry not, it is not my turn to rescue you and your people. During my exile, I met many companions who temporarily joined me on my endless travels. One such companion was a fellow outcast who had already completed many paths. It was he who told me about the ritual of unity, a great opportunity for one spirit to reach out and touch the infinite infinity circuit of the craft world known as to the Farseers who performed it, said that the Kudarak Farseers have already contacted the Alatok. This means I can too. Of space drive you mad during your exiles? Even those who walk the path of the seer balk at joining souls with the ancestors inside the circuit. They are wise and know that the ritual is perilous to the spirit. Your chances of success are simply non-existent. You will die without achieving anything, and even if you did not die immediately, ask yourself honestly, why should the ancestors listen to a simple outcast? Alantok is a world of my fellow outcasts. They would not wish harm upon me, which gives me wings to my hope. Look me in the eye. Do you wish to end the suffering of our kin? I see the answer in your heart. You must accept it and help me. Contact them. Unless the words Alantok arrive at this part of the galaxy, the sons and daughters of Krudarok will perish among the worlds of the Monkey. It is you fate you wish for us? Find another way. I understand that it is not easy for those who have lived all their lives sheltered within the craft world to accept that sometimes life leads us down different paths, but the path that you and the Farseer have chosen only will lead to more pain. Plus, didn't they use like a technology to rip the Kudarak's craft world apart slowly but surely? There was this ship that basically you find out that the Kudaraks are these large craft world, like they're void ships, but they're so large they might as well be worlds. That's how big they are. They stumbled the Kudarak Aldari void world, whatever. I guess they call them craft worlds. Craft world came across this human ship that was like, I can't remember if it was destroyed or just floating in space. Well, long story short is the ship ended up infecting the craft world to the point where the craft world just started decaying and disintegrating or something, and it fell apart and got destroyed. It is your predecessor, Theodora, who helped aid in this situation. But I suspect that they will also be given assistance from the Drakari or whatever. It's the Aldari evil folk. If the Antonok come to the Expanse, they will likely find themselves in the same fate. They will likely find themselves having a situation where their ship becomes contaminated and it falls apart, and now it's a bunch of people who without a home. Shifts his gaze to the Shrek as if expecting to hear the last line of a play before the curtain falls. Nocturne. I don't know who Nocturne is, but they're really enjoying themselves. His children, fetch the Farseers. Tell them the outcast wishes to perform the ritual. We will wait for them here. I hope she doesn't die. She's on her knees, clinging to the spirit stone with a lifeline with both her hands. Her eyes are dim, her breath is uneven, and her body is trembling. The outcast knew the price. I do not know what she sees, hears, feels, but there is one truth. The outcast's soul is impure, and the Alatok ancestors have noticed this. Most likely, the outcast will go through the rite of rebirth or perish. I spoke to them, Monkey. Strange, subtle changes to her emerald eyes make your heart sink. Inexplicable anxiety crawls up your spine to whisper in your ear, something is wrong, something is missing. No, at least I do not remember anything like that. I do not think it is so, Monkey. She keeps calling me Monkey. Obviously something's wrong. I spoke to the souls of Alantok ancestors. I remember the birth glow and hundreds of observant gazes piercing my soul, and then I do not remember anything. I just woke up. Because you are one of them. Yes, my memory is slowly returning. For ones like you, we use the word Alantok. Oh my. It is possible, but I remember little of that time, and you lost some of my memories during the rite. I think many of her memories will eventually return, but something in her soul is irreparably changed. We are eager to know all as well, sister. Asurian has merciful towards you. I am tired of Forseer's blindness and my kin's hatred. All of the choices of our people led only to suffering and loss of our loved ones. I am no longer wish to be accomplice to another's hatred and pay for the mistakes of those who were supposed to guide us toward the light, but who led us into oblivion. I convinced my kin to divert the river of their anger. The ranks of the outcasts will arrive in the expanse unseen and unheard, but not for the sake of war. They will find and take away those who remain, the last sons and daughters of Kudarak, and then they will depart, the monkey stars without a trace forever. Sisters would not dare ask you for more, Urlet. I understand your choice, even if my spirits cannot fully accept it. The Farseers could not divine where the Master of Flesh makes his lair, for an unknown force has hiding him from the penetrating gaze of the wise ones. The children of Asurian have never encountered anything like this before. Having circled this world several times and failed in our search, we ventured to unleash our pent-up fury on the planet in the hope that we would be graced with a fortunate accident. So they didn't know what to do, and they just started bombarding the shit out of the planet. Damn. Farseers could feel the beating of his black heart, but were powerless to do anything. That was when our rangers began to deduce the coordinates of his lair based on the readings of the wise ones in the lands untouched by the fired weapons, and they would have succeeded had the monkey had not attacked our fleet. I will share the information I have gathered, for I hope that even the Master of Flesh will not be able to elude two pursuers at once. This is my first and probably last gift to one of you, Alan Type. May it serve you faithfully as it is served to. I'm not unseathing our blades. Your time in this world is too short to hope for it, but I will remember our promise.
It's about time.
It's about time. It's the times when fire cultivators were only used for working in the fields, but back then I thought by the throne, damn the forecast. Forest.
A new challenge for me?
Alright, more goods, man. Like righteous. Gift of Cronus. What a sick weapon. Suin Kalim. Also a dope ass weapon. My bad. Don't tell me I don't know how to belch. Because I just did. What a sick weapon. Aldari tech though. I don't think anyone else can wield it. Well, she can. She actually wields quite an assortment of equipment. I don't think she necessarily needs this. He ain't sure as fucking gonna wear it. The minus 35 penalty or become blind for 1 round. Covering targets with high dodge. Huh. That's funny. Scorpion chain sword. She can't really wield anything. I think that's what I think that's like why she doesn't have very good weapons. I might as well just get. Oh shit. Lethane's Fury. When the wielder deals damage to the target with Lethane's Fury, the target becomes blinded until the end of combat. The first attack with Lethane's Fury in the round against the blinded target does not set the attack on cooldown. Interesting. Kind of an interesting. Funny enough, their dagger does way more than that scorpion chainsword. What's his? Adeptus Sororitas. Oh, corrupted Eradicator helmet. Yeah, he ain't gonna wear that. Oh, Fire Angel is not gonna wear that. He won't wear it. Actually, I'd like just to show. See, he won't wear it. Whenever the wearer blocks, dodges, or parries, the attack momentum is increased by 10. Ballistic skill, that's not bad. Whoa! Yawning! No, wait. Oh, it won't even give her the. That's interesting. Free logic, taunting scream, suffer a minus penalty of the willpower. Such a single attack inflicts stun on the target. Okay, she won't be doing that. Let's give her the whatever the one that gives her more. Wait, if the wearer kills an enemy critical hit, they gain 5 lethality until end of combat. It's not bad. Once per combat, whenever the wearer's wounds drop, the character. Where's the crit one? Oh, the ballistic skill. Let's just give her ballistic skill. Oh, it'll give her that attachment unless she's robot eye. Now her eyes are full of robots. Area of attack. Within the wearer's area of attack, gain 8 dodge for 1 round. Wait, what? How does that work? I mean, her area of attack is massive when she's using a scope. Is that what that means, or they have to be right next to her? I guess it would specify that. Start combat, the wearer gains MP equal to their resolve. There's no resolve. Wait, where is it? There's 7 resolve. I lied. Actually, not bad. I know who would actually benefit more from that. If the wearer is dogmatic, Boteri, they gain 2 resolve for each rank, and dogmatic they can not be immobilized. This is straight up her. Is that her item? Good in theory. I was thinking I could put it on Cabela, but I want to give Cabela that movement one. Oh wait, no, I gave that to her because it had my brain having issues. I think we're good though. I'm getting bored.
None shall stand in my way.
What is over here? Okay, Bombalante's shuttle or to the forest settlement. Let's see what's up with the settlement. I don't think there would be anything there. I don't think. Name of this ruler is leads ahead, O Starborn. And all of us, the other looks at seven, are the children of the Fire Mother and the Pale Father who looked after us by day and guard us by night. The faithful servants of the two-headed eagle god who shields our lands from misfortune with his wings. We are the ungone, forest-dwelling children of the earth and the guardians of the temple of Quetzaltemur, the first Starborn to have ever set foot on the virgin soil of this land. Many seasons have changed since this ruler received the eagle god's blessing and become the leader of this tribe. Only those close to the gods are allowed to bear this brand, and this ruler is one of them. world for the Imperial subject, and half a century after, an ark descended on the planet's surface. The Quetzaltemur. Oh, Quetzaltemur was an ark. I see. Priest of the tribe and the ruler's half-brother, he listens to the force and calls to the earth, wards off the punishing lashes of the skies, and speaks to the eagle god on behalf of our tribe before disappearing to the wandering forest. He told his ruler to prepare for your arrival. He's enraged by the invasion of the spirits of the dark. Spirits from the darkness, so that this is how the monkey of this world see my kin. By the spirit to put the end to the misfortunes of the world. Okay. Uh-oh.
Follow my lead.
I don't want to go into the forest for one reason. It'll take me forever to get back. Not forever, but like, yeah, this is better. Good. I was worried. Say what? We have to have a discussion about your interaction with the other folks. Though I will say she has convinced them.
Elantak, I trust your journeys were fruitful. What do you wish to talk? The words of truth, son.
Okay, maybe she's fine. I guess that's the best we could have hoped for. She basically made it so that the new crap, well, it's not a new crap world. The other crap world will just come to pick up their people instead of waging war, which I think is kind of good. Well, it's good, not kind of good. It's good. It's what you want. You don't want them to wage war on the human race to cause more trouble with them, but also to cause trouble for themselves. They're a dying race. They can't afford to continue like living like that in the heat of war and shit. I didn't realize this was a book. Lame. You gotta change the angle of the map, or else you have a You know what's funny about that too is that before I actually had the game before I had like a mod fix the map was pretty brutal to look at to begin with. You could not see shit. Wholesome discovery. Hammer 6. I have saved so. You know what's funny is the game. Whenever I X out of this game, it takes quite a bit of time. Not a lot of time actually, but because I have really good internet. But surprisingly longer than normal for it to sync up with the cloud saves because of how many times I've saved in this game. The homunculus prism that had been kept aboard the ship has activated again. Argoris detected another Drakari beacon, only this time the dark artifact from the homunculus laboratory establishes connection with it as soon as the ship enters orbit. The prism shows the next set of coordinates, but the beacon of the planet's surface continues emanating the sinister signal. I should have remembered that I needed to stay on that planet. Not stay on it, but like there was still more to do. Shit, I'm at the wrong place. Yeah, this does not look right. Obviously. Come on, Gamma, give me my giants. Where are they? My giants. Where are my mobile extractums? The door is close. I can practically feel its metal handle on my hand. The voices are whispering, oh. I can barely make out what they're saying. Please take me with you. They keep telling me I won't get another chance, and I believe them. It's now or never. I hope we don't die in a fiery blaze of destruction. I would have made it in the 1920s. No one ever heard music like that. But these days, it's just another voice on the interwebs.
I'll lay
Probably
claim
not.
to the
Probably,
stars.
you know what I mean? maybe a dive bar in the heart of no man's land.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Thick layer of ancient dust covers the walls and floor of equipment.
Master Van Calix, you and I need to find some time to talk business. In private. I believe you have information that will be extremely helpful to me, and extremely valuable.
Mistress Udari, you will find a private conversation with me to be extremely unhelpful to you and your business. Save your charm and money for another informant.
Ooh, he shut her down.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Operation successful.
Look, over there.
Hey, Hendrik. I hate seeing your ugly mug. You're at the back of the line. Get in the back of the line. Hendrix is always the one. Always. Some about his AI or whatever it is, but he's always the one that, no matter where you put him on the little map either, always goes too far. And gets himself, well, he didn't get burned
The
that time.
shadows reveal their secrets.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
See what I mean? See what I mean?
What is it, rogue trader?
What uphill?
More trouble than it's worth. I needed that.
I told him to siphon life himself on accident.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Duty prevails.
Yeah, really fast.
I sense something nearby.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
Notebook contains a detailed observation formula and diagrams that is thickly covered in a viscous greenish liquid. Almost all the pages are firmly glued together, their contents turned into blurry stains, probably jizz. Number 78 outcome, failure capable of maintaining minimal vital, falls short of every from the pulse. Run experiments on things. Observe them down there.
None shall stand in my way.
Well, I can't avoid a fate forever. Let me go use the restroom. I want to smoke the herb, and then I will get right to it. Alright, sorry about that. Not even done. I looked in the mirror and I was like, whoa, I got wild hair. I've got wild hair. I also realized I didn't put up any music in the background, which is oopsie daisies. That is on me. Let's see here. It's like a nice little vibe in the back. But what I will do, because I have been watching these, pop this on. What? Excuse me. Jeez Louise.
Fury and zeal. Grim cohort of the Imperium's last defense, standing upon the edge of the abyss from which the Xeno threat relentlessly lashes out. But what is Deathwatch? It is a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes that serves as an instrument of humanity's defense against alien threats. However, unlike ordinary chapters, its ranks are filled by Space Marines from many different chapters fighting shoulder to shoulder, having temporarily left their native fortress monasteries. For a warrior, this is not merely duty. It is an exalted honor, a mark of recognition for his valor. The chapter acts as the elite martial arm of the Ordo Xenos, a branch of the Inquisition charged with overseeing, monitoring and ensuring the inevitable destruction of any races that dare threaten the Imperium. Tyranids, Orcs, Tau, Eldar, Drukhari, Necrons, merely the first names in a boundless galaxy teeming with beings intent on tearing the Imperium asunder from within. Just as the Ordo Malleus possesses the Grey Knights and the Ordo Hereticus the Sisters of Battle, so too do the legions of Xenos come to know the wrath of Deathwatch. Moreover, only battle-hardened veterans serve within its ranks, their names already cloaked in renown. To be chosen for Deathwatch is an honor equal to swearing the warrior's oath before the Emperor himself, and only those who have proven their superiority among their battle brothers may ascend to it. But before we continue our story, we want to introduce you to our partner.
Tech Adept Fabricius, why does your spirit wallet sing hymns of joy?
I found a place where even
when the space of
there you can acquire sacred keys.
Teams, small-numbered but lethal combat groups entrusted with missions involving sophisticated and extraordinarily hazardous Xeno threats. At first glance, one might suppose the tale ends there. Yet, to comprehend the essence of Deathwatch, one must peer into the past. Their origin is dated to the 32nd millennium, when the space of the Imperium convulsed beneath the invasion of a vast Orc fleet. For the Imperium, it was a time of turmoil. Orcs threatened to fall upon Terra itself, and action was imperative. Chapter Master Kurland of the Imperial Fists proposed a bold and at once brilliant strategy to form kill teams from Astartes specialists capable of eliminating Xenos and striking where the Orcs least expected an attack. In an age of desperation are born solutions that alter the course of history. The Inquisition and the High Lords of Terra approved the plan and assembled an elite chapter from surviving Space Marines who had endured the Orc onslaught. After that war, Deathwatch became the cornerstone of the Ordo Xenos. There is also a theory that Deathwatch arose long before the Orc invasion, in the grim age of the Apocryphal Conclave on Orphite 4. Then Inquisitors gathered to deliberate the Xeno threats that lay in wait for humanity in the shadow of a bleak future. The majority present belonged to the Ordo Xenos and were united in one conviction. Sooner or later, Xenos would become an existential threat to the Imperium. The conclave endured for years, and opinions clashed like blades. Some demanded the cleansing of the galaxy of all alien life forms. Others, by contrast, argued for a truce with the Eldar. On the agenda were questions both of godlike beings capable of seizing the galaxy and of threats from other stellar realms, which, in the end, proved prophetic. Disagreements accumulated, and ultimately the senior Inquisitors resolved to create a Deathwatch chapter to which almost no constraints would apply in the struggle against the growing menace. To confirm their intentions, they summoned the Magisters of various Astartes chapters and showed them a vision of the future in which humanity either perishes at the hands of Xenos or lingers on in their slavery. The Magisters heard the threats, debated them, and the very next day reached a decision. The majority of chapters agreed to support the Ordo Xenos, providing their finest warriors. Those who could not be present at the swearing of the oath took it later. Since then, it has been an honor for many chapters to send the chosen to the Deathwatch. Some, such as the Crimson Fists or the Mantis Warriors, greet such appointments with genuine delight. The Imperial Fists are likewise not averse to pride. To find himself among the Deathwatch, an Astartes must demonstrate heroism, crush a Carnifex, overcome a war boss, or destroy an advancing phalanx of Necrons, and, in doing so, preserve the purity of his mind. For combat with certain kinds of Xenos can shatter even the strongest psyche.
Yeah, the Xenos can do, like
Whence
the Necrons.
does the name Deathwatch derive? It reflects the essence of the chapter. They are the guardians of the Imperium, its silent sentinels, waging a 1,000-year war against the Xenos, resorting to methods that are at times even unknown to other Astartes. Inquisitors often designate objectives for the chapter, track the enemy, and then direct kill teams. Since the conclave was held, an invitation to the Deathwatch has become an honor, a symbol of the highest recognition of skill. Therefore, as has already been said, veterans most often enter the chapter. The Deathwatch neither trains nor accepts novices. There is no need. There are sufficient heroes among the Astartes. What matters is only that they master the art of Xenos destruction, and such warriors can be found in almost every chapter. Potential candidates are typically observed by company captains. If a battle brother distinguishes himself in martial skill, he may be offered service. The decision is taken by the captain, the apothecary, and the chaplain. If all three give their consent, the Magister of the chapter pronounces the final verdict, and his word is indisputable. When the decision is made, a farewell ritual is conducted within the home chapter. Different chapters possess their own traditions for sending a brother to the Deathwatch. The Space Wolves hold a feast that lasts until dawn. Then again, they always have cause for revelry. The Black Templars spend the night in silent prayer, kneeling. The Storm Guards assemble the entire company to pay homage to the departing brother. The Deathwatch is not an ordinary chapter. That is why it does not adhere to a strict organization of squads and companies. In essence, the entire Deathwatch consists of kill teams, which are equipped as they see fit. It is understood that all newcomers to the Deathwatch must become accustomed to this mode of organization, This is especially true of the Ultramarines. Those who cannot adapt simply do not become part of the Death Watch. In general, specialists from the...
It probably brings it up with the Ultramarines because they are super organized and very strict with their regiment.
various chapters continue to perform the same functions
Private
within
Harpin to
the Death
adapt.
Watch. Thus, a chaplain remains a chaplain. A tech marine is entrusted with vehicles and war gear. Librarians and apothecaries continue to attend to their own duties. Each Death Watch fortress houses 5 companies, commanded by a watch captain and his lieutenants. They are distinguished by black and red markings applied to greaves or armor. Most companies comprise fewer than 50 Space Marines, divided into 4 or 5 kill teams, sometimes fewer. The Death Watch does not answer to the Ordo Xenos, unlike the Grey Knights with the Ordo Malleus. Chapters maintain close ties with Inquisitors, and it is often the Inquisitors who determine the Death Watch's immediate missions. Occasionally, these missions are highly unorthodox. For example, rescuing a Xenos while ignoring a Tyrannid threat. After such operations, doubts arise within the Death Watch. Are Inquisitors using kill teams for their own ends? This sometimes leads to conflict. There have even been instances where a kill team was sent to eliminate a renegade Inquisitor. Such incidents are treated with the utmost secrecy, for the Inquisition does not like to discuss its mistakes. Any reports of these matters are rigorously encrypted, and all members of the kill team swear an oath of secrecy. The selection process for the Death Watch, as I have already said, is by no means simple and can take years. But once a veteran Space Marine enters the Death Watch, his true trial begins. He is subjected to hypno-indoctrination, during which his mind is filled with detailed knowledge of all sentient and non-sentient species. After this procedure, every Death Watch warrior knows the known weaknesses of every known creature encountered within the Imperium. Beyond hypno-indoctrination, he endures protracted training composed of theoretical and practical instruction. After such training, a veteran can be confidently assigned to a kill team, his former rank cast aside.
Oh, that sucks.
For in the Death Watch, everything is different, unless he, of course, is a librarian or a tech marine. In addition to training, the Space Marine's armor is repainted black. The right shoulder...
All right, back to games.
Follow my lead!
We definitely have to engage these jerkwads.
I align my path with yours, for now.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
You'll suffer exquisitely.
Nothing I can't do. Never wavered in the face of adversity. Already.
This can't be over.
Am I getting paid for this? Don't. I can do that with the right incentive.
Just a minor setback.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak. As the... Faith without deeds. For you, my Emperor!
Can I fall back now?
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Death comes in silence. Trust me. As the tenants, killing brings me no pleasure.
I approach the designated position. This tedium is beneath me. I understand.
Ah, close.
I won't.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant.
A new challenge for me.
The machine god grants me insight.
Like how I don't like it, but like the gooiness thing.
Both strong and wise is Ulfar.
As Ulfar.
It's about time.
I see what others do not.
One and it's done.
I think it's crazy that Xenos demolition. I think it's crazy that demolitions and
Fortune smiles on us, an ill omen.
My pleasure.
I guess. You gotta know about xenotech to be able to learn know how to design something. Shit. Oh. It's like Nurgle shit. Oh no, I guess I keep forgetting it's the Eldari, yeah. They all look the same. Too much commotion. Monster falls silent, barely perceptible electrical charges run through the homunculus body. Then the one who spoke continues. So you are here, now what? Are you going to bore me with your questions, monkey? We will stuff your skinny arse full of metal. You love pain after all, don't you? Like that to himself. I have been praying for my thread to cross your lonesome path. Sorry. As though invisibly electric impulses. They look virtually identical, yet seems to be missing something. A limb, an implant, even a facial feature or two. The single gaze of the many faces no longer seemed full of haughty superiority, only some kind of shared defect also shows in it. But the events at the spire of the Reaving Tempest convinced me one active body was not enough. Oh, he had copies of himself. Isn't it? I leave your question unanswered, Specimen, to give you something to ponder. You notice one of the homunculi glance at the hole at the ceiling. Fury contorts the Xeno's face. Cervantes is unable to hide his anger at what happened. Whoever did it and whatever it was they did, it enraged him. From the others of your specimen, this time around I want to study you much, and I mean much more thoroughly with necessities. Alright, guys. Alright, let's see what happens. They're gonna get their turns, I think, regardless.
Nothing I can't do. Not my specialty. I'll pass.
12 cells. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to stop him from doing anything.
Absolutely not. Let's see how they respond to this.
Really?
Suits my... You didn't stand a chance. I am fear incarnate.
As honor ordains. My blade whispers your name. Trust me, blade whispers your name. I shall. Death is a blessing. A dance of blades and shadows. As honor ordained, my blade whispers your name. This goes against the tenets. Caught by the web. Strike. Let your soul killing brings me no pleasure. I bring mercy and retribution. I will leave footprints of scarlet. The death is a blessing. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure. I am your blade and shield. Death is a blessing. As honor ordained.
Dude, her kit is so gross. I did not mean to do that. Actually, that worked out.
I shall not fail. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Not a problem for me.
Trust me. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. As honor ordains.
Get her out of that.
As the death is a blessing.
Oh my god, Dot. She just soloed that entire fight. Well, with a little help from some boofs. But yeah. I leveled up again. I mean, whatever, but like, it's just tedious.
I'll lay claim to the stars. I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, is this just some easy levels? Nope. A 10th and 12th round? Oh, 10th and 20th exemplar. Oh, I see action form. My bad. I misread that. I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute. Alright, it's an easy levels.
None shall stand in my way.
A space wolf never fails in their duty.
I sought out the far seers of Kruderach, but instead of relief and peace, the truth of their fate filled my heart with bitterness.
What a sly and devious soul you possess, Inhuman. You pretend to be capable of feeling so that we might lower our guard. But all I see is a scrawny abomination with a cold heart.
This is it, the place up from my visions. Even the scratches on the walls are the same, except for one thing. That's where the door is supposed to be, the one I keep opening in my dreams. Memorable tears through space around the wall. A cacophony of whispers makes your skin crawl from head to toe, like an unseen wave emanating from twisted, broken reality. Uneven rays of impossible, nauseating light break through the rocky concrete, forming a silhouette of a doorway. Eventually, the building passes, and you clearly see a door where the blank wall used to be. Well, Captain, we found it. It's the door, exactly like the one in my visions, which means my salvation is close. Except it wasn't hidden by some force field contraption. It was a powerful warp barrier. I could have never removed something like that. It's like our arrival was expected, and now they're inviting us in. We best be ready. Someone who knows their witchcraft is waiting for us. A trap, then. You've been played, Idara. A cruel trick, one that could only have come from the warp twisted itself. Warp twisted will. I'll tell you, it's likely an ambush. Acquiring a new skill for a new skull. Well, we're together, teamwork. You know what I mean? Like the whole cliche. You ever see Fairy Tale? I thought it was a decent show. My only issue with it, and it made me laugh all the time, is how much they talked about friendship and how often the characters cried. All the time. Or how many times they got offended that Lucy got hurt, or upset, or that Lucy cried, or something about big tit blonde Lucy.
A new challenge for me?
Oh, I could never finish that show. so I probably gotta go around.
In truth, Mistress Haydari, I find it hard to believe that a ne'er-do-well such as yourself could be successful in any field, even smuggling.
In truth, Master Versarian, I find it hard to believe that anyone would put out for a boar such as yourself. But you've somehow managed to sire a whole gaggle of offspring.
Oh, she can disarm these.
Never
I
doubt
just think
me.
it has Jaya do it because she, I see.
The Emperor favors me
I
today.
see. It's just because she has a high Xenos rate and it considers it a Xenos thing.
Hey, what's that?
A job for me.
Victory awaits!
Stupid mines. Always with the mines, these people. Tank shattered from the inside by an unthinkable force. Bottom has some elements of which can be interpreted as human features.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
And done.
Just keep saving, just keep saving, 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 saving. Just keep saving, just keep saving. Not sure what you will do, just keep saving. I'll do. It's terrible. If you're able.
My pleasure.
Don't get in a fight unless you're sweet and. Oh, drained Farseer. Eh? What? Oh, the voices, really, voices.
None shall stand in my way.
You see a contorted agony racked Eldari, or more accurately, something that resembles one. Dozens of scars and sutures cover its face. The sight of its malign joints moving under its skin makes your stomach turn, and its singular eye looks devoid of sanity. And yet, as you examine the creature's tattered clothes, you can recognize, I'll bet with some difficulty, the ceremonial remnant of a Farseer. At last, my deliverance, okay? The disgrace, the humiliation of falling at the hand of a lesser creature. Enough. The anticipation of this moment is all that has allowed me to retain a vestige of reason. End me now. Who are you? I do not recognize you, but your vestments. A child of our dead home? I do not remember you, but it gladdens me on the cusp of death to behold a spark of an Assyrian. Forced into servitude, every thread of my being calls out to me, urges me to claim your lives, only stopped by the fading remnants of my former self. Quickly, I demand that you give me death to me and the break shackles of this nightmare. Her eyes locked on the familiar translucent threads of the scythe of blur coiled in a sickening pattern around the Eldari's temple like crystal light. The master used me by means of that which now entangles my mind and bends me and my powers to its will. I am the tool that conceals this layer from prying eyes. With the energies of the veil, I had the monkey see or not heard my pleas for help. You never would have found me. that not the reason you were coming? What does that mean? It wasn't my own salvation I saw in my dreams. It was the half-dead Xenos deliverance. Come off it. Don't you buy any of this crap, Lord Captain. He's just trying to mess with our heads. I have no reason to lie to you, Monkey. However, your beliefs are of no matter. You are already here, which means I am finally die. I have never been merciful to Xenos. I have no desire to start now. Let him suffer until death claims him. He was tortured by the same Xenos who held you captive and brutally murdered your friends. You are comrades of misfortune in a way. Don't you have any sympathy for him at all? What in the Kraken's arsehole are you talking about? I am a descendant of the Allfather, and he is a vile inhuman. Compare me with a knife made of honest plasteel, broken in the homunculus hand. You will find more similarities than I have with this wretch. He can suffer. You can see that he is no commoner, so he has no doubt done his share of vile deeds in his life. Too late, my head is poisoned, my soul is marred. I do not know for what purpose you need this cursed machine, okay? But if your mind carries a shred of reason, then destroy it along with me. Naive child, you would condemn yourself to a fate of true horror. Heed me when I say there are things far worse than death. It hides the soul within the warp from the spawn of chaos without severing its connection to real space. And it slowly consumes the soul. Day after day the soul erodes and withers until nothing remains but emptiness. Is that right? You certainly talk a lot of someone who's supposed to be empty. Before all this, you must have never shut up. Aeon's harnessing my gift. I guided an entire world. My gaze pierced the future, looking echoes ahead. And even I am at my limit, clinging desperately to the murdered relics of what I once called my soul, just to speak another word. Who gave you the audacity to think you will fare any better? Am I fighting him? What the fuck?
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy!
You dare oppose us?
Already done. All too easy. Suit nothing of value has been lost.
You will pay an even greater price.
My time is now.
Death comes in silence. Trust me. Killing brings me no pleasure. As honor, death is a blessing. A dance of blades and shadows.
I will join the ancestors.
Trust me. I bring mercy and retribution. My blade
whispers your name.
Tenfold.
As honor. I shall come. The other side awaits.
The darkness.
The shadow death is a blessing.
Fades.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Killing brings me no pleasure. Let your soul be purged. Death is a blessing.
I go into the darkness.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Gross. Pulls the thread of the Psyker Stifler out of the Farseer's breathless body. The strands of ice glimmers ominously in her hands, and it is difficult to tell in the dim light if its threads are moving on their own or if it is because her whole body is trembling. Terrified and confused, Adara looks at the device and then at you, and then at the dead Aldari. Dead Xenos. Did you see his eyes right before he attacked us? It was like there was no light left in him, and it's all because of this thing? I don't want to die, but I don't want to live like that either. If it means I'll stop being myself, then what's the point? You do not have to resort to a solution like this. There are other ways. My kind have other technology. Devices not designed purely to scourge the soul. Sure they do, and as soon as I visit your nearest and dearest, I'm sure they'll welcome me with open arms and spoil me with gifts. Look, Yurlet, if you're not going on great terms with them, then what chance does a monkey have, a witch have? What is it, Iceman? Want to hurry me along? Can't wait to get the blasted sanctioned witch to muzzle herself. But to tell you not to make the mistake of using this device. Picard technology is designed to manipulate and torture. You have witnessed this yourself. Are you sure you are willing to part with your soul just so you can live without fear of the curse that you and I share? Is an intense struggle, a burden of a terrible choice. A few moments pass before she raises her head and nods. Right, this crap isn't worth it. Time to accept the inevitable. I can entertain these fantasies of a nice long life all I like, but that's all they'll ever be, fantasies. Pretty tales to tell over a glass of acidemic amasec to make real life seem less shitty. The reality of the situation is ugly and merciless. I'm a psyker. My abilities are getting more and more out of control by the day, which means I'll go out like any psyker should. It'll be ugly and merciless. Best I can hope for is that it'll be so fragging awesome and heroic that you'll be telling stories of it to your grandchildren for ages. Thank you for helping me realize this. I'm pretty sure we're done here, Lord Captain. Mind letting me know when you have some time once we are back in the ship. I want to talk to you about the plans for the future in private. Can we go now? I still got a whole life to get on with. Finally we can move on, baby. Ooh, ooh.
It's about time.
Tank filled with repulsive green liquid contains multitude figure and I can't help myself. Boom, 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 boom. Give me all the Aldari weapons. I'll take them all.
I better myself through my service.
The Emperor protects.
A new challenge for me?
I don't want to tell you
the very
a
idea
story.
of steering a void ship into the warp without the protection of the Gellerfield? Pure madness. I am appalled that the arbitrators failed to consider such risks and put the Lord Captain's life in danger.
Tiara of the Immaterium. Wait. What's 10 to fellowship? What's our fellowship at? 95. Very high. It's very. It does not like to give stats. So willy-nilly.
I'd say it was the Lord Captain's kind of escapade. Sure, my head almost burst when my whispers found it hilarious. But who would ask after a witch's health? Am I right?
No, girl. You ain't right. I be asking about your health all the time. It be iron always. Don't you know? This game is a long game. It has drained me. Truly, this game is a chaotic curse of heretical spells, for I have felt my entire soul lavish in pain and agony as I have continued to play this game, yet I can't stop. I've already gone too far. I have to keep going. This game. Oh, I got power armor there. From the newest to the oldest, everybody gets the boldest, don't you tell me? When you're coming in the favorite of the certain type of label, everybody at the simple table whittle. A little beetle. Ice. Blood ice gauntlet. Say what? Laughing wolf helm. Eh? Red square. When the wearer performs a melee attack, the base damage is increased by 2 for each target affected by it. Oh, whoa. I do like the idea where you can't shoot this man and crit his face off. It deals 22 damage. Okay, so it's this item plus better. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy with a ranged weapon, the cooldown of kick ability gets reset. Yeah, he's going to be able to Spartan people's faces more now. Space Marine's recoil is decreased by 22. Attacks also apply stagger on the target if they fail the toughness. To 0 target of the Space Marine melee attack suffer stagger. Hey, what? Holy shit. He has no recoil. Like he's gonna be able to just pop your face off. A true pop it and lock it style, I'll tell you. The pop it and lock it. Then they'll breathe heavy in the process.
Weakness.
Torture chambers. Why can't I tell you that you look like you're wearing a flat-eyed pie? Did I click this?
Victory awaits.
There we go. Space around the hollow is littered with lumps of broken rockcrete. A feeble breeze blows through the ugly hole in the ceiling, stirring a whirls of stone dust at your feet. The hole is a lab's vaulted ceiling, and the hollow underneath it points you to the obvious conclusion. Something broke into this room, ripped out a piece of the lab, and dragged it outside. You are, for now, mystified as to what that something was. He even said it was of a lower life form. Human, perhaps? I highly doubt the Ardari would call the Necrons an inferior life form, so it must be a human. But I wonder who. I suspect someone. Through the piled rocks, dirt, and thick dust, you are able to make out parts of fixtures that were ripped out of their sockets and thrown onto the floor. Parts that were like these are used for fastening industrial grinders in place at large manufactoriums around the Imperium. Grinders. You study the edges of the breach carefully, reflect it for a few minutes, and conclude that the hole in the lab ceiling was created by several powerful targeted explosions. After some more deep time, you note the characteristics mark the debris on the walls. The ceiling was breached using melta charges. So humans, but I wonder if the efficiency wasn't to do with the Astartes of some sort. Because I gotta tell you, man, those guys are hardcore. Abelard. I do not understand. Your car machinery and their toys seemed out of place within these walls. They seem positively alien. In fact, these walls, why this is the standard architecture of an Imperium bunker. Why would a Xenos conduct their business in a place like this? This is Caligos's planet. If they were going to do business with representatives of humanity. But interrogator, who? Cold traders, privateers, rogue traders. Mutually profitable commerce with Xenos is not that uncommon, Abelard. And that is what went on in this place. A place built by humans and furnished by the Drakari. To find this place, the Dark Ones would hardly have been content with a single trophy. Even one with as great as this. No, this was done crudely and quickly. Behavior more typical of the monkey. The work is precise, though, not the neatest. Whoever did this clearly knew what they were looking for and where to strike. Just look at the edge of the breach, Shireen. They were definitely ripped apart by the target's blast. This world belongs to House Winterscale, but I refuse to believe that his lordship Caligos would ever collaborate with Xenos. Dark red and brownish eye would envelop his figure every time the subject of hunting the enemies of humanity was brought up. He despised them, hated them. Yeah, but he wasn't killing the Dark Ones, was he? You know who he was killing? He was killing the Aldari, not the Drakari. Drakari are they're both Aldari, but the Aldari, you would say, like the craft world Aldari are different than the Drakari because they are Drakari they follow the one chief who thirsts. Sal Fresh or whatever you call him. So what are we done?
It's about time.
So, I mean, okay. We do know one fact. It was Humies who did it. I guess you can't mess with that panel regardless. Oh, no, we gotta go north. Or whatever, up here. Activate your athletic speed.
Both strong and wise is Ulfar.
Ooh.
A job for me.
None shall stand in my way.
Access received. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, I don't want to gamble. It said access received. Is that because we got I doubt that's what that meant. It said access received, but I think that's because
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Centuries of service and practice. Was that supposed to be a challenge?
No, not for you, man. I highly doubt there's much that you can't lift or get through, considering your circumstance, my guy. Man's got like 100. How much strength does he have here? 110 strength. That man is beefs. It's gonna get a lot higher too once he levels to and we get like a Suddenly spits out a cacophony of sounds: the growl of chained swords, human screams, the screech of metal, and the rattling interference of an active voxcast. Working the buttons, switches, and tumblers only makes it worse. Skillfully wielding your tools, you open the device case and check each part's condition. The voxcaster does not enjoy your manipulations and hisses at you. Then the lumens on its screen glow red, and the broadcast stops. But the calm does not persist for long. Right before your eyes, the device remains, bursts into purple sparks, and the dead speaker emits the familiar voice of speaks with gods, hoarse and feeble. As soon as the priest's voice stops, your entire body aches with a crack as if electrocuted. You are standing on the tips of your toes, staring at a crimson sky at dusk that was turned into an ocean of spilt blood. Its still surface is broken by a hand with fingers covered in rings, and Caligos Winterscale emerges from the depths, only to take a deep breath and disappear once more into the blood. It happens again and again and again until he finally notices you. He throws out his hand and reaches for you. He reaches out. He's drowning in blood. Turn to the settlement. It may be a sacred sorcery that leads us, but in the end, we will either help those who await us or purge the world of the corrupted. I could barely understand the speech of this monkey, but one thing is clear: their settlement needs help. I care little about the woes of those primitive creatures. I am simply paying reparations for the pain my kin have brought upon this world. Okay, all right. Radiance, those sacred. Certainly those speaking in riddles, and now we are supposed to go herring off to make guesses about what happened. Still, his tone made it clear that it is nothing good, and I fear that it is already too late. A rotten feeling, I dare say. We're chilling. Let's just go to the village. We're going, might as well, in a way, good thing if we have to go to the village anyways, because otherwise they'd make us go into the ship, then back down to the ship, and that's just a lot of load done. Always be saving. Blood for the rogue traitor's throne. Skulls for the skull god. Uh-oh. Corn has arrived. Fortune the Grey seems hypnotized by his master's words, his bloodshot eyes alight with a slow-growing flame, unnatural, frightening, demonic. The remaining members of Winterscale's retinue have dispersed around the village center. The navigator apathetically observes the massacre from a distance. The tech priest appears overly fascinated by assembling and disassembling her own leg augmentic, and the Slith mercenary is raising the village wholly satisfied. Only Caligula's new psyker speaks with gods is nowhere to be seen. By the golden throne. What offense did these poor souls commit to deserve such gruesome fate? I smell corruption, a great deal of foul corruption. They were killed not for need or cause, but for pleasure. I know what bodies look like when someone revels in the slaughter. They look like this. Sacrilege. This was more than just a massacre. It was an offering to one who thirsts. The one who did this was not trying to honor the undying one, but rather someone else, something else. If I could ask the Emperor one question, it would be this. Why is the warrant inherited? By the Lex, what can a man who wreaks such mindless slaughter possibly give the Imperium? How was your hunt? But thirst and melancholy got the better of me sooner than I anticipated. I got bored, and those worthless peasants squealed so miserably that I wanted to strangle them more and more and more. Yeah, that's crazy. If Golden Authority ever turned me into such a soulless ashmag, you better shoot me where I stand, Shireen. Let's hope not. What happened to you, Caligulus? What have you become? What are you saying, New Blood? Have the Xenos outlived your mind in a short time? Didn't Theodora explain to you that in the Expanse, basis executions went out of style a good 100 years ago? I am the rogue trader, a warrior of the God Emperor, and a great ruler of my dynasty. They should tremble in the face of their master's power, but not out of fear, no, out of reverence. Winterscale grims at his retinue, but it is not enough to dispel the oppressive silence. The tech priest bows her head until her face is completely obscured by her blood. The navigator nods curtly and quickly averts her eyes, and the Sliss is looking at fresh wound that may have been inflicted by a power axe. What's the matter? Am I truly so terrifying that you cannot even look at me? Where is that ridiculous psyker? At least he knows how to honor me, his master, with his words, old man. The unit that identified itself as speaks with God has been annihilated. Lord Captain, you personally conducted the execution. Your reasoning was, I quote, emerges from, you think I need saving, old man? You say you can see the future? Well, did you foresee this? Blood pile of scrap. I will tear off your right and shove. Oh, dude. Registering a category aborted. Complication estimated as imminent. Blasphemous registration unnecessary. I don't remember anything like that. Couldn't have. Mock him, put him to death, trample his personal badge, and expunge him from the sagas. That is the way of Fenris. This is your last chance, Caligulus. Cleave this upstart into two with an axe that I bless for you. Skin him and bathe in his blood. We will forget everything and continue our journey. The hunt will continue. This is all you're doing, you wretched cur. I showed you mercy, and you have been corrupting my soul this entire time, forcing me. No, not forcing. No one forced you, Caligos. I merely enabled your desire, fostered it, and made your crimson rage blossom. You suspected, yet your own pride stopped you from recognizing your weakness. Weak, worthless fool, I have spent so many years growing this rage inside of you, and still you resist. Did you think you could refuse the blessing of the Skull God at the last moment? Well, no way. One way or another, he will claim you all. Staring at an endless sky of Quetzaltemur, his pelvis is twisted unnaturally, his legs are not moving, and an exposed bone shard. You there, holy assassin, care to do something for me? If much of your heart to plead for a swift death, and you are too badly wounded to survive without immediate aid. Sorry. There is no need, but if you are so concerned about an old man's health, I shan't stop.
A new challenge for
My
me.
goodness, dude. What? What? I guess that's it. I can't believe dude, I'm in chapter 4 right now, and I'm still sitting here with that thing on there.
I won't
Your best
tolerate
wasn't
weakness.
good enough. What is game? Oh, I see. That is. Return to the world. That was a mission. That was a main quest game. Oof, wild. Caligos, man. Caligos. Reading is hard. I try, but me brain no good. Grr. Okay. Oh, come off it, game. And I got about what I got, and I'll... See, now I wonder if because he's basically disabled, like maybe he'll turn around and start working on his empire.
Elantak?
Cabela can solo the crew. All you gotta do is give her a little boof, a few boofs, and that girl will be crushing. Oh, it's the navigator. Idra. Hira, my bad.
Never been better, Lord Captain. No joke. As soon as I stopped fearing for my life, even the voices in my head quieted down. But don't get me wrong, they will come back. And one day I'll find myself in a situation I can't get out of. But for now, I'm fine. And it's all thanks to you.
Yeah, I mean, I get wanting to suppress the voices, but imagine losing their soul. Because in this game, that, you know, I have no idea what it's like in real life, but like, imagine that, where you're like, you're more like yourself, just saying.
I think it's
like,
pretty ironic that my gift lets me see the future, when thinking about the future is the thing I'll do anything to avoid. Substances of all kinds, jokes, stories about their good old days. I hide under them all like a blanket. As long as I don't poke my head out, everything will be okay. At least, that's what I thought. But I'm tired of living other people's stories. I want to tell my own. I don't know when or how mine will come to an end, but I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that somebody someday tells at least one decent story about Adira Tlass. And I can't think of a better way to do that than by standing shoulder to shoulder with you.
I guess in the grand scheme of things, someone is reading her grand story. And you know? We're watching it right now unfold. One story, don't sell yourself short. You and I have already had enough adventures to fill its home. Shoulder to shoulder is a little too close for comfort. After all, you might lose control again.
Then what are we waiting for? Get a scribe in here. We need to get all this down before we forget. But we have to make me more heroic and powerful so that I come out looking the best next to your other companions. What do you reckon? How many wastrels have we slaughtered? 1 million? Stuff that. Let's make it 2.
Wastrels? Are you talking about like people who live in the wastelands? That's fucked up. 1 million wastelanders? Boo. No. Boo. We have not done that. I can tell you
Of
assuredly,
course.
I have made.
Always at your service, whenever you need me.
I have gone out of my way to make sure bloodshed has not been. I will say you though, to be honest, I probably under my viewage alone, from starting from the beginning before I got officially before the ceremony on can't think of the planet, my capital. Can't think of the capital's name. Dargonis or whatever. A lot of people died on those planets because each place got taken over. Plus, you got to every time we're dealing with stuff. Yeah, man, I don't even know the number of people who've died under even in my watch, and I take pain. I go out of my way to try to avoid it. Like, for example, I have tried a few times to see the outcome of what it would happen when you go into the warp. But instead of having, like, your people just handle it, I just have my retinue handle it, because no one dies if you do it that way, right? Otherwise, if you don't, the people that you send in there, even with the equipment, end up getting butchered. They handle the situation, but it's not without a lot of people dying in the process. Well, that's what I call charming. Okay, we have one more. This right here, I don't know where this is. Three sorrowful phalanges. I guess you just gotta find traces. But the best wasn't good enough. In Emelina's message. We just received an urgent message from Dragonis, Marshal Stark's request that you come to the Ministratum Palace for discussion of utmost importance. Alas, that is the extent of what we know. The message ends there. Fine. Here anyways. I just wish it didn't take me forever to get to the palace. Throne room, Von Blancy's palace, in the Administratum. Oh, I gotta go to the Administratum. Oh. Yeah. Ugh. Let us see what is up with this place. Admin, am I right? Bureaucracy. Ugh. Bureaucracy is really there is a definite place for it in society, but I gotta tell you, man, sometimes bureaucracy get cray because it gets used as an abuse, right? It gets used to instead of literally being just a way to organize and keep things under control, it just gets used as an abuse, which is no blame. Marshal Gregaris Starch, out of the question. I only speak about resolving the situation with the Rogue Trader directly, no intermediaries. His augmented hands constantly fidget with a tattered piece of paper that may have once been a report. Trader, 10 turns, 20, thrice. That time is an invaluable commodity, and we are currently have none. Esteemed Marshal. Mentioning the decree, explicit states stops abruptly to seize you. Our Beatties request your immediate cooperation. The sacred tide collected from the Cronus expansion is in danger, and you're the only one who can negate this threat. extraordinarily. So there is no guarantee that we are not already too late. All the expanses ablaze, Rotator. This state of disorder jeopardizes the critical strategic location, the planet Lethus, a clandestine world provided by Theodora von Valancius for the purpose of storing the tide collected from the worlds of the Cronus Expanse. At present, the planet is overflowing with the sacred tribute amassed over the course of decades. After we lost contact with every single ship sent through the Maw in recent years, the decision was made to cease all attempts to transport the tide out of the Expanse until their route was once more secure. It was just such periods of the Maw's impassability that the storage world of Lethus was devised. Prior to being sent to this temporary depot, all tide shipments were first brought to Dragonas. These deliveries were made using barges crewed by servitors, with the only people on board with the privilege of autonomous behavior being key officers in an arbitrator escort. In other words, the location of both the system and the planet was strictly classified. A special pact was made with the Navigator House. Even I was not entrusted with the coordinates. Absolute secrecy of Lethon's main line of defense. However, we are detecting increased activity near the storage unit's world's location. I do not want to do this, but I am quite plainly forced to ask for your help. Go to Lethus and organize an extraction of the Imperial Tide to Cronus for further safekeeping. Alright, here's the thing. We'll find out more, but I'm starting to suspect that this might not be legitimate. Like, they might be trying to locate... They don't know where it's at either. Not even the Administratum. I might know where it's at, because I'm the Lord Commander, or Lord Captain, and a Rogue Trader. I say Lord Captain, but that don't mean nothing. But I'm the Rogue Trader for the Von Valancius family. And... it's my family that agreed to hold the tithe. So if the leader of the organization wouldn't know, then like who would at that point? Okay. So basically, his worry isn't that someone has found it or someone's trying to probe the area. It's that when he says more activity, it's that ships and shit are flying around, must be. Like sensors, because he did say things are ablaze. So, he you suspect it'll get bombed by accident, not that someone is looking for it. Marshal's rejection of your theory is the best proof that he himself considers a deliberate search to be a plausible explanation. He's unwilling to admit it, even to himself. And I hope that you have since drawn some conclusions about the importance of guarding your key worlds. The entire expanse is on fire. Your capital remains the safest place in Cronus. Yes! That's leader. My planet, my capital. Hey, you want to be safe? Come to my planet. It's also true. There's like an Imperial Navy fleet that sits that sits in orbit all the time, constantly. It's a hub. I turned the capital into a hub. Perfect attempts to speak, but the marshal presses on, enunciating each word, and this is not open to discussion. Marshal sighs in anguish, enough to instantly turn anyone who captured it into a force more intimidating than the Cast Basilica Shadow Baron. A tempting prize, as you can see. So, what? To save an unimaginable treasure hoard just as a change of pace, why not? If you were to offer us a modest share of the cargo, we would be outraged. We require no compensation at all, for we openly solely for the good of. She wanted to get paid, and then before she finishes her phrasing. A fringe world of no value but to the Imperium. By order of Lady Theodora, it was stricken from all astrological data. The Marshal grimly works his jaw as he looks away. Its security was considered beyond a doubt until now. Was fond of secrets and good at keeping them. You inherited those secrets when you ascended to her throne, but there are so many of them that apprising you of them would be an impossible task, as is determining the scope of your knowledge. I am hearing of this planet as well. Lethus must have been one of these secrets whose details only a select few are privy to, and even fewer among those fewer ever get to live once their purpose has been fulfilled. One with which we are prepared to process. The Adeptus Administratum has requisitioned mercenary troops of the highest caliber under extreme circumstances the Lex Imperialis permits. Out of the question. There is steerly rigging in Starch's voice. In the Chronos Expanse, there exists a strict separation of authority between the Adeptus Arbates and the Administratum. A certified by the Von Valancius dynasty and formalized by the Lex Dragonis. Transporting the tide to and from Lethus and maintaining its security is the duty of the Adeptus Arbates. Aside from the head of the dynasty, only we have the right to set foot on Lethus, or to know its coordinates. Such is the word of the law. Life in law. There is another reason. Under the present circumstances, only you can provide the necessary level of security for the Imperium property stored on your world. The Arbates are too few and our forces are stretched too thin, as we must see to the stability of tide deliveries from other worlds and prevent any attempts to disrupt the said stability. Thus, we are humbly asking you to help us. I will have the coordinates and passwords transferred to you. Okay, so you already knew where it was. They are for your eyes only. Once you have arrived at the location, you are to oversee the tide's transportation for Cronus. We will meet the barges here and then direct them to secure vaults. I must ask that you hurry, your lordship, before all is lost. Dude, this is suspicious as fuck, bro. I cannot help but feel like there is
Victory awaits.
There is something questionable about this. Like, we're gonna run into a bunch of people who are like, you showed us where the tide was, now blah blah blah. That's definitely gonna happen. It's definitely happening. If you're not sure exactly what's going on, we've been tasked by the Adeptus Arbates and the Administratum, both high-class caliber characters. One is Arbates is meant to collect the tithe. They're the tax man, right? And the administratum is self-explanatory. They're the admins of, they're the paper pushers of the Imperium. Both of them are like, this shit's important. And we're like, all right. Now, they're both agreeing with it, and I guess, all right, fine, fair enough. Oh, there it is. Reach left. Dude, I got so sick of getting caught and having to do the little side things where you have to fight the minion. I couldn't do it anymore. I stopped. I just gave myself a bunch of warp power and was like, anywhere I need to go. Because I've been playing this game for an hour, like 100 hours already. You even see it on the save bar. Look at this. 4 days. 4 days. It's too long. Too long. You ever just look at your hands, realize you need to trim your nails? What happened to me? I also want to smoke after this, so what we're gonna do is listen to about Deathwatch.
Remaining in its original colors so that the Marine's origin is immediately apparent. To paint over the chapter symbol is forbidden. It is a bad omen. On the left shoulder, the veteran bears the Deathwatch insignia. Armor is further adorned with purity seals, sacred symbols and icons, according to the parent chapter. The Space Wolves, for example, bear runes and talismans of Fenris upon their armor. The Blood Angels carry teardrops. The Dark Angels wear pendants in the form of winged swords. These are conventions well established by now. Each Deathwatch kill team is composed of battle brothers drawn from different chapters, each bringing his own culture and understanding of warfare. This inevitably gives rise to disagreements, and although all members of a kill team share common ideals, above all the defense of humanity at any cost, commanders nonetheless keep a strict watch, for internecine enmity between Astartes chapters can spill into the Deathwatch and create problems within kill teams. Such is the nature of some Space Marines. They simply do not care for one another. For example, the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves bear an ancient grudge dating back to the brawl between Leman Russ and Lion L. Johnson during the Horus Heresy. Or take the White Scars and the Raven Guard, although, to be fair, those two have since reconciled. Or the Iron Hands and the Ultramarines. There is always someone to keep an eye on. As you know, many Astartes chapters possess small defects in their gene seed, such as those afflicting the Blood Angels, which is a matter of critical concern for the Deathwatch. To become part of the Deathwatch, a veteran must pass the Apothecary's examinations in full.
The defects in their thing, he's talking about like the Blood Angels. The Blood Angels eventually they turn mad and they just start killing everybody. They basically go crazy. Eventually, because of their genetics.
Especially strictly where the Space Wolves and the Blood Angels
are concerned. It is inevitable.
After all, werewolves and cannibals serving in a kill team are not an option. If there is even the slightest chance that a fighter might snap, he will never be posted to the Deathwatch. There are, however, chapters that do not look kindly upon the Inquisition, deeming it corrupt and superfluous, among them the Dark Angels and the Black Templars. Even so, these chapters still send veterans to serve in the Death Watch. In addition to veterans from diverse chapters, the Death Watch also accepts Black Shields. These are, in essence, Space Marines who, for one reason or another, have renounced their past and joined the Death Watch, often deserters, exiled Space Marines, or simple pariahs. Not everyone can scrub the symbol of his legion from his armor and forget his past. In truth, there are many paths to becoming a Black Shield. It may be the sole surviving Space Marine of a chapter that fell in the heresy. He erases his chapter's mark from his plate. Or it may be a Space Marine who feels he has dishonored his chapter in some matter of grave import. Such men seek absolution by undertaking the maddest, most perilous of missions, missions that will most likely end in their deaths. For them, that is no obstacle. They seek forgiveness from the God Emperor himself. The Death Watch will also accept those who may have had ties to chaos, provided, of course, that they have not been corrupted or mutated. A warrior wholly faithful to the powers of chaos will not be taken into the Death Watch, only cast into the pyre. The Death Watch is the only chapter that accepts outcasts. They possess ancient customs whereby a Space Marine who has renounced his chapter's symbol may present himself to the commander of the Death Watch and will not be questioned about his past. It is only required that he satisfy all the necessary criteria. Nevertheless, all who come tell the commander their story, and that account is kept secret. A Black Shield may join the Death Watch only once. Departure is impossible. The Black Shields always receive the most difficult and sometimes humiliating missions, and they very rarely advance in rank within the Death Watch, although on occasion it does happen. A Black Shield may even become a chaplain, a captain, and exceedingly rarely the commander of the Death Watch. Such promotions are the exception rather than the rule. Only Black Shields remain in the Death Watch permanently. Other Space Marines may come and go after a few years and then return. It is something of a harsh summer camp for Space Marines.
Harsh summer
The
camp.
Death Watch maintains numerous fortresses and stations across the galaxy. These bastions remain outside the Imperium's official records. They are known only to the High Lords of Terror and the Inquisition, and even they do not know of them all. Each fortress is governed by a commander of the Death Watch who determines where Space Marines are deployed and which worlds are to be annihilated. The greatest watch fortress in the Imperium is Talassa Prime. It is virtually a world fortress, a gift from the Ultramarines. It lies on the eastern edge of the Segmentum Ultima in Ultramar. There stands the vast edifice of the Ordo Xenos and the headquarters of the Death Watch.
Cool-looking
Prime
place.
hosts the primary training center and the place where Space Marines from other chapters are trained and equipped. It was here that the master of the Death Watch, Mordalai, integrated fresh Primaris into the ranks of a chapter. Each Death Watch fortress is unique, yet they all share a common structure. They typically house 5 watch companies, each commanded by a Death Watch captain. These companies are unconventional and differ markedly from the companies of other chapters. One may consist solely of Terminators, another of Bikers, a third of infantry. Each company conducts its own specialized missions. No 2 commands are the same. The Death Watch's most active operations occur in the Jericho Reach. Their presence in the region stems from an ancient resolution whose purpose is secret and jealously guarded. The Death Watch appeared in the Jericho Reach long before the Aculus Crusade and established numerous stations dispersed across many worlds and moons. Each station is unique, but all serve as bases for various operations. Few personnel remain on these stations for long. They are more like mobile bases that can sit empty for decades. The largest Deathwatch fortress in the Jericho Reach is Eriok. It is a true bastion, built atop an artifact as old as Terra itself, and it sits within a dead zone composed of several dying stars. No more than 200 Deathwatch warriors may be present at Eriok at any one time, for the remainder are constantly on mission. The guards of the Chamber of Vigilance are the only ones who never leave Eriok, the place where the Deathwatch War Council holds its sessions. All critical decisions concerning the Jericho Reach are made there. Eriok also houses an inquisitorial enclave within the fortress's central spire. The apartments of that enclave are always occupied by the Inquisitor, who sits on the Chamber of Vigilance. There are usually not many visitors here, but now this is the most densely populated zone of the entire fortress, for many Inquisitors arrive here. The fortress Eriok is a star fortress, resembling a Ramillis-class star fort. Fleet specialists of the Imperium claim that such a fortress is capable of making jumps into the warp. Some time ago, it was brought to the Jericho Reach because there were not enough materials there to construct it. The fortress is equipped with numerous batteries ready for any threat, and is located in the dead zone of the eponymous system, where stars die. Inside the fortress lies a network of dusty corridors and labyrinths leading to sealed doors of adamantium alloy, as well as to the residences of space marines, training grounds, arsenals, and briefing rooms. There are many places here where space marines hone their skills and steel their spirits. Within the maze of corridors are vast firing ranges and halls where one can master marksmanship and close-quarters combat against the Tyrannids. The fortress also contains a shrine where warriors meditate, sustaining faith in the Emperor of mankind and in humanity itself. In the depths of the fortress, one can see the insignia of more than 100 Space Marine chapters, including those that no longer exist. The Eriok system inspires fear in many pilots, for it revolves around a slowly dying white dwarf, about which 7 planets trace perfect circular orbits. Each planet is a barren, mountainous body, slightly larger than Terra, devoid of life, craters, or debris. All of them seem untouchable. The fortress Eriok orbits the 6th planet. To enter this system, one must obtain exact coordinates from the Deathwatch, lest one become stranded in the warp or be attacked on approach. In the depths of the fortress, Eriok, a mysterious artifact, is kept, as is the case with every chapter. Perhaps it is precisely this that explains the Deathwatch's presence in the Jericho Reach. At the heart of Eriok lie the Omega Vaults, in which a dreadful truth of the future is kept.
Oh.
This place has
Probably
always
the end of humanity.
remained sealed, and only the Deathwatch ensured that no one attempted to breach it. The Omega Vault is a system of ancient mechanisms, catacombs and chambers located at the center of the fortress Eriok. Its sole entrance is a 40-meter-high door, protected by massive armor plates, void shields, and adamantium. The door is engraved with the symbols of the Deathwatch and Terran Omega runes, surrounding an image of the Emperor vanquishing the writhing serpent. The inscription above the door reads, "Truth is the last fortress." Every new brother entering the Deathwatch swears an oath of vigilance beneath those words. It is evident that a mere mortal cannot open the doors of this sanctuary. They may be opened only by the command of the ancient mechanisms upon which all here depends. The vault holds the answers to many of the events unfolding in the Jericon Reach. The central repository of Fortress Ariok is directly linked to something that lies within the Omega Underground. It periodically responds to reports from various stations scattered across the Jericho Reach, opening doors that had previously been locked. This may occur over time or in direct response to information received, for not all events in the Jericho Reach
I
matter.
muted my own headset, Mike.
For example,
thinking I was in Discord, but I'm not. Weed. All right, let's play. Yeah, I like listening to that thing. Sometimes it can get kind of repetitive how they talk, but how he talks, usually pretty good though. Space dust, huh? This looks like where the tide would be. I can't imagine it'd be nothing here. I was wrong, but it's also not worth it. Feral world. No tide. Storage sector. A feral world? Lord Captain, we are now at Lethus orbit. The ship has successfully exchanged access codes with the Adeptus Arbates outpost, but our landing pad is unavailable. The shuttle pilot is already calculating the closest possible landing point. Away. Interrupted by cackling that turns into a raged ultrasonic hum. A moment later, the connection returns to normal. There appears to have been an intrusion into the data stream, one that was executed using a dynasty's secret codes. We assume that we have encountered an additional security measure installed by Lady Theodora. The investigation is already underway, Lord Captain. The incident did not affect the security of our Voxcast. It seemed more akin to auger scanning. Detecting foreign objects in the way, possibly cargo containers. So we got like a crazy traveler. You know, travel down there. Whoa! People just dropping shit? This is extremely unorganized. Oh my god. The shit's everywhere, man. Talk about leaving a tide just there. It's like people can't be bothered, so they just fly over the place and just drop the shit everywhere. That's what it looks like.
None shall stand in my way.
Easily done.
A glittering object on the corpse's hand catches your eye. A string of silver prayer beads with a tarnished Adeptus Administratum symbol. The victim must have been buried alive in the middle of an inventory inspection. Oh my god. This is cool. Tightly sealed on all sides. Something is scratched on the lid. 5 tons.
Follow my lead!
Requesting permission to rescue valuable technology from this maw of entropy and cesspool of violated storage regulations.
The better shotgun in every way. Uh-oh. I think.
Pascal,
You're the
I think
last
there was
person I would want to try for stealing the tithe. Only the rogue trader, due to his unique status, has the authority to remove anything from this planet.
You're basically king, dude. Like, there are some things you're limited to because you're under, like, a protectorate. You're considered a protectorate, but you are under the it's like, it's, I don't know how to best explain it, but it's like you're basically, like, the mayor. Not the mayor, you're basically like the governor. No, that's not the example either, because there's actual governors in the game. God damn it, whatever. The rogue trader is what it is, you know, you're like, you literally are a king without being called a king. Yeah, I think this was better than what I had before. But now that now that's better than what he had now.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Guy, they sure dress nice. Hey, is this an arbitrator? Oh shit, see, there are people already here. Why would an arbitrator be here? They all hold up in their outposts, and there's a bunch of crawled out. Dude, whoever these people are, they're scavengers. And they are gonna scavenge well. Aren't they? Or are they? Oh, maybe they're not. Maybe these people are supposed to be here. A guardsman? Yeah, these people are supposed to be here, it looks like. Okay. Let's save it so I don't have to watch that again. Wait, what? If jumbled by child's hand, every gap is filled with ammunition of different calibers. Oh, fuck. The Riven Sky?
It's about time.
Slow March of Death. Oh, see, it's different. It's better because it's supposed to be for her. 6% until the end of their turn, sex 3 times. And that is good. But the no attack of opportunity is better in my opinion. But I just wanted to see it now, so I didn't want to bother going into menu. What? No.
A new challenge for me?
Captain Wall, there he is. I see. Alrighty, shoveler, and here you are, not a tithe, no clerks, but guests from the riven sky, the chance we long been waiting for. I do not know by whom or with the right the rank was given to you, but it means nothing to me. Everything living tithe unit must be commended by a sergeant. Where is yours? I need them to take us to the Arbates outpost. We strung up our sergeant. The Arbates gave him to us. They serve the riven sky, and nothing comes from the sky but evil. The guardsman, one eye studies your squad intently, as if calculating something. Of the superior officer, desertion of living, tithe quarters, defamation of the Adeptus Arbates members, more than enough for a verdict. Abelard. Guardsman, before you stands rogue trader Von Valancius, by the will of his emperor, the ruler of millions of subjects, and the sovereign of many planets, Lethus included. From now on, you will show his lordship proper deference and obey with any order without question. Captain Walls, a stepchild of the Imperium, as we all are here, a living tithe abandoned to his fate, and a Death World veteran who ended up among recruits by mistake. Oh shit, they were dropping off people here too? What? And you admit to murdering your commander so easily? He was hiding the truth from us and prevented us from taking action. His death opened the way to freedom, made us realize that there is nothing up there. We are on our own. Our illusions were shattered. The Arbates brought us here and left us to rot. For years we waited for our chance to die heroically in the name of the Imperium, until we realized the Imperium is gone. All there is the riven sky. A warrior robbed of his right to perform feats in battle is akin to a caged beast. First, it is madness that gnaws at his heart, and then it is Mordecai, the bringer of death. Look around you. Everything you see was a tithe, a sacred repayment to the Imperium, and what become of it? Why did it never travel to other worlds as we've been promised? Why are we starving here instead of doing battle among the stars? Because there is nothing there, that's why. The riven sky, you children of the abyss like to toy with our minds. You keep bringing new garbage here and dumping it on our heads, all just to maintain a feeble facade of your lives. And you keep talking about the future that will never come. Enough. Fine, you got me, and I am its ruler. We both know from truth the riven sky is the abyss that has devoured everything outside. The primordial darkness. Sometimes the sky sends people, but their imitation shadows wearing human skin. They don't know that they don't exist, but I see right through them. They come from the steel star. with the scarlet overseeing eye from your ruler's throne. We break the containers open and we get our own substance. At least the food we have here is real. Your minions, our babies, toss us some rations, but they aren't enough for a whole regiment. There are too many of us now. Was between starving to death and desecrating the tide. This mitigating circumstance will be taken into account during your sentence. You are not him, just another Skytrix, but the captain's voice is unable to drown out the whispers of the guardsmen who are already recounting your story to each other. For he made you famous far beyond the bounds of your home system. That's what your emissaries of the Riven Sky always say, because you are afraid of one who knows the truth. There is no truth in your doomed mind, guardsmen. By succumbing to doubt, you have embarked on the path of the wicked, and now you will not escape judgment. For it is said that all who despair shall betray, and all who betray shall draw his retribution. And we need each other. Only together can we take on the Riven Sky and its emissaries. First, we take out the Arbades, then we fly to the Steel Star in the sky. There, we will strike down the false rulers and begin our restoration of the true Imperium. Of course you do. Where else? I know the way. I dream of their little fortress at night, overwhelmed and aflamed, and the vividness of approach. The adjacent higher. I don't want these people to fight me. I know they're a little twisted, but they are just Imperium members, you know? I will raise the bloodied head of the false law on a spike and destroy the illusion that the Riven Sky has any power left in it. Then the other guard units will join me and our march toward the stars will begin. I have no further questions for anyone who is clearly out of their mind. The question I would like to ask is sorry. Prevent this ugly situation. Blood of a madman is hot, and his organs stay warm for longer, useful for divinations. That's what you think you have. One, I mean, he's got a tank there. Like, we don't think he can't do these things, but I mean, they're scourging tithes. Tithes means logistical equipment. It means actual military equipment. It means supplies like food and rations, medical supplies. It means anything that the tithe would mean. It even means people. There was so much going on. I didn't even I thought, like, yeah, if someone finds this planet, they're gonna be rich. I didn't think they were sending actual people here. What? That's crazy. Yeah, these people could technically create like an empire of their own with all the equipment and stuff that's been sent there for decades, by the way. I'm sure that's what you take this one alive, stepchildren. We do not need the rest of them. Oh, man.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes. All too easy. Nothing I can't do.
High momentum.
You've got a problem? I've got a
Did
problem.
your father take your sight or your mind?
Whoops, sorry, buddy.
Wanna see a trick?
Yeah, the trick is, like Cabela, do everything. Oh, they're kind of like interweaved with a lot of my crew, so maybe not.
Death comes in silence.
Trust me.
I'm a member.
Cast a grave look over the battlefield, then turn sharply to you. A change of tactics. We must cut off all the arrival points to their reinforcements. See those cables and counterweights? There's what's keeping the containers suspended. If we get rid of the counterweights, and the containers will fall and block the passage. Someone will have to climb into the semblance of the tank and open fire on these targets, while the rest activate the shell loading system using the congregators and hold off the enemies. Choose who will man the tank. What are you talking about? Let fucking Pascal do it.
I am your blade and shield. As the tenants demand, let your soul be purged. I shall.
What?
As on a death is a blessing. A dance of blades and shadows. Come, the other side awaits. I bring mercy and retribution, as the tenants demand.
Lame.
Trust me, death is a blessing. Caught by the web. I would that I could. Come, the other side awaits. Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. I shall not fail. Caught by the web. As honor ordained. As the tenets demand. Killing brings me no pleasure. As honor ordained.
How about no? You jest, surely.
Oh, I see. Demon Rust battle tank. Cool. That is really cool.
Hold on.
Faith shields me.
Death comes in silence. Trust, come. The other side awaits. The shadow killing brings me no pleasure. I will leave footprints of scarlet. I will not die in dishonor. I shall not fail. As the tenants demand. As honor ordains. My blade whispers your name. The shadows will see it. Caught by the web. Trust death is a blessing. I am your blade and shield.
Out of my way. Let's get to it. Here we go. Let's get to it.
I hear you moving, no more. If it's another soul slips beyond the veil.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor.
Hold on! Fenris is in battle! Oceans bleed!
One of us would be enough. Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Good boy. Good boy.
Let's get to it.
Orders supersede pain.
Cover me!
But a...
What a miss!
Quietly first. It's my toy, and I'm gonna control it myself. If only you knew what awaits you.
Nice. Brutal, but nice. Minimize how many people came through to reinforce them, which is better for us. The least you get reinforced, the better. Simply for the fact that less of them will die. Because you see this, the more they keep coming through. I wonder if I had just let them keep coming through, how crazy it would have been.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Less of them die means more for the Imperium later. Imperium. Ew. Abelard. Tell me about your holy... Oh. Always with the leveling. Always leveling. Always getting a level, they say. Don't worry, you'll get another level. Just like that, levels upon levels. Anyways. Against fire damage, that's pretty good. Half this amount additional. Hold on, wasn't there something else I wanted from these fellers? Wounds are not an excuse. No, that's not it. Her immunity, no. Physical encouragement. Whenever the ally starts a turn, including any extra turn, adjacent to the officer, that ally gains. Maybe it's not in here. Or maybe it's because he's an officer, he doesn't have it. Choose a skill. All enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 32 direct damage. Same also happens when the Psyker suffers damage from bleeding. Whoa. Burning blood? What could you stop off the horse? Force awareness. Capricorn. Actually really good. Because you can cast Brace for Impact, just like it's free to cast no matter what. Be the last thing Abelard casts, and then everyone around him is weakened. I'll say that's very good. I just think it's kind of funny to keep giving Abelard athletics. This man's very old, and yet he's one of the most agile individuals in my team. It's very shocking to watch. The only one I can say that would outmaneuver him effectively is literally a demigod. Let's see. Yeah, even she doesn't have his athleticism. It's absolutely hilarious. Let's see. Struck the obscure threat. Not in line of sight. Psyker. Or the Psyker's in cover. Always test target. I mean, sure. That's really good. Oh, it's just warp. Yeah, even she's not as athletic. This stuff is funny. I think she's wearing power armor. Pardon me, she's not wearing fucking any armor. Oh, here's power armor. I think that was what she was supposed to be wearing. I don't know how it did not happen to be taken off of her. That's crazy. Spinner's breastplate. 15 toughness? What is she wearing? Oh, she's already wearing really good gear. Way better than what that crap is. Whoa, hello. How did I not notice that? Fenris, my bad, dude. You could have been more bulk than you were. Whoa. So. Where's your helmet, guy? Oh yeah, I said I even like the immunity to all critical hits, but like, woof. What's the point when he's roaring around with 90% armor? Unless he got armor pen, I guess. Go for the throat. Oh. Or you knock him on your ass. Alright. Ooh, okay, so, well, it's good we didn't pick that, because she's not wearing medium armor. Wait, what? Dash does not end the soldier's movement for the turn. That enemies adjacent to the starting point of dash will consider the soldier's lowest priority point. There she goes. Now she's getting goofy. Whoa! Yeah, rip. My bad. I did. What? What? There's no way I missed these. I don't think these became available until after I gave her psych powers. That's why they only show up now. Because she's only recently had these. Persuasion nation. Hear no heresy, see no heresy. Yeah, actually, sure, you should have shotgun mastery. Why don't you already? He's not good at anything. He actually doesn't take the stage for anything I need. I already have somebody for he's just kind of there, sadly. Let's give him more logic. I'm sure that'll help his brain. I'll tell you a story that my old story told me I could not hold the story. Perfect shot. I use that. The fact that she doesn't know all about her people's lore is just disturbing. Let's boot that up. Now she knows all there is to know about anything to know about it, unless someone knows more about it than her. But you know, at that point, you pretty much need all you need to know. Every ally targeted by the Oath of Vengeance gains the same bonus as the Blade Dancer against the same affected enemy. Okay. I see. Restore 13 wounds. Oh, no. Because enemy with an attack of opportunity. It's actually really good. She heals a lot. Hendrik, man, what's up, dude? Yo, yeah, let's do. Oh, you gotta proc it when you're working with them. I don't really care. What's your go-to, my guy? Well, we already got medicine. I guess Xenos lore. You know, the only person so far that knows more about Xenos than Xenos apparently is the guy who goes around and inquisitions them. Well, he ain't really about inquisitioning Xenos, to be honest. He's more about finding chaos, I think. Xenos might be a part of that, though. I'm pretty sure it's like all-encompassing. It's 176 persuasion. When will leveling end? I want it to be over. He doesn't wear medium armor. It's not like he is cover. What do you need, hombre? I'll give you some more awareness. I thought you have such low awareness for being such a beast. It's just so disappointing. So I will tell you, he does catch a lot of bombs, apparently. And what do you need? Logic? Give you logic. Logic's your bread and butter, guy. Logic and tech use. And Xeno understanding, apparently. Finally, it's over. Leveling takes forever.
Never doubt me.
Why you wanna break my heart? Ooh, why you wanna break my heart? Ooh. Blado being such a good dog. He's such a good boy. And that clad in armored beast who will rip your ass apart. He's such a good boy. Last Fox. 353rd Company come in. This is Private Wilgler. I lost my unit. I've been wandering in the Inferno cargo mass for 5 full days now, requesting assistance. I've run out of rations. I'm hungry as a dog. I feel like eating the sling on my laser gun. I can see smoke, probably from some kind of camp, but I don't see a path to get there. I'll try to circle around. Wilger out. This is Private Wilger. Come in. I've lost sight of the smoke. Can't tell where I am now. I did find a container packed with delicious delicacies, though. Something called roe, which seems to be eggs from actual genuine fish. All in synth capsules, vacuum sealed. There's enough food for a whole company here. Maybe that'll get you to respond. Wilger out. It's Wilger, come in. It's been a week. Respond, anybody. I hate it. I hate roe. Didn't we kill this guy?
None shall stand in my way.
Oh no, that's not the same guy. That's this guy. That sucks, dude. That sucks. Talk about being a shitty. The more you see all this stuff, the more you realize how crappy Theodora actually was. She really was not good at her job. Protector Adriana Jaeger, Outpost TM/255. Greetings, Rogue Trader. Could hardly be called ancient, but it seems her life has been arduous enough to turn her hair gray well before its time. Greetings, Jaeger. The lack of provisions and order here has driven the recruits to anarchy. You were supposed to keep the guardsmen in good shape. I am waiting for an explanation. They have spawned extra mouths and rebelled against their commanders. There were too few of us to prevent this, but we will not issue a single extra ration merely over an unplanned human surplus. I won't even ask if you have tried to petition Administratum for additional provisions. I know it is not in your instructions, and I can see that you do not care for this human surplus, as you put it. I firmly apologize for this on the behalf of the Adeptus Arbites. We have been forced to stockpile shipments of weapons and explosives within the walls of the outpost to keep the living tide from getting to them. More losses among the living tide. The tide is taking damage. I am aware of that, however. We can't afford an operation to capture and eliminate the insurgents. That would cause losses among the traders, which would be catastrophic in our current situation. We barely have enough people to stand watch and man the planetary defenses weaponry. So where do you suppose that leaves container loading systems? We are forced to keep order only where we can for the time being. I mean, if you don't have the resources, you don't have the resources. Then let us not waste time and move on to the post-inspection. The authenticity of the Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites authorizations have been verified upon your vessel's identification. I am aware that this is not a social event. Speaks plainly, why has the head of the dynasty come here in person? Is that a fucking joke? Why? Just wanted to look around. Nice place. Mounds of just tons of canisters of ties everywhere. To start loading the barges. So that's how it is. After so many years, we will begin loading immediately. Dude, I just watched a video last night with like the 40K, and it was like the Militarum, the Adeptus Militarum or whatever, were holding down a territory or a planet, and they had like literally no resources. The people come down to the planet, and the commander of the defense is like, "Oh, I'm glad you guys are here," and the person even requisitioning them chastises them for not using like their defensive weaponry to help them as their shuttle is coming in because they landed into some trouble. And he's like, well, we don't have any ammo for the flat cannons. Like, can't help you there. Sorry about that. We're like literally running bare bones here. and then the lady's like, oh, okay, well, blah, blah, blah. By the way, you must give every little ounce of ammunition you can possibly have, and you must load it onto the shuttle. Basically condemning this planet not only to doom, but the Militarum who are serving to protect that place as well. Fucked up. I'm not dooming these people by the planet, by the way. I'd take them with me, obviously. It's crazy, why wouldn't you? Oh, shit. Lord Captain, your shuttle pilot reports that due to loading activity, it is no longer possible to keep the shuttle of the lifted surface. There is a risk of collision with the cargo handling mechanism. The shuttle will remain on orbit until they can safely land at the Arbates outpost and take you aboard. I apologize for the inconvenience, Short Trader. It is any consolation. The loading process is nearly complete and only a few formalities remain. In particular, we need to tie the inventory. The clerk Tertius Quart has it. As much as it offends me, I must ask you to return him to the outpost. That said, retrieving the inventory without a clerk will suffice. Also suffice. But I can give a brief resume like other scribes. Quart was first selected by the prefect to maintain the inventory. He is meticulous, efficient, and incredibly committed. I saw him on several occasions, and he was also immersed in his work. Perhaps even obsessively so. The bowels of Letheus are packed with, figured like bombs. Last resort, like you come and start taking the stuff from this planet, will blow the whole planet up. It's like Jesus, bro. Bombs manufactured for special order by Kiva Gamma. In the event of the immediate loss of the world to enemy attack, we will trigger the Oblivion Directive and completely annihilate the planet. The tide is paramount. It cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands, and we are willing to go down with it to prevent that from happening. I find myself questioning two things in this life: whether arbitrators understand what secrecy means, and whether one can consider it a good idea to be walking around a planet packed with a gigaton of explosives. For real. I asked how long it. For many years, Rogue Trader, when I first set foot in Lethus, my hair was like a raven's wing. And there was a stupid certainty in my head that I would be here for a dozen cycles at most. Thankfully, Lethus has beaten the rotten habit of hoping and making plans out of me and taught me patience and humility instead. The sacred pillar and the sign of the dominion of the Imperium is strong. Without it, worlds would think that they were free of all obligations and use the resources to their own needs. Would they feel compelled to pay the tithe again after the Maw reopened? Of course not. There would be unrest, riots, and disorders. This is why it is important to collect the tithe at all times, regardless of circumstance. People would get used to not paying the tithe. That is true. Also, he brings up a good point too. Like the tithe must be collected, I agree, but you can't just let it rot. That makes no fucking sense. That is such a stupid idea. And if you're going to collect the tithe for the sector, you might as well use that for the Imperium by bolstering the sector as a whole in itself. If you can't get it back to the main Imperium, you should bolster up like you know, safety, like places of center. But I guess who is the one who is in charge of that, right? For example, like who gets to decide that? And corruption is going to have corruption, but at least it's being used for something to benefit the Imperium instead of rotting away like this. Also, we're stuck down here until they finish the system, so we got to keep looking.
Follow my lead.
Do you see that?
Too wide. Oh, good. Hey? Whenever protect is used on the rogue trader, the overseer gains. Yeah. 1 AP, the apprehending cybermassive attack against the apprehended target are triggered by the rogue trader's attacks too. That's actually fucking fire.
Victory awaits!
The machine god grants me insight.
Drakari? What? Why is there Drakari equipment on the Tithe planet? Well, on the planet where the Tithe goes. What?
Sus?
What? I'm thinking something's a little suspicious here, old Gov.
It's about time.
Okay. How do you get up here, I think? Oh, maybe I can jump up here to here. I can open the latch.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
None are better at
Oh,
searching.
I see. I can cut through here and then I can climb up here. I get it. Classic. Always Hendrix. Always Hendrix. Hey.
These people were supposed to bring death to enemies of humanity, but instead they became trapped in this place. How many of them died here without ever having experienced the bliss of doing battle in the Emperor's name?
It is a terrible fate to wither in captivity, away from the battlefield. I would be ashamed to look into the All-Father's eyes were I to meet such an end.
None shall stand in my way.
The Emperor favors me today.
Whoa. Hello, Coffin Maker Sledge. That seems crazy. Abelard. Yeah, I think you can use it. Abelard really doesn't get to see a lot of action anyways, to be honest. Poor guy. Is he really got that kind of what? Oh, here, give him this one. Nope. Scope shotgun. Yeah, some of these guys don't. Like, I haven't really upgraded. Like, oh my god, like, look at her. But you don't need the weapons and stuff, you know? Doesn't really matter. Wait, what kind of stuff is this? Bloody mentor. That's ridiculous. Yeah, she don't really need. She has magical powers that really kind of do the work for her. Rusty heavy rock saw. Marksman rifle. Is there anything that would be better? I don't imagine. Without her getting, which will probably be some Aldari weaponry. She don't get nothing. Kind of is the downside to her kit. She has really poor armor pen, and she actually doesn't have that good of damage either. That's why you need the. That's why her ability comes in handy. Whoa. Better armor pen, additional chance, dodge reduction. Oh, it's Cruel Fate, a sniper rifle. Wait, what? Now that's a weapon. The weapon gains 75% over penetration whenever the wielder scores a critical hit. %50 plus over pen. Alright, good thing I kind of looked. I remember upgrading his weapon. We remember giving her something. These weapons are very strong. Don't think much can replace them. Got a nice dagger and a plasma rifle. I just gave him back his sword. Astartes combat knife. Just give him the combat knife. If an attack with this knife kills the target, the wielder restores 1 AP and can make an additional attack with this knife. Start stabbing people. I wish I could see where his arc weapon would be. Plasma gun. Do I have any arc weapons? I should. I have melt the weapons. No sense in not having arc weapons. I mean, I get. Oh, here they are. Yeah, whoops. Could have probably been doing. Well, to be also fair, I haven't really. The circumstances of the way I've been playing, these really haven't been necessary. I haven't really had the need. He has never really been used all that much. I think that's a specific weapon for him. Three more base damage. Dark rifle's damage, critical damage increased by 37%. Shots from the arc rifle cannot over-penetrate. No, but being able to have like an AoE around him, that's pretty nice, I think.
Follow my lead!
Didn't account for corrosion. Another honorary addition to the living tithe. Your turn is in 8 cycles. Shoe. His Lordship Rogue Trader Larry Redbeard Von Valancius, bearer of the sacred warrant, has come to collect the inventory of the tithing ship. Tetris Quart, rank 3 scribe of the Departamento Calagus, quantity 1. Oh, what the fuck? Rogue Trader in the inventory. I cannot give you anything before I fill in the forms, so let's start with the retinue. There is no time for any further inventory taking. Just give us the report and we'll take you to the shuttles without any trouble. Wait, why is he adding us to the tithe? What? See, he's... What? Possible theft? He just accused Ulfar of theft. Spilling the blood of a harmless fool is a bad omen. The feebleness of the mind might spread to the killer. And that is the only thing saving this filthy-tongued louse life. Guard private age, quantity 1, deterioration high, unfit for duty. I am not even sure which offends me more. You're invading me, you're invalidating me, or you're mistaking me, an officer of the Navy, for an exemplable guardsman. Expendable. Oh, Abelard. Servant of a non-standard configuration, quantity 1, frame, feeble, functionality, dubious, signs of subpar lobotomy evident. Oh shit, that is true. He did get fucked up. Not confirmed. Requesting termination of vital functions in the name of mercy. A mutant most abominable, quantity 1, scrawny, ugly, and undeferred. Adding recommendation for disposal. Often ask myself, how have you colonized so many worlds? How did you reach the stars to begin with? Depth destroyer to Quantum 1, beautiful, indescribable, grace perfect, majesty extraordinary. You are inviting some lady of the court in the place of the warrior you are looking at. What is this so-called inventory? Sister, has the scribe said a word of untruth? A mutant of ableism, quantity 1, the grill slits suggests an ocean world origin. No, skin desiccated, placement in the liquid-filled tank, recommended to avoid spacious, spontaneous disposal. Yeah, she got called a fish. An opulence of golden aquillas and Imperium standard skulls, suggesting an affiliation with the Adeptus Ministorum. What department are you from? Benign appearance? Yes, that's me. Put down Adeptus Amasecas as my department, it seems like. A man of worn appearance with a heavy stare, quantity 1. What department are you from, colleague? Put NA in that field, colleague, and add a note at the top of my sheet that says burn before reading. A pale, lanky woman, quantity 1. Multiple signs of battery, evidence of malnourishment. Base category fit, servitor subcategory idler. I should carve your words into a skin for my blade. Personnel of no note. That's irony in a complete lunatic being the only one who thinks me normal. This concludes the inventory of the retinue. Proceeds to taking inventory of the rogue trader. Then count on a tire. 20. Could you turn around? 26. Equipment condition is excellent. Limb count satisfactory. Appearance unremarkable. Self-importance elevated. What? Yes, the assessment is standardized. Don't argue with it. Kirk touches him defensively and has finally stopped sparking. Excellent, very good. We're almost done. Now, to finalize your inventory record, please take off your clothes. I'm going all the way. Fuck it. Just one question. Are you aware of going to report to the marshal? Or worse, do you actually want this to be in a report? But Captain, why can't you be like other rogue traders in your experience? Your eccentric side? You could reserve a deck of grok races. You could use your crew members as human pieces in a game of retrocide. And a pinch, you could have your face carved in an asteroid. Not one eye of mine will behold the image. Not one. She's gonna be like... I have become so obsessed with the prospect of seeing mountains of treasure. I forgot you were the real treasure all along. Now, got a big dick. The clerk grabs his quill greedily, ready to catalog your every birthmark and scar. Inventory of Rogue Trader complete. Thank you for your cooperation. Now regarding the tithe. The wearer's name is Larry Redbeard Bombalancy, where he gains 21 to all skills. What? You received a complete inventory of the Rogue Trader. Please understand, I need time for digital inventory taking just a couple of years, no, decades. Ah, yes, of course. Let me open the path to the congregator. That's where the inventory is. Bro. That was funny. Tasty.
Victory awaits.
Wow. All I can say is that it is kind of crazy. I mean, I don't have, like I said, I have more of a, see if he's got any armor items. A foot fellowship plus 10, so I took that. Agility. Tiger grants immune to horrors of the warp. I thought this was effective for some reason. You suffer literal debuffs all around you, which is actually kind of interesting. And it's also based on how strong the horror is. So I guess in a way, this is actually pretty important to have on him. Maybe not necessarily all the time. Let's see if I can get a good chest piece for him. This is a very nice chest piece. Oh. If the wearer has more than 65 intelligence, barely. I make it barely. I'm just smart enough to get extra dodge time. Silent death, 35. Whenever the wearer suffers a trauma, combat, they have more. Don't believe there will be anything extra property. 3 wounds. What this? Death, world origin, enforcer, light, carapace, agility. If world property. I think that's basic. That's if you are from. Kind of sad. Wear a spinner's outfit. get weird with it. Armor of Iron Will. Whenever the wearer blocks an attack. Fire Blessed Carapace. Oh, hello. Base armor property. 10% armor against melee attacks. 2 deflection and plus 20 armor against fire damage, as well as immunity to burning. We built this city on burn, dash, and rock and roll. Oh, I didn't know I could wear medium. Base armor properties 50%. So is that 15 applied now or after? So is it more than 60? Is it 75? That's irrelevant. The outfit is not. Venom Chainmail. The wearer's attacks of opportunity deal an additional 10 toxic damage. Nah. Reflection's nice. Wait, what? Oh, fire damage. It's just fire damage directly. Right. Is there anything? There we go. So, Death World, like, it feels like this is the... It's actually really good. Alright, enough of this. Let's go on without any hitch. Enough of this. Let's go. Where are you guys going?
It's about time!
My ability already doesn't. We hid in the container when things started to look bad on the old Heartless. Huh? We climbed out once they unload the goods at the port warehouse. I bet those thick-headed lawmen won't even realize they've graciously brought a couple of ratsies right to their precious hoard. Got no food here though, and it's cold as a grave. It's fine, we'll manage. They're not gonna drag all this to the other side of the sector, are they? Soon Trey and Kaira are gonna be the richest rats in the whole expanse. That's if the Imperium doesn't come track that tide down.
New challenge for me?
Oh shit. It's like a big ass beetle.
Surrender and accept.
problem for me. All too easy. Nothing I can't do.
Why did I not foresee this? Aim for the heart next time.
High momentum.
A moving target lives longer. I want a medal for that one.
Oh, he's healing.
Let's make it quick.
Hold the formation. The order executed. Let's test our skills, Gleito. One of us would be enough. Accepted. Mark the target. The order target eliminated.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Maybe.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Reduced to dust.
Damn, Abelard.
Alas, no.
Oh, he's cut off.
I hear you moving. No more. My prescience has failed me. My reckoning will be swift. As my blade whispers your name.
I hunger for battle. My instincts tell me to refuse. I will carve runes out of your bones. See how the wolf succeeds. Come on, hand is thunder. Die in disgrace. So shall it be. I will carve runes out of your bones.
I will not. I'll eradicate it. Stop it!
Is that all you've got?
This is unacceptable.
Any farewell.
I better myself through my service.
That creature actually did a surprisingly amount of damage. Trophy lad's gun, huh?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Up to their necks in sand, the agony that was forever imprinted in the yeah, no kidding. Good boy. Pack your nose into all available containers of Lethus. Really?
None shall stand in my way.
You wanted to kill me so you can finish his job inventorying the planet's worth of time. This guy's crazy, for real. How hard it is, the workload, the responsibility. Please understand, I'm on my own here. Well, almost. There's another scribe here. He works at night and litters the reports with errors. If I would have stayed here, it would have given me time, meeting the target, filling in the last form. Those are the only things that matter. He's wrong, though. It wouldn't have the crew would have done it, kept going. 4 of us, 5 died of exhaustion, 3 were killed in the collapse of tithe assets, 2 were eaten by ambuls, another 10, no, 11, I don't know. Administratum replenishments are too rare. The world is too highly classified. Infested with them. They got to the tithe and gobbled up everything they saw, and I had to update the inventory.
Victory awaits!
Starts to sob because he can't do the inventory anymore. It's actually kind of funny. Well, it is funny. Can I not? Is that not where I'm supposed to go? There we go.
Follow my lead!
We are now in the final stage of the loading process. Consequently, your shuttle is finally able to maneuver around the land. As soon as the matter of the inventory is settled, you are free to depart. Have much left to load. The bulk of it's already on the barges and the rest is being delivered automatically. We really need to decide what to do with the living tithe. They have bred irresponsibly and now twice as numerous as before. They are people, they are no orders to breed. Take as many as is required and leave the rest here. They are people, not a living tide. Take everyone. If there is not enough room, throw out something rotten. Nods without taking her eyes off her data slate. Evidently, the fate of these people interested her only within the framework of statistics. Then it is settled. Your shuttle is ready to depart. We will take care of. Watcher of Lepus, the space around you suddenly fills with the screeches and crackles that pour from every boxcaster and speaker. Then you hear the deep male voice. Query, invitation to the Von Valancius orbital station, uploading coordinates into the shuttle central congregator. Complete purposeful finalizing the Oblivion objective. Tarry not, offspring. If you delay, you will be blown up along with the extraneous subject. Please, does it sound familiar? No, why would it? Forgive me, look, Captain, I'm hearing things. The bomb got initiated, the Oblivion thing. Answers. Yes, we have always had a thirst for knowledge. I will satisfy your curiosity when you come to me. I need to know if you have what it takes to see this through. Now hurry, this world will soon cease to exist. This is, recording anomalous seismic activity. Someone has started aiming the cyclonic bombs in the bowels. Arming. The machine spirits are rejecting all counter litanies. The planet is done for. We cannot stop this. I demand an explanation, Rogue Trader. Why can't we block the Oblivion? Is this your doing? You think you are doing, Jaeger. Lower your weapon this instant. Then an accomplice contacted you and tricked the machine spirits into activating the destruction of the world with cyclonic bombs. Bombs delivered years ago from Von Valancius' world. I should add, all that is left to do is to get away and cover your tracks. Did I miss anything? Side, they're actually hurting the cause. Lay down your weapons before you make one final mistake. I see you no longer serve the Lex Imperialis, but the interests of the Rogue Trader. That depends entirely on you and what you're about to tell me. To satisfy everyone, I will find out who caused this commotion and why, and then we will travel to Dargonis and go before the Marshal together. Don't you find that there are too many inconsistencies with the story? What if this situation is not in fact the result of some insanely devious plan of mine? Have you considered that I may have been unwittingly involved in someone else's scheme? The planet is about to fall apart. In case you have forgotten, I am in as much danger as you are. If we continue to stand here doing nothing, we are all dead. You will have to content yourself with my word. I know nothing about this is going on, and I have nothing to hide. Yes, you settle for now. We will board your flagship and you will investigate the identity of the perpetrator. Let us return to this matter in the Marshal's presence on Dargonis. Bam, 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 bam. You know, maybe I just need a little break or something, or maybe I just wasn't feeling it yesterday or something. Maybe it's just because it was Christmas. I am vibing today. The story is really catching me. I think too is like all of chapter 3 was being caught on the Dark City, and that's all you did the whole time. I did not like that adventure. I mean, being capture stuff was whatever, but the overall thing of it was not my jam. So maybe that was like a big deterrent to me. Like I felt like maybe many would disagree, and that's fair. You know, I just felt like chapter 3 really hurt the gameplay, and then I came back into the normal scheme of the game, and it was kind of a throw off. Give me a second, I got pee super bad. I think I want to smoke too, so. So you know what we do when we do this?
For example, when the Tyranids attacked the repository,
We
did
do
not
this.
react.
We watch
Nevertheless,
this. Get to
Omega
listen.
does
Enjoy.
respond to certain invasions by Tyranids, Orcs, and other Xenos. Neither the Inquisition nor the Death Watch understands why this happens. There was only one occasion on which an artifact stored in one of the chambers was retrieved, although the Death Watch had very little time to do so. The repository quickly signaled that it would close soon and warned that those who remained would meet death. Throughout the history of Fortress Ariok, the Omega repository has yielded many different artifacts, weapons, viruses, various maps, and astonishing life forms. Once an ancient astropath was found there, preserved in a stasis field. When he was awakened, he sent a single brief message and crumbled to dust, so ancient was he. Yet he completed his mission. Where and what he sent remains unknown. Recently, the intricate mechanisms of the Omega Underground opened of their own accord, possibly under the influence of a chaos or tyrannid incursion. Yet some locks still remain closed. Secret journals of the Death Watch were discovered, stored in electronic form within ancient machines. From them, it became clear that the Death Watch possesses ancient weapons and a wealth of information that could help the Imperium survive. Consequently, numerous kill teams were dispatched to different corners of the Jericho Reach, and some did not return. No one knows what will happen when all the locks of the Omega Underground are opened completely. The Imperium may acquire its most powerful weapon in the fight against the Xenos, or bring about its own ruin. At the heart of the Omega repository, there is another underground vault, which rumor has it contains the Death Watch's chief secret, concealed behind a series of doors that have been slowly opening over the course of centuries. Behind those doors, the Brothers of the Chamber of Vigilance keep a close watch, believing that within lies a weapon that will aid the Death Watch in the Jericho Reach. Thus, the Omega repository is guarded by more than mere doors and a shield, as one might suppose. Within the underground is stored an ancient pathogen that can instantly kill any Xenos while being harmless to humans. Who created it is unknown, and likely will never be known. One thing is certain, however. The Omega repository was built by humans. Why they required a pathogen against Xenos that does no harm to humans remains a mystery. In the Death Watch's final vault, only a few unopened locks remain, and the time when the doors will open draws near. The Death Watch have many fortresses in other places as well. For example, Damaroth, a fortress located in the Segmentum Ultima, takes the form of a vast artificial ring built around the local luminous moon. Who forged it is unknown, but the Death Watch has claimed it for itself. The Death Watch often seizes Xenos holdings. The fortress Zarabek once belonged to the ancient alien race Mulari, but the Death Watch utterly annihilated them, slaying their rulers and razing their shrine of knowledge. The Muhlari were completely extinguished, and their citadel, Zarabek, became a new watch fortress. In the Damocles Gulf, a favoured haunt of the Tau, stands a Death Watch fortress known as the Eye of Damocles, from which the Death Watch observes the Tau and directs its kill teams to engage the Xenos. Watch Fortress Eye of Octos, situated in the Octarius sector, during the Indomitus Crusade, fought the shards of High Fleet Leviathan that had invaded the neighbouring subsector Pancalis. Fort Ajax watched the Eldar, and when the Xenos of Craftworld Biltan mounted punitive raids in the adjacent subsector, the Death Watch of Fort Ajax set to burning everything on the local untamed world of the Exodites. Craftworld Biltan answered the distress call, sending a detachment of Eldar that walked into an ambush. there were failures as well. Fort Velocia fell into the hands of the immortal Necron overlord Xanatar. Watch Fortress Hultmote was tasked with watching the Tiamat system, in which a tendril of a known hive fleet had taken root. Sent to the planet Xiophoria, a kill team was astonished to find that everyone aboard the Corvus Black Star had been destroyed. As the kill team approached the planet, they discovered a vast bioconstruct that emitted a terrible psychic scream. That scream drew Tyranids, which tore aboard the ship and then slaughtered all the Space Marines. Sergeant Gunheim managed to send a distress signal and to report what he had seen. He had witnessed an organic, continent-sized object, a gargantuan chitinous and soft-fleshed horror resembling a brain. It thrummed with colossal psychic power and cast a potent shadow into the warp. Later, inquisitors of the Ordo Xenos hypothesized that the Tyranids were constructing an enormous beacon to guide the tendrils of the Great Devourer into the galaxy. There are many watch fortresses because the number of Xenos does not abate. The Death Watch also maintain watch stations which they employ throughout the Jericho Reach, scattered across worlds and moons, and even in the void of the Reach itself. Each watch station serves a chapter as a base for operations and observation of the Jericho Reach. They gather intelligence on the terrain and the events around them. Brothers of the Death Watch collect reports from these stations and transmit them to the archives of Fortress Ariok, which is connected to the Omega Vault. For transit through the Jericho Reach, they use craft known as Dark Hunters, vessels capable of slipping between the stars unseen. Weapons and munitions are also stored at these stations should any kill team need to replenish its stocks. The stations are also fitted with self-destruct systems. For most of the time, they sit unmanned and are therefore vulnerable to capture by traitors or Xenos. Below is a brief catalogue of watch stations. Watch Station Arcas resembles a toothed steel rotor that spins in the outer reaches of the Arcas system and can accommodate only 12 Battle Brothers. The Arcas system contains numerous planetary bodies, 2 of which may show signs of life. On the one hand, they are barren worlds, yet they harbour small reserves of water and thus may support life. Why the Death Watch is present in the Arcas system remains unclear, but the region is plagued by constant, inexplicable energy phenomena. Even a dead Orc vessel, long since cleared, hangs by the third moon, Arcas II. Watch Station Midel is located upon a dead world, dusted with grey metallic powder, and lies not far from worlds seized by chaos. It has been out of contact for 30 years. The rumour is that a single Death Watch battle brother still waits there, having spent 30 years hoping someone will come. He guards whatever is sealed within the station. Though there are no servitors left, the station has lost its viability, and it is periodically assaulted. Yet the Death Watch battle brother is so formidable that Midael has never fallen, even with the Hadex anomaly close at hand. There are also atypical stations in the Jericho Strait, for example Watch Station Faders, an Archaeotech vessel without analogue in Imperial records. What the Mechanicum know of Phaedus is unknown. The ship is highly automated and may contain the nascent beginnings of an artificial intelligence. It can set its own course and travel through the warp without a navigator, albeit only for short distances, and outwardly it resembles a small asteroid. Another famed station in the Jericho Strait is Watch Station Oertha, positioned on a semi-desert world within the war zone of the Achilles Crusades' Canis Salient. The Tau Empire, convinced the planet contains rich fuel deposits and valuable minerals, moved to colonize it. The Tau were astonished to discover heavily armoured constructions hidden in the gorges of the Beric Mountains. The mere 20 Space Marines stationed on Watch Station Eartha have so effectively disrupted Tau operations with their raids that the planet's capture has proven impossible, at least for the time being. And naturally, the Tau are not standing idle. Naturally, the Death Watch has scrutinized the Hadex anomaly closely, and for that purpose constructed Watch Station CX-3119. It was conceived as a mobile station, so that it might always remain at the edge of a warp storm. Whenever the warp shifted, the station would immediately relocate farther out. At some point, the system failed, however, and the Hadex anomaly doubled in size, drawing the Deathwatch station into itself. There were, of course, no crew aboard, but significant equipment was nevertheless lost. At least, that was the Imperium's assessment. Only many years later did the station reappear, far from the place where it had vanished. Now the Deathwatch is locked in dispute with the Inquisition over whether the station should be examined for what the sensors recorded. For the time being, while the matter is being debated, the station has been marked and is being given a wide berth in space. It is dangerous precisely for that reason. Most intriguingly, there is also a Belarius station at the very heart of the Hadex anomaly. Carved from a massive asteroid, it was long considered lost, for nothing within the Hadex anomaly survives. It was built millennia ago to observe Xenos activity in the Jericho Passage. A posting on Belarius was the most coveted assignment among all the Deathwatch battle brothers. There, a warrior could withdraw into solitude for personal contemplation while remaining at a moment's notice able to reach the sector capital and numerous warp routes to respond swiftly to unfolding events. But when the Hadex anomaly opened, it consumed the station, and most of the battle brothers either mutated or were destroyed by the raw force of the warp. Those who survived the opening later perished beneath swarms of demons and other warp entities that slowly and agonizingly tore them apart. All the fighters, of course, fought to the last. And when the remaining commander perceived his body mutating before his very eyes, he detonated a corridor, taking himself with it. The last astropathic transmission was received by the station Midael 70 years after the opening of the anomaly, and it contained nothing good. Since the Deathwatch officially exists as a chapter under the authority of Ordo Xenos, all its Space Marines are engaged in seeking out, studying, and, where necessary, destroying sentient xenospecies, together with their artifacts, weapons and devices. Although the Adeptus Mechanicus ostensibly invents little, it is eager to dissect alien technologies. Therefore, everything the Deathwatch recovers is forwarded to the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars for study. As you will appreciate, any army of the Ordos is equipped to the cutting edge. And from the Deathwatch point of view, this is absolute truth. Some of the weapons and equipment held by the Deathwatch verge, by wider Imperial standards, upon tech heresy. For the Deathwatch, this is normal. The Adeptus Mechanicus, however, inspects after every operation to ensure that none of the secret or forbidden designs has gone missing. The most valuable and dangerous gear is fitted with self-destruct devices so that enemies cannot exploit it. Most armor and weapons are venerated within the chapter as relics and are, in very truth, devastatingly powerful. In particular, Deathwatch weaponry is engineered, tuned, and consecrated to serve as a scourge against particular Xenos. Every Deathwatch warrior loads different ammunition into his bolter, rounds of promethium, plasma, acid or viral agents, chosen to maximize damage against a specific target. Each Deathwatch bolter round is a veritable masterpiece, handcrafted by the chapter's weaponsmiths and thrice consecrated in holy water.
All right, back to it. Hey. Whoops. Please tell me I would have preferred to at least loot it before all this looks like. I don't know what will happen, but I have a habit of clicking things and then reading them as I'm exploring. That was a mistake, apparently. The truest downside to the game is all the reading, which, I mean, I guess if you're not a fan of reading books, I guess at the same time, the downside has been also the nice side of it too, because it has really kind of opened up a bit of like my own imagination, which I always enjoy, and I think has been helpful. A long game though.
Duty prevails.
Use bombs.
It's about time.
It's about time. Okay, I see it now. Oh my gosh, it's an actual person. You don't see that because you come here. Alright, save it. That's crazy. Oh my god, he's the human torso is built into a massive congregator. Countless cables entangled the shriveled body and snake under the pale skin. I don't know, it might not be easy for you to see here, but his hands are in these like little tubes, and he's got like tubes inside running through a chest piece. Identification road trader Bombalancius initiating the final stage of Oblivion Directive. Oh my god! Right, Oblivion Directive, yeah. Weed. I'm just saying because like, I just kind of... A ragged wheeze escapes a Von Grill, and the man's speech becomes more animated and bilious. You have arrived at last, Offspring. At last, everything ends. Offspring. You actually... This must be someone from your line? Go on, take the last step, confirm the execution of the directive, and in doing so, destroy Lethus, take its riches, and free me from this unbearable vigil. Explain to me what's going on. You really do not know? Did she choose not to tell you, or did she not get the chance? It doesn't matter anymore. Yours is the blood of the dynasty, and so I am compelled to give you the answer. The man announces in a mechanical voice. Supreme Ordnance, the arrival of the head of Von Valancius Dynasty with the purpose of extraction of the tide triggers the immediate activation of the Oblivion Directive by the Watcher of Lethus. At the moment of the directive's activation, the machine spirit of the initiation system are bound in Prometheus Proxima class Cogni Shackles. The Cogni Shackles cannot be removed by any means. The directive guarantees the Rogue Traders' acquisition of the planet's assets and the destruction of Lethus presented as being caused by the action of the enemies of humanity. So, as far as I understand it, there's no choice here. This is just it's what's supposed to happen. Intending to steal the tide from the start, she arranged the world's destruction to cover her tracks, installed a servant to keep an eye on things, and even made a contingency plan to encase her of her own death. All she needed was an opportune moment like this one. With the expanse being torn apart, the planet's death looks convincing. Bro, Theodora was, man, talk about wanting to be like, I think she was also corrupted by, either by her own ambitions or by chaos. Let's say it like that. Would have never sullied herself with such heresy. Stealing the sacred tithe, never. Always played high stakes, all for nothing. All or nothing. It's the only game there ever was for her. Dariuses. Who that? Is that a whistle? No, that's ambition. You can't even call it theft, just an ingenious redistribution of resources on a sector scale. Ingenious and audacious. If not for herself, but even for your family, I guess? I don't know, dude. The tithe got moved. Now it's on your planet. I must refuse. The Supreme Ordinance states that if the head of the dynasty has declared the tithe evacuation, I am to destroy the planet. Who announced to the arbitrators that you were taking the tithe with you. The directive has been initiated in the cognitive shackles place. It cannot be stopped. Yes, indeed. Yes, I indeed to exchange codes with the flagship in order to identify the vessel and its owner. I had to sift through onboard communication channels and systems to verify Lord Captain Zeta and his right to be one. Also, wouldn't he see then that there were orders that you got from both Abades and the Administratum to go do this? I have long since been robbed of the luxury of freely expressing my thoughts. I am merely quoting Theodora's plan. This qualifies as a culprit's confession, except the culprit herself is dead, and judging this creature would be pointless. Still, we must decide what to do next, Rogue Trader. Solomon gives you a look before continuing. If the Marshal learns the whole truth, it will make it difficult for everyone. It is better that you redress Theodore's crime by sending part of the tithe to support the afflicted worlds of the Expanse and delivering the rest to the Administratum. Wait, what? Before the conversation we had, I would have considered it a crime myself, but with the Expanse burning and after witnessing every shade of absurdity on Lethus, my opinion has changed. Helping the distressed planet is an investment in the future, and future which we may not live to see if we don't look after the people. Besides, how are we to collect new tithes without those who labor? I can't believe he is actually deciding that. That is crazy. Something entirely different. Offspring, a prisoner of my own mind in these machines. Do not let my manner of speech deceive you. I am only following the orders vested in me. The part of my brain that controls my ability to converse and hold the scraps of my personality was severed from my volition centers and locked into a cage of functions and limitations. Calling it thinking would be an overstatement. Imagine a corridor with all the doors locked except for one or two. That would probably be my consciousness. Yes, dark, suffocating corridor with fading picture of memory and nail scratches on the walls. At least you're alone in the corridor and will never have to wonder who's banging on the door from the other side and how long the flimsy hinges of your mind will hold. Why does it matter what I crave if I am doomed to follow orders? Yes, I need you to complete the Oblivion Directive and trigger the station shutdown so that I can be set free at last. And yet, in all these years, I have done nothing to bring my death closer. I can't wait an eternity longer. I can wait an eternity longer, suffering, but infallibly obedient. Fuck, that's brutal. I was a threat to Theodora's rule, and she had my brain dissected. A sophisticated sentence. To be humiliated, to live in suffering, yet continue to serve the dynasty perfectly harmless. Absorb this lesson, offspring. That is how the rogue trader merits out punishment. So you would brag about it to the winter scale at banquets? You are out of luck. There is an entire station attached to me. It supplies me with power, and massive computing modules lie below. Such is the pride that you might make small talk with me. Such a waste of a sacred current of voted for is unacceptable. I demand an immediate cessation of this unit's vital process without the right to atone for its personal inefficiencies. Of course, you are welcome to prolong my agony for as long as you like. Oh, man. Watcher of Lethus. Wow. Bro. What? Okay, I'm really into the game again. We'd also helped. What else should I call you? The heir of the dynasty's throne, a young descendant? You may have grown used to people prostrating themselves before you, but to me, you are just a child. You still haven't told me your name. Who are you? That is the one question I cannot answer. Theodora did not wish for anyone to learn the name of he who has become the Watcher of Lethus. Fine, then keep your secrets. Do you serve Theodora or the dynasty? Because at this moment, I am the dynasty. Attempt to change the machine's parameters. Let's see if we can expand your privileges. The man says nothing for a long time, and in the air of the congregator grows noticeably hotter. Finally, he speaks. I would say, dear sister, what a silly question. It's me, Darius, your older brother, whom you condemned to eternal torment. Holy shit. So that's where I remember the voice from. I saw you once when I was accompanying Theodora. You weren't as you are now back then, but she never spoke of you as her brother. Why? So that's what's got my whispers all excited. I take it Leah Theodora didn't like you very much since she shoved you into a tin can in the middle of nowhere. You got her bad side, didn't you? You got on her bad side. Had I been a legitimate child, yes, they would have written my name in gold into the dynasty's chronicle. However, my mother's origin, as well as certain other circumstances, were damaging for House von Valancius, and so my inclusion into the family hit a snag. When Theodora was young, I was brought to Dargonis to be trained for the role of seneschal. When she became the rogue trader, she refused to recognize me as her kin. She needed an obedient servant who wouldn't challenge her rule. Had I behaved myself, perhaps Theodora would have considered to call me her brother and reigned on her deathbed. An heir on her deathbed. Her whole life, she was surrounded by scoundrels who'd envied her, ready to devour her without a second thought the moment she made a single misstep. As Theodora's senior relative and direct heir, I could lay claim to her throne, and I did. I intended to kill her and declared a search for her successor. And while it went on to enter the warrant chamber and assume the rogue trader's title by right of blood, Theodora exposed my plan and executed anyone who had taken part in the conspiracy and turned me over to her tech priests. Why come up with such an elaborate punishment? At first I thought Theodora was going to pay me visits so she could gloat, but she never once appeared on the station. I have a different explanation now. For a von Valancius, even punishment must befit his status with a gilded prison and one-of-a-kind augmentics, so as to not be a pathetic servitor, mar the dynasty's image. I do not know what kind of person you were, but I feel sorry for you. To be reduced to an expensive doll, a toy in someone's hand. No one deserves such a fate. That's kind of how Cassie's been living life. So she does treat people who are not noble like scum. So I cannot ask questions about anything unrelated to my function. Now that you have brought it up yourself, however, no, I do not want to know. If I heard that she died by chance at the hands of an unworthy opponent, I will be gravely disappointed. After all, I have also solaced myself by believing that Theodora was someone extraordinary, and only because of this was she able to beat me. He's coping. It's best dredged up in small quantities. All right, let's make a decision. Obviously, we're always a iconoclastic nature kind of person. We always want to do what's best for the people, and it would be foolish to take the tithe. Why not spread it out, right? But Dogmatic, I will not overstep the Imperium's law. The tithe must go to the Administratum. Iconoclast, a portion of the tithe will remain with me, and I will see to it that it finds its way to worlds affected by a crisis. Heretical. A share of the tithe belongs to me by the right of the strongest. It will serve to support my reign in the expanse. I claim the entire tithe for myself. Identity of the Watcher of Lethus. You are a better person than Theodora was. Do not take this as a compliment. It is an extremely detrimental quality for a rogue trader. I disagree. My empire has never been stronger. Never been stronger. The rogue trader has spoken. The barges will go where he has decreed, and the Watcher of Lethus has served his purpose. I had hoped that I would feel relief. I know it's there, locked inside my protocols, and she wanted me to know and to not feel. It hits his sunken chest. Even at the moment of his death, he was denied the elation of freedom. Huh. The vid screens of the congregators flicker, trying to process the influx of data, and then fade all at once. Holy moly. Okay, station. Okay, whoa. Oh, you guys are just standing there like everything's cool? I'm freaking out. This station doesn't seem like it's gonna hold. It's a lot of glass.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What hubris of humanity to build their machinations of glass. Foxcaster hits it softly, drawing your attention. It seems someone has been hailing you for some time now. Required the barges you sent to Targonis have been attacked by enemy ships that were emerged from the warp. They carry no identifying marks and the signatures are unbearable. All I can tell you is that they are Imperial constructs. How did they find us? The system coordinates are classified. The present, we do not know, Captain, but we are already working on it. Prepare for battle. I am coming. Might be pirates. We have not only our flagship, but two also assisted ships. One we took from the pirates, and one gifted to us by the Imperial Navy. What? Whoa! Yo! Right, these are like haulers, basically. I do like how Imperial Universe class mass conveyor. That's pretty dope. All right, let's see what we have. We have two people chasing in the back. 400 health. 45 health. Easy meat. Easy meat. There's nobody in front, so what I'm gonna do is beeline right behind me. These guys are gonna protect. So let's shift to a full 360. Maybe I'll get into line of sight here. No, I won't. It's okay though.
The time has come. Unleash our vengeful salvo.
Right. I guess I decided to do torpedoes for some reason. I don't know what I was thinking.
This one's going down. Fire the lance batteries.
Okay, just a light graze on these massive ass colossal ships. Yeah, I figured these two would help over in this side. Yeah, nice. I can't control my two okay, shit. Okay, shit. I regret.
This one's going down. Fire the lance battery.
All right, nice.
Set the course.
The tide must make it! Good job. Thought I had squadrons. I would have much preferred squadrons.
The time has come. Annihilate them!
Alright.
Lead them.
Not much else to do.
Turn to ashes.
Good job. They're more in the up here. And I'm behind, so that's good. Oh, man, that's damage. Well, boom! Don't want to get in the way. I think they might take pot shots, but there we go. Yeah, this is not bad.
Torpedoes locked! Set the course. Lay in the course.
Cannot be used again this turn. What are you talking about? Here, let's see if I can warp channel her. What? I haven't even used it.
This one's going down.
Strike them now!
Fire the lance batteries. Leave the hull strewn across the stars. Another salvo.
Where we tread, the unfaithful fall.
Did I not launch torpedoes?
Lead them.
Perish in the void, heathens and cravens!
Onward. Fire the lance batteries.
They are exposed. Unleash your weaponry.
Fire right now! Leave the hull across the stars!
Not bad.
The time has come.
These torpedoes have insane range. I guess they're supposed to. They're torpedoes.
Unleash our vengeful salvo! This one's going down.
And so it will be with anyone who stands in our way.
We leveled, nice. Reporting all enemy vessels destroyed. When will these upstarts get the message? You attack the rogue trader, you will be floating in the void like a dead rat in low-decker soup. Gross. You feed them rats? I mean, as long as I guess the rat's not infected. Meat's meat, right? Well-equipped signature encrypted. These weren't some nameless void rabble. They were professional mercenaries, Lord Captain. How did they know where we were? Vox relays the sound of a hearty spitting. Traitors, some of them have infiltrated the crew. A dozen voidsmen, a few officers and throne, even one astropath. The eyeless scumbag sent his mates the system coordinates when we arrived. Their ships must have been patrolling this region in hopes of discovering Lethus. Successfully translated into warp and are now on their way to designated coordinates. Okay. Master of Arms handled their interrogation personally, and she managed to break the most resistant ones. In short, we learned that they wanted to destroy part of the tithe and retreat. Strange behavior for pirates, wouldn't you agree? The last one spat out a cryptic warning along with his entrails. By the time you get back to Dragonis, it will be too late. I don't know what that means exactly. Did I scan this place? Oh, I certainly didn't create charts. If only loading was more efficient. Already explored. And, right, that planet's absolutely obliterated. It's gone. She was gonna steal the tithe, man. That is crazy. Let's save it first before we jump over. Damn it. Have been seized and are heading off into unknown direction. Multiple sources are voxing the flagship at once. I detect the signature of several noble houses in the Administratum. We are getting reports of it being an order of Adeptus Administratum. We have received several official forms to the effect that Dragonis orbit is currently deemed unsafe for TIE storage due to an unspecified threat that has sprung up on the world in your absence. The messages have no discernible structure or cause. Professions of loyalty, audience requests, even pleas of leniency. One thing is clear, Lord Captain. Something has agitated the upper echelons of nobility. In other words, they are scared. What does the Administratum message say? You are requested to come to the Palace of Justice in person. The prefect speaks of a terrible heresy that is threatening the Von Valancius Protectorate. While you are away, steps were taken to prevent the spread of the corruption. However, your presence is required to make the final decision. Prefect Voltour will meet you in person in a confidential conversation. It appears you have no choice if you want to help your subjects, although I don't like what's going on. I would advise you go to the palace, if nothing else, to find out what you can do to protect your people. Welcome back to Palace of Justice. What is happening to Dragonis, and what is the cause of the panic, and why is this a private conversation? Here is it not to learn why the world is distressed, why the air has changed on Vox transmissions. Any administrator worth their station will be concerned. Disruptions to established processes always lead to, well, no matter. Tears in your face, she voiced strange, deeper, calmer, less cantankerous than usual. The nature of heresy of Ambulancius, perhaps to your mind, heresy is merely limited to Xeno, Warp, Spawn, and Insurgents, but there are other heresies. Those existence is far more easily forgotten. Those of negligence, of avarice, of confusion and disorder. Rogue Trader Layer Ambulance is in accordance with the amendment issued by the Adeptus Administratum. The administrators you have been accused of countless heresies against the sacred tithe. Yeah, of course I knew it was probably a trap, right? Sacred tithe and the well-being of the protector. All related statements have been formulated and the evidence of your crimes registered. The proceedings will commence as soon as you and your accomplice present yourselves to as the accused. The trial waits. Perfect. The prefect, who was about to turn away, stops and glances back at you with a fatigued look. I simply wish to do what you, as Theodore's successor, were supposed to do. Protect the sacred tithe. There is no point in trying to present my reasonable desire in damning light. Taunt hits a mark. An angry grimace passes over the prefect's face. She immediately recomposes herself, but it's too late. You saw how much your words have offended her, and she knows that you caught her reaction. Unsubstantiated conjecture mixed with an inflated sense of self-importance. I am honored to do my duty wherever His will commands me. All I did was provide a summary of the results on your expedition, a summary stripped of dubious attributes such as declarations of the good intention and de-emphasize the consequences. Work of a talentless old crone who thinks herself worthy of judgment, those who are superior to her in every regard. Together into a thin line, and it seems that the first real emotion she has ever shown is now breaking through her facade of righteous fury. I am your protectorate's last hope against the jaws of anarchy, irresponsibility, and complete unraveling. I alone can save this part of the Imperium that had the misfortune of falling into the hands of those who would most only motives are profit, excitement, and feeding on their own egos. Vulture takes a few trembling breaths as she finally calms down and seemingly becomes conscious of her own outburst. Without giving you another glance, she gestures arbiters. Escort the accused to his proper place. For a moment, the arbitrators exchange glances. They may be prepared to take you into custody, but the prefect's furious outburst has not gone unnoticed.
You'll regret this.
You manage to land a hit before one of the arbitrators knocks you off your feet with a stunning blow. You are an elderly grown nearby. Despite your efforts, the prefect is still alive. Smack that bitch. No. In the name of the God Emperor, the Von Valancius dynasty stands accused of betraying the Imperium. Members of all the prefects picks the scrolls. The trial is public so that all may see the rogue trader's heresies and know that the status of power are not shielded against the righteous punishment. The martial sages resisting the justice of the Imperium and conspiring to steal the sacred tithe, undermining the legitimate authorities of the Imperial world, involving sorcery and damage the tithe, convincing and executing plans to disrupt sector-wide tithe shipments with the subsequent destruction of the strategically important planet. As Stark recites the unseemingly endless list of transgressions, the aftermath of your attack seems to be preventing her from maintaining a suitably disproportionate appearance. Yeah, fucking hit her. Let the record show that Defiant disregarded the opportunity given to him to repent, which only adds to the gravity of his guilt. We will proceed to the examination of individual tithes heresies committed by the Defiant. Conspiring with the captain of the Heartless to steal the sacred tithe upon arriving to Rykin Minoris, the rogue trader aided Captain Sargona in loading the tithe onto his ship under the cover of the planetary riot. Von Valancius later eliminated his accomplice using Adeptus Arbates forces led by the Proctor Anthar. The Proctor attempted to appease the rogue trader's greed by offering the frigate known as the Heartless in exchange for the safety of the tithe. Then the rogue trader boarded the ship in an attempt to seize the tithe. His actions led to the death of a squad of arbitrators. Proctor Anthar only survived the rogue trader's murderous ploy. Larry Valancius personally eliminated his accomplice, Captain Sargona's, in order to destroy the evidence of his schemes. There's no way you're gonna stop me. The froze cuts across Strut's brow. Attempting to threaten the rogue trader on his own vessel would indeed have been an impotent choice. Let the new charge be added to the record, attempting to manipulate an official. Marshal, I hope I do not need to remind you of your duty. According to the calculation of the tithe transfer to the Heartless, the Administratum was short 3 units of volume. It is presumed that the rogue trader did not risk seizing more in the presence of the Proctor, but even 1 ounce unaccounted for makes the tithe incomplete. This world underpaid the appropriate tithe amount, a crime that should have been remedied by the rogue traders escorting Proctor Anthar to the backward world. Protector, you are hereby called to testify. Describe what happened on the planet. When we arrived on Thessar, the rogue trader and I were drawn into machinations of planetary governor. He used sorcery on the Emperor's anointed, but the rogue trader managed to overcome the effects of the ritual and do battle with the heretic. The governor was executed, and we... A lie uttered in the Palace of Justice is a serious offense, Protector Galedo. Retrieved recording... The prefect nods to the marshal, who removes the device from his belt. The press of the button, and Galedo responds with a sharp metallic clang. The cybermassive paws carry him to starch. He begins to tremble, his feet clawing up tiny sparks, and then his projects of picked recording from his eyes onto the floor. The footage depicts the scene of Galedo viewpoint. The quality of terrible, but you can make out the hall where the sculptor is conducting a sinister ritual. You see Maeve interfering with the ritual and the beam of warp energy connecting the two of you. You hear Sullenborg command this command. The scene changes and you see Maeve, or rather yourself, in Maeve's body wandering through the streets of Theresa. That brings you back to the hall where Solomon is firing on the altar. The events in the recording are echoed by the dragging pain in your muscles and the fogging in your head. You have used us as a tool against the rogue trader from the beginning. Such tricks and schemes are unworthy of the Arbades. As we can observe, Protector Anthar destroyed the heretical altar, and then a fight ensued in which the Psyker died. There is not a single shred of evidence that the rogue trader actually overcame the sorcery. It is more likely that the person standing before us is a heretic and a creature of corruption. Mine and May's consciousness have been switched back. I can summon her here and she will confirm everything. Starches, arches, and eyebrow. You must be confident if you are offering yourself up for an examination by Psyker. Marshal. The old woman stares at the arbiter, holding, blinking, of hypnotizing, and finally convincing the marshal. The courthouse also takes note that the pernicious effect on the rogue trader handling of the Emperor's servants entrusted in his authority since arriving on Theresa. The rogue trader has done his duty by passing judgment on several subjects within the walls of the hallowed hall. The rogue trader did not deliver a verdict in the doleful host trial, thus leaving events to take their course during an emergency. Host warriors stormed the Astropath's abode, executed by Master Pras, and posthumously discovered his connection to the plot instigated by the traitor Kunrad Vitkir. As a consequence of the rogue trader's criminal connivance, unrest broke out on Dragonis, and the Astropath choir took heavy casualties. Who picks up a scroll that carries the ecclesiarch seals. Allow me to read out the decision of the honored representatives of the St. Drusius mission. We branded the one who dared subject Anivalis, a holy warrior of faith, to a martyr's death, a heretic, and associate to evil of every kind. Mormolus, deemed to be alive, committed transgression of soft-heartedness in ruining his family enterprise. He released all his convicted workers and terminated the contracts with his primary suppliers, citing their moral qualities. His actions resulted in 12 kilotons of undelivered food rations across several recipients. First, the Administratum is unable to do its duty and ask for help, and now it has the audacity to criticize the verdict of the rogue trader. Prefect, your accusations do not merely cast aspersions on the competence of the Administratum, they challenge the sanctity of the decisions of the Emperor's anointed. The Adeptus Arbates never hesitates in passing judgment, for the Emperor guides the hand that fulfills its duties. The Rogue Trader has delivered judgment as was his charge, therefore his decision is blessed by the God Emperor. Martial enough. Not a single muscle twitches on the prefect's face, but her eyes blaze with barely suppressed annoyance. Moving on, the defendant was placed in an unprecedented position of trust by the Adeptus Arbates and the Administratum. He was entrusted with the coordinates of the world where the tithe of the entire Coronis expanse was held. As agreed, the defendant was to transport the sacred tribute to Dragonis, but where did he do? Taps his fingers over to Glado's head. The cybermassive fences as if a bolter shot, but obediently plays another recording. From the start, she arranged the world's destruction to cover her tracks, installed a servant to keep an eye on all things, and even made a contingency plan in case of her own death. All she needed was the opportune moment, like this one. With the expanse being torn apart, the planet's death looks convincing. Tithe theft, orchestrated by Theodora von Valence, is committed by the defendant, witnessed by Proctor Anthar. The Rogue Trader should not be held responsible for the misdeeds of his predecessor. Or else, by the same logic, Incendia Cordia should have been tried long ago for what her predecessors Aspice did. As you can see, it isn't difficult to find inconsistencies in a case if you use your head a little. I refuse to be a mindless tool and follow absurd orders. Tithe is not intended to be used by anyone other than the Adeptus Administratum, the deliverers of his will. Adeptus Administratum, like the Adeptus Arbates, only oversees the allocation of the tithe. I do not need to remind you of that, do I, Prefect? How good of you to speak up, Gregaris. As an amendum to the proceedings, we will be examining the heresies of Solomon Anthar resulting from his moral failure to oppose the greed of the heretic Von Valances. Thing inside Glado clicks, and Solomon's voice begins to play. If the Marshal learns of the whole truth, it'll make things difficult. The Rogue Trader is right. If the arbitrator has dared to stray from the Lex, then he never was an arbitrator. The fault lies with me for not seeing the weakness in his heart in time. Well, the proceedings are nearing their conclusion. The prefect looks around at the nobles of the Dragonis gathered in the hall. The record of sins and heresies presented to the servants of the God Emperor has revealed the Rogue Trader's true essence, and the verdict is grim. For his thoughts and deeds were not bent toward the service of humanity, but to the indulgence of his own greed and petty ambition. Today you are here to witness an act of righteous judgment in the downfall of the Von Valencia's dynasty, House of the Dragonis. How do you reject the authority of this heretic? Drivesome, governor of Dragonis, visibly nervous at the sight of the armed arbitrators, nevertheless raises his head haughtily. We are much obliged to you for arranging this gathering. The emphasis on the last word leaves no doubt that the noble's presence in the palace is involuntary. However, all that has now taken place here does not change the fact House Von Valancius holds the warrant of trade. House Von Valancius is a rogue trader dynasty, and no amount of legal contortions will change that. House Drivestream is loyal to the rogue trader. Shall fall upon the name Von Valancius or eclipse the radiance of the benefit rare trader line. Whatever your mechanical dog may say, House Garpak is loyal to the rogue trader. Venerating the letter of the law is not fit. is not fidelity to justice. Straying from the tenets of the Lex is not discerning the essence of truth and gathering a retribution. Silent for a few seconds before he almost shouts out, how Saurabak is loyal to the rogue trader. Oh yeah, we discovered that his wife was like a heretic. But I chose not to kill his family. I kept them alive. Also, I really like having the Sourback on my, what's her name? She's really good at her job. Time when it looks straight at you as if the perfect prefect does not even exist. She makes the sign of the Aquila and speaks of a low voice. House Viserion is loyal to the rogue trader. Allow me to address you, even though I am not of the first families of Dragonis, Protector, Jaeger, Adeptus, Abrades, Lysis, Outpost, Larry Von Evangelist made every effort to not only save the tithe, but to also the Abrades contingent, arbiters, stationed on Lethus. I propose that such an act would have been entirely nonsensical if the rogue trader was intent on simply stealing the tithe. End of report. Vic Vulture stiffens as though what she had just heard has come as a very unpleasant surprise. Her slender figure strips the armrest of her chair, her knuckles cracking. This world and its denizens are rotten to the core. The prefect straightens her hair with such force that you hear an arduous grinding of her implants. Her voice is cold and slightly tremendous. I remember punching this lady right in the face. But right in the face. Decree GC 781/89 supplement 982 for the tithe theft and participation in foul sorcery and other crimes against the Imperium. Lord Red Von Valancius is sentenced to death. The property of the dynasty is hereby confiscated and placed under the oversight of the Adeptus Administratum. Any last words, convict? Sorry, I'm reading. This is like what I'll choose is the iconoclast. It's always interesting. It's like the dogmatic is like, by the God Emperor's will, the Von Valancius dynasty was granted the warrant of trade. Go against me and you go against the God Emperor. Marshal Starch and Prefect Vulture are hereby sentenced to death. Those who aided and abetted them in this plot will share the same fate. Jesus. This one is like you appeal to Starch about proof, and then here's that kind of classic. Arbitrators Vulture and Starch believe that the Lex Imperialis is but a collection of letters and forms to be played with as they please. They believe that you must blindly follow their orders, but whom do you defend, humanity or these prefects? I call upon you to stand with me in the name of humanity, not the soulless machine of the Administratum. Heretical. Your evidence, arguments, witnesses, and even the Lex Imperialis are just a pathetic attempt to gain the upper hand over someone like me. There is only one law in the expanse, and I am it. I sentence you all to death for insubordination. A moment of silence. Suddenly, one by one, the arbitrators raise their weapons and point them at the marshal and the prefect. Anyone who dares join the heretic is condemned to death. Marshal, carry out the sentence.
Submit, and you'll die quickly. Purge them.
I gotta worry about this too. Wow, Cabela's she does not go very quickly. Huh. Ulfar.
Already done. Nothing I can't do.
Hey, wait, what?
There are legends about me.
A dance of blades and shadows. Caught by the web. As on a let your soul be purged.
Very surprised by her lack of damage. Like, I don't.
I bring mercy and retribution as honor ordains. As the let your soul be purged. Caught by the
These
web.
people are beefy.
The shadows will my blade whispers
Also, I'm not
your
doing
name.
any damage.
Let your soul be purged. The undying Emperor whispers his will. I will leave footprints of scarlet. I shall not fail. Caught by the web.
Am I getting...
I move as if unseen. Stop trying, monkey. I am not your Xenos pet,
Lame.
monkey. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause, another soul slips beyond the veil.
Stay vigilant. That was insulting. Bring them around.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Ouch.
Let's see what you can do.
Quite impressive. It's my toy, and I'm gonna control it myself.
I'm not so sure.
As the Emperor, you, my Emperor! Doubt none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
The Prefect Volter kneels before you. Scores of fragile implants all over her body are twitching convulsively, giving her appearance of a crushed insect. Marshal Statch's gaze is as firm as ever. No, not one muscle quivers in his hard exterior. Is he there too? Yeah, there he is. Look at him. Ufar. Oh, he is a big boy, ain't he? I'd be really weird. I'd be freaking out. Even in cornered defeat compared to the others, he appears as an indestructible pillar of rock. Respect. Damn. I at least had to try. I served the Von Valanci's protected faithfully for over 100 years, painstakingly cultivating other order where others had failed to do so. And ancestors sowed anarchy and havoc with your own ever-changing whims. I stood as the linchpin that kept this domain from sinking into criminal disarray. It was because of me that this gargantuan system continued to function with barely a flaw. The only source of disruption was you, the rogue traders. Yes, I at least had to try. To take my protector for yourself? It never was. Have you ever not read your own warrant ever once? Every conquest, every planet claimed by the rogue trader belongs to the Imperium. You're supposed to act as its vassal, nothing more. But rogue traders are incapable of efficient rule. All that drives you is you carving for profit and reckless exploits. The limitless potential of the Protector is wasted in the hands of spoiled fools. And I am tired of watching you desecrate the very foundations of the Imperium. If it weren't for you, the Protectorate would be operating for the good of the throne as impeccably as the sacred machine of the Omnissiah. Attempting to slander and kill one of the Emperor's anointed and encroaching upon the Imperial tithe, I hereby sentence you to death. You could have negotiated with me, voiced your dissatisfaction, and we could have found a way. Instead, you chose to plot behind my back. Feel pity to lose such a valuable professional. I sentence you to work in the tithe storages, where you will catalog their contents in solitude until the day you die. Only the guilty try to defend themselves, whereas I acted in the interest of the Imperium. Such a shame that some things cannot be set right by bureaucratic means, and that the short-sightedness of certain people serving the adjacent divisions. To be spared for the rest of my life from having to watch you bring the Imperium territories to ruin, that is a reward, Rogue Trader, but I suppose you are right. Cataloging shipment chronicles is an art long overdue for some rigorous supervision, and none expect me in your entire domain is capable of performing in a function adequately. Full force of the Lex Imperialis and survive. Without waiting for you to address him, Marshal Sarge does not plead so much as give you an order. Judge me, Larry Redbeard. Now that the dust has settled, I can see everything clearly. Vulture used me and the Adeptus Arbates in an attempt to seize control over your protectorate. I thought my actions were in service of the Lex, but in truth, only one person has ever benefited from them. That makes mistakes deserves no pardon, and I have earned my punishment. Gotta just check. I got a package coming in today, so let's make sure it's not even out for deliveries. I think I heard he kicked on. Where am I punished? Marshal, you are guilty of being gullible and rigid in your ways. I see no reason to condemn you. Marshal Starch, by enabling Inscriba Voltaire's machinations on your watch, you have demonstrated criminal ignorance and laxity. I hereby find you deserving of death. Marshal Gagora Starch, taking into account your record of past achievements, I hereby deny you your execution and instead sentence you to punishment by toil. I appoint you High Overseer of the World Vivos 6. That is where you will remain for the rest of your life. You know, dude, he gets to at least run things. Sarge sets his shield down, detaches his carapace, and places it over the shield. Now clad only in his undersuit uniform, he looks smaller without his armor and very tired. I, Marshal Gregor Sarge, am stepping down from my post. I am no longer fit to wear this armor. May its new wearer bring honor to the Lex. The rest of the room stands still. All eyes turn to you. The final verdict. What you say next will decide the fate of not just the Adeptus Arbates, but of justice in the House Cronus. Cronus cannot be left without the Lex Imperialis and its keepers. I wonder if you can make what's his name? Anthar. The Adeptus Arbates will choose a new marshal, one with more worthy of the station, and continue to guard the Imperium against lawlessness. In need of a more capable leader, I command you to choose a new marshal, and let them take heed that the Von Valensis dynasty will never again accept interference in matters of the Protectorate from the Arbates. Proctor Solomon Anthar, as ruler of the Dragonis and head of the Von Valensis dynasty, I name me the new marshal of the Adeptus Arbates of Cronus Expanse. See to it that the Arbates once more has become faithful servants of the Lex Imperius under your leadership. The Arbates is a rotten, corrupt cancer on the far. I declare the beginning of the purge in their ranks. All whom I deem unworthy will be exterminated. Those who remain to the best of the best will carry on protecting the law. By my rights as a bearer of the warrant trade, I hereby disband the Adeptus Arbates. All members of the organization are henceforth outlawed and shit. Nah, fuck that. Yeah, we can make Anthar the new. That's easy. There you go. summit will not happen so quickly. There is no precedent for electing a new marshal in the Expanse. Not to mention that Lord Marshal is unable to participate in the process. We will have to develop a new procedure, otherwise our arbitrators will not accept these changes. Until my official assignment, though, I will lead as the head of the Abertis. The great scales of the burning Arbates banners, the people kneel at once. The verdict that has been announced, whatever the future may hold, one thing is certain, the Cronus Expanse will not be the same. Oh, am I burning this place down? I don't understand. Why is shit below me on fire? I get that we just got done with a battle, but like it was just above, wasn't it? Was it like a full on, I guess? I guess it was like full on scale battle.
None shall stand in my way.
None shall stand in my way.
Nothing escapes my sight.
What is it?
Miragon shield. Their next attack automatically hits whereas the arbitrator abilities used this round can be used again. While under the effect of ruthless suppression, the wearer is immune to immobilize, prone, and slow. If the wearer is an arbitrator with the Castigator specialization, their Castigator abilities cost 0 AP. What? Is he considered an arbitrator?
The Emperor's justice guides me.
I don't think so. No. Oh, Origin Arbitrator. I think that's the Origin thing. Doesn't have a lot of this stuff. It kind of just fills the slots in. And I did not realize. Oh, wait, this is two-handed. Why does it act like it's a one-hander? Dude, that is disgusting. Are you serious? You can haul this as a two-handed? What? Way stronger than what he has. Martial Helmet of the Cronus Expanse. Wait, what? When did I get this? Oh, I remember. Why? Oh, damn, you can't wear heavy armor. Boo. Boo. When the wearer hits an enemy with a shield, all allies in 3-star gain 5 resolve until the end of combat. Let's see what it looks like on him. Actually, pretty cool. What kind of armor does he need to wear? Hey, he doesn't have a heavy armor proficiency. Alright, we'll get that for him. That's a big difference. Between medium and heavy. Huge difference. Oh, actually, I think this is the Abates armor. Oh, the wearer has less than 100% wounds or coercion. Oh, it's just not that good.
A new challenge for me?
I just figured maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's something up there. I never noticed that they're all behind you. Let's get the hell out of here. Crazy, man. That old lady accused us of shenanigans. She's partly right, okay? But not the right kind of shenanigans. Cargo cache. I mean, I've already explored it. Unforeseen event. Rumors. Within rumor proximity, path of revolution. Revulsion. Prison found in the rogue traders capable of turning into Drakkar beacons located throughout the... Okay. The All Father. Boom, 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 boom. I grabbed every single location on this map, basically. The homunculus prism residing on the ship receives the incoming signal from the planet's surface and shows the next set of coordinates. Augurs determine that, as before, the beacon on this planet is set up in the middle of the fenced area of a multitude of living creatures within. The third beacon turned out to be encircled by an appalling gallery of grotesque exhibits cobbled together but from a huge quantity of mutilated bodies. Massive statues pierced with a giant block rods depict the battle of unknown warriors with non-existent creatures. Each of the several dozen such statues is created from quivering flesh and still living bodies groaning in agony. Once the beacon is torn off its platform, the scarlet-lit lilac impulse runs across the giant rods that pierce the statues of flesh. All the unholy figures are gripped at once by blinding blue flame as the air is filled with incoherent screams and the smell of burnt meat. I did not realize I got every single place I've grabbed. I don't think they're random. I think it tells you. You could probably go online and find out which places offer you the most to be more efficient. Oh, rip. This way. Everybody zoom to the left, on the left. Alright, we got that room out of the way. Oh, not yet. Okay. The homunculus gift. In the middle of a pasture of maimed mutants, another Xenos beacon lie. Okay, so we gotta go to the pillars of... Okay, it's the 4 section. Crossroads of the 100 Dreams. Hey, what? Oh. world in 100 dream crossroads. Okay, so it's here. Dude, this game is way more bearable. Like, not way more bearable. I'm having a lot more fun not having to worry about every time I jump to a new planet if I have to deal with the... It was fun for a while, but it got monotonous very quickly. And I just did not want to deal with it. So once we got that out of the way by giving ourselves some extra warp powers, basically just God-powered the navigator, so now she has a ton of navigator points. And now, look, now I'm having a lot of fun. Augurs have detected a container with unidentified cargo on the planet next to the Drukhari beacon. Many kilometers around the zone are filled with huge, likely dangerous xeno lifeforms. A very strong emission of unclear nature radiates from the beacon itself. A cargo can only be taken from the planet by force with the help of an assault squad. Expecting resistance, the assault squad disembarks from distance away from the beacon. The soldiers surprised gigantic mutants surrounding the beacon turn out to be incapable of even moving, like carpets of formless chunks of flesh. These groaning and bleeding creatures cover the earth for many kilometers around. Something unseen brings them unbearable suffering. The emissions of the beacon, previously detected by augurs, turn out to be a cruel trap for the assault squad. Acting on the soldiers' minds, it sends them horrible visions of brutal deaths and excruciating torture, preventing them from coming closer to the beacon and the cargo. The images of such such abominable fates appearing directly in the brain would have brought ecstatic pleasure to a Drukhari, but even those warriors tempted by battle can scarcely withstand them. Guided by the Lord Captain's word, the soldiers resolutely advance on the beacon. The rogue trader's speech helps them withstand the beacon's horror and remain sane. By activating a switch on the beacon, the soldiers finally turn off the torturous emissions. All the wearer's melee attacks inflict bleeding. All bleeding effects inflicted by the wearer have their power increased by +2. What the fuck? The removal of the beacon from the platform proceeds as planned. Nothing happens afterwards. A gigantic groaning carpet of mutants continue lying there where they were, neither exploding nor burning up. The Voxmaster reports that the prism from the homunculus laboratory scattered into a myriad of needles. It flew apart in every direction with a loud snap, gravely wounding several crew members. They didn't die, so that's good. Feel kind of bad now because all you got was a pair of gloves. Stupid gloves. She can't even fucking wear them. Alright, it's out of the way now. It's done. Yeah, gotta look handsome. Cradle of Kafiri. Okay. Firebox cast was intercepted. Okay, so we gotta go Cradle go something. Oh cradle, where thou are you now? Cradle, oh cradle, where thou can you be found? Don't cradle your ladle, or else you'll be later than what you would want to have. The cradle don't have it. Maybe it don't exist right now. Maybe I find later when I do things. Which one I knew it was, or like Cradle of Kefri holds something of value. See, I know it existed. What a teleport. Something of mystery is here. What could it be, I wonder? Always be saving for your penis and the Lord. What? Alright, well, whatever it is, let's see. I don't even have, like, it doesn't even show me what it's called. So let's even see if we've explored this place. Any bugs you find by hovering in the cursor, I'll report the elongated gameplay as a bug. I will tell you though, for 14 bucks, and if you're willing to read this game a little bit, this game will keep you occupied. If you're like penny pinching, oof, what a way to keep you occupied for hours. This is definitely oh, I have not been here before, so that's good to know. This is definitely a game you play when you, well, like, it's on sale right now, I think. 14 bucks. Whoa! I'm gonna just my.
Never doubt me. I better myself through my service.
Failed me.
Ow!
Duty prevails.
It's about time.
That bird freaked me out.
Watch your steps.
The Emperor favors me today.
What's his? Looks like it's a gallery or a museum of some sorts. A place where they're holding a ton of information, at least. Go, Argenta, go. Go, Argenta, go.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
To the stars. Yes, this is Niflheim. Niflheim bomb. Uh-oh. Regrets. Holy fuck. How could the spirit stones of my kin end up in such a godforsaken place? Allentyne, please allow me to watch over them. For the true value of the treasures, if you ask me, Shireen, these stones can be sold to a reliable and very rich collector for a profit, and when I say profit, I mean it. A three-night ballad about the creation of the stones, but alas, you do not have the luxury of fraternity's favor. You could know what is important. The stones shield the spirits of the children from the insatiable thirst of silent trash. after they die. They also enable the ancestors to share their wisdom, even sometimes lending us strength to fights in our enemies. I don't need money.
My pleasure.
Teu employed self-aware machines they call drones. Judging by the marks on the hull, this specimen was gutted quite successfully.
I won't tolerate
How
weakness.
may I serve the dynasty?
Centuries of service and practice. Was that supposed to be a challenge?
Guess not, Chuck. You're going to bring in another batch of xenotech. Life is going to be good, idiot. We still haven't dealt with the previous delivery. The clients don't wish to take risks after the accidents. Who cares? There are people with more money than common sense in every system. You know what matters? That's right. What matters is that we are making mountains of thrones. I've got a bad feeling about this. We'll just turn that frown upside down. You'll start looking like our wrinkly supplier lad if you don't. Or is she our supplier last? Whatever.
A new challenge for me.
A new challenge for me.
A space wolf never fails in their duty.
Yeah, man, you're crushing it. Thanks, Hendrix.
Both strong and wise is Ulfar.
As Ulfar.
Follow my lead.
Never doubt me. Pay attention. See? Right there. Tell me, Solomon, have you never once hesitated while passing sentence? Have you never awoken at night wondering if you've been truly impeccable in your judgment?
My sleep is guarded by the Lex Imperialis, sister. So long as I serve his law, I am untroubled by doubt.
According to the labels, the containers with insulated uniforms and snowshoes. Okay. All the drugs.
It's about time.
A job for me.
I sense something nearby.
Would you look at that? Hey, what's that?
Was that supposed to be a challenge?
Barely perceptible electrical impulses riddle through the veins of this metal. Whoa. Yeah, we didn't notice they were there before. Rumbling comes from under the cover of the ancient congregator, as if the machine spirits resent being awakened. After a few simple directions from the control panel, the vid screen flashes to life and starts blinking, waiting for your input. Lazily grinds its gears, but grants you access to the requested information. Day 21, third month of the cycle. Now that's what I call good fortune. We hit the jackpot. The Xenos Peddler, a Strixus, sure did show up in time. The competitors have been popping up like fleas on a half-dead rat. Their Key has already brought a bunch of rare and exotic shit, and I have never been paid this much for a single order before. Life is good thanks to him or her, and it's going to get even better. Day 6 of the 9th moon of the cycle. It is time to end this. The thrones are coming in faster than I can expend them, but I am starting to lose count of the people who died. As I walked past a dozen of my people and couldn't recognize 4. The customers are starting to ask why there's so much blood on the delivery crates. Damned if I believe that the crooked ass Xenos rats again. These livers are killing my guys, and there haven't even been any shootouts. Tauak artifacts, huh? Jen, did you hear they're going to bring in another batch of Xenotech's Life is Good? Yeah, we saw that already. You guys said not to touch the goods. Bugger off, Arlie, and mind your own business. He has ears everywhere, you know. I said bugger off. I'm not going to rot in this hole until Pooh gets his shit together. It's going to take you. Though we already lost 4 men because of the Xeno ship. Put the stones down, mate. Would you say we wet the old whistle instead?
Centuries of service and practice.
And done.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh shit, this. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, this is an art. Oh shit.
Death stands before you.
Necrons, bro.
Suits my purposes. Nothing. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. All too easy. I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
As my blade whispers your name. I am your blade and shield. Trust and pleasure.
Oops.
As honor ordained.
It's kind of cool they teleport.
I shall not come. The other side awaits. As honor ordains. The shadows will see killing. Brings me no pleasure. Trust me. Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed. As honor ordained, come. The other side awaits. I shall not fail. As honor ordained, death is a blessing.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. Don't get never fight fair.
Smite the Xenos! Death stands before you.
Okay, how long is this gonna last?
Nothing I can't do.
Tell me, you're no fun. Don't get...
Trust me. As the night comes, the other side awaits. Caught by the web. Trust me. A dance of blades and shadows. The undying Emperor whispers his will. Killing brings me no pleasure. Come, the other side awaits.
Can I fall back now?
The pictograms are embossed on a perfectly smooth surface, but when you try to read them, your head begins to spin and the symbols inexplicably change their position right before your eyes.
My pleasure.
Power will remain dormant until the sphere is returned to its core, collects enough energy. So was that meant to, that was the thing?
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Victory awaits.
Keep
for me.
Why is that such a big deal? And is it like a random event? Light flickers on a metallic figurine, one depicting a mysterious alien amphibian. Never seen a frog.
A new challenge for
None
me?
are better at searching.
Over.
One and it's done.
Watch your steps.
My pleasure.
I sense something nearby.
Follow my lead! I rise to the occasion.
Join me in prayer.
State your intention.
I guide humanity between the stars. Me?
This is why I was chosen!
Cool.
The Emperor sets my path. What deeds await us? Cast your eye there. I better myself through my service. Duty prevails.
Good dodge. I rolled on that one because she did not
Never
walk where she
doubt
was
me.
supposed to.
I better myself through my service.
Oh, she must have not seen the other one. Is this an arc rifle? Oh, damn.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Join me in prayer. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Victory awaits!
A space wolf never fails in their duty.
Is that it? Did I miss something?
Both strong and wise is Ulfar.
I guess so.
A new challenge for me?
This is how you do it, though. You slow work your way through the game, you know what I mean? I will tell you, though, it's about time to 420, I think. I don't know about you folks, but I'm feeling it. It's a fun game, though. The biggest thing that, yeah, the biggest thing was like warping through stuff. I was getting sick of it. Like running, because it was always, if I wanted to go do a quest or something, it literally would drag the game on. And I almost wonder if they didn't do it intentionally in a way. But I think at this point in the game, I should be allowed the, well, I don't have to justify it. I'm doing it anyways. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. I'm doing it anyways. All right, let's put this.
Bolt types, naturally, are given designations. Dragonfire bolts, for instance, contain a chamber of highly volatile superheated gas that detonates on contact with the foe, spewing into the air a cloud of incandescent chemical fire. The target ignites quickly and perishes. Kraken pattern penetrator rounds employ an adamantium core as their penetrator to extend range and piercing capability. They are also exceptionally effective against armored targets. Hellfury bolts carry a reservoir of crystalline fluid comprised of biocorrosives and assorted toxins that work superbly against tyrannids, quite literally devouring them from within. A projectile known as Vengeance Rounds is engineered specifically to kill heretical Astartes and performs admirably against armored foes thanks to an unstable magnetic core technology. The Death Watch also field rounds that temporarily interrupt the reanimation protocols of Necrons, for they house a cyclical temporal core. Death Watch munitions further include thermal penetrating rounds and inertial thermonuclear rounds that leave craters in their wake. One cannot omit Metal Storm frag shells, which detonate seconds before impact and shower the victim with razor-sharp fragments.
Classic.
Nor should one forget electrical tempest bolts, which exquisitely tear through the innards of machines and disable them, starships included. The guns of spacecraft likewise fire a variety of munition types. Why such variety? A kill team never knows with what it will be forced to contend, and so must carry universal weaponry. The Death Watch employ Artifex pattern and Hesh pattern bolters fitted with special adapters. The Black Templars are a distinguished second founding chapter originating from the gene seed of the Imperial Fists and their revered Primarch Rogel Dawn. Their legacy is deeply intertwined with the defense of Terra during the Horus Heresy, a tumultuous time that saw them rise to prominence. In the aftermath of the heresy, the Black Templars embarked on an eternal crusade, the longest ever known in the annals of the Imperium of Man. This perpetual The Chaos god Tzeentch, called the Changer of Ways, embodies change, evolution, mystery, and the art of sorcery. It is he who weaves the unseen threads that bind every action, conspiracy, and carefully concealed intrigue into the boundless galactic game of manipulation. These threads penetrate every human soul, gradually entangling it and turning a mortal into a puppet that does not even perceive who pulls the strings. The servants of Tzeentch sincerely believe they are entering into a mutually beneficial pact with the Lord of Magic, when in truth they merely feed his power. The truth is that every step Tzeentch takes is part of a fog-laden plan aimed at attaining a shifting intermediate objective, the assertion of his superiority over the other forces of chaos. Yet the very essence of the Lord of Change renders such an outcome impossible. Even should he attain supremacy, he would immediately undo his own achievement, for the unceasing flow of change is his true nature. Among the dark gods, he is the most chaotic and unfathomable, a symbol of fate, intrigue, and innumerable schemes, the perpetual embodiment of the warp's mutability. Yet Tzeentch does not strive for a final result, at least not one that can be grasped by a mortal mind. His intrigues are an end in themselves. Tzeentch refuses to acknowledge the very idea of the end of change. he is incapable of achieving a result that could be called complete, for that would signify the ending of the path and consequently the end of his existence. He tirelessly constructs new permutations, and at times the very complexity of his designs brings them to ruin. At the same time, he is a god of knowledge and understanding, and among his worshippers there are often those who seek to penetrate deeper into the concealed nature of the universe, so mysterious and inscrutable. Tzeentch is one of the 4 Chaos Gods. Throughout the galaxy, he is known by a myriad of names and titles, each bearing 1,000 legends and guises. Everything that belongs to Tzeentch is in eternal motion, ceaselessly changing and undergoing incredible metamorphoses. One can go mad trying to trace even the slightest strand of his plan, and many end precisely in that madness. It is all the more impossible to describe his design in a unified form, to reduce his essence to a single truth. Perhaps the best way to describe Tzeentch is to abandon description altogether, for over time he becomes unlike himself to a greater degree than any other creature of the material or immaterial universe. It suffices him that he constructs plans, weaving into them the fates of mortals whose lives are brief and fragile. In the mind of the changer of ways reverberate the hopes of every living creature dwelling on any planet across the universe. He observes the dreams of his playthings, sees how they become reality or crumble to dust, and at times intervenes, granting either fortune or doom, for his own unfathomable ends, or merely for amusement. Tzeentch feeds on the thirst for transformation and the awareness of its inevitability, for change is the eternal driving force of life. Everyone strives for freedom and prosperity. These desires are not confined to the lower strata of society. Imperial governors and fleet admirals likewise dream of wealth and dominion, and some, perhaps even of freedom from the Emperor's all-encompassing grasp. Such dreams give rise to a powerful impetus for change, and the ambitions of entire nations create forces capable of defying history itself. Tzeentch embodies mortals' yearning for manipulation, evolution, and guile. That impulse dwells in every creature, from the first division of cells to the fierce urge to survive. In the hearts of those whose ambitions eclipse all else, he whispers his deceptive promises. To those who refuse to accept death as inevitable, he tempts with the gift of eternal life. His sacred number is 9. His colours are blue and gold, although he's often associated with endlessly shifting rainbow hues, a fitting epithet for the Lord of Change. He was the second of the Chaos Gods to become self-aware in the Warp. This occurred in the era known on Old Terra as the Middle Ages, when, in the middle of the second millennium, human polities arose, rife with intrigue and political maneuver. Tzeentch is not content merely to watch his designs unfold or unravel. He maintains schemes of his own, schemes so intricate and tightly interwoven that they touch the life of every being, whether that being comprehends it or not. His perception of time, of history, and of intrigue enables him to construct a web of events that spans entire star systems. He rejoices when mortals themselves devise plots, personal or political, and when cunning prevails over brute force. When a man hears an inner voice, when the desperate lift a nocturnal prayer, the architect of fates listens. He perceives every intent and every emotion, and his mind can see which future will sprout from a given seed. The interlacing of probabilities, hopes, and change is the very fabric of his being. Without it, he would simply fade. Perhaps Tzeentch schemes to overthrow the other gods of chaos, or to extend his dominion over the whole realm of mortals. Yet even he does not always know where his pathways will lead. Whatever his ends, he attains them by manipulating the lives of humans and Xenos. By offering power, sorcery, and knowledge, he draws field commanders and chaos sorcerers into his designs, and with them the fates of countless others. Only a small fraction of his plans are simple. Some are realized across whole epochs. Many appear contradictory or even injurious to his own interests. Only Tzeentch can perceive all the roads of the future, braided through time like skeins of coloured thread, threads of decision, chance, and coincidence. Tzeentch is the Lord of Sorcery, and his supremacy in that domain is indisputable. Sorcery is among the greatest forces of change, and those who wield it possess the most ravenous ambitions and thirst for power. The raw, psychic energy that feeds the psyches of the mortal realm is the very essence of the realm of chaos, the same substance from which the forces of chaos are woven. They're demons and the human souls that wander the warp like...
That's kind of the crazy thing about chaos, too, is like, it really cannot be destroyed ever, simply because of the existence of humanity and like in other races themselves. Like orcs themselves create things out of nothing simply because they believe it true to be so. All right. It's gonna take me a few warp jumps. Normally I can get there a lot faster. Well, I guess 3 isn't bad. Araya has broken out on the colony. The cult of the Final Dawn sunk its poisonous roots into the planet and has grown strong enough to make itself known. Need a greater than 7. Oh, inner battle. Alright.
Two Star Trekkers, two Predators poised for a charge. Fear not, Void Sailor, and the All-Father be praised.
Set the course.
Okay. I was hoping for more, I guess.
Torpedoes locked.
Oh, I can't use it anyways because I don't have.
Fire them. lance batteries. Another salvo! Leave their hulls strewn across the stars! Fire right now! This one's going down. Bleed them!
A worthy deed!
I keep forgetting I'm leveled. I gotta go into the ship and level. Alright, nice. That was actually okay, alright. Really can't use the scrap for anything else. I will say the torpedoes are kind of fun. I hate strike craft though. I do. Rest starfighters to be launched through torpedo. The rest starfighter wing consists of 4 attack craft, each of them equipped with a heavy laser. It can only be used through torpedo tubes mounted on the prow. Up to 2 wings of Wrath starfighters can be active at a time. I must not be seeing it. Oh, you know what? I'm not seeing it. I think I can swap out. I can change. Huh. Hey, what? Okay. Huh. I gotta think about that. Okay. I look. Alright. I just must not be seeing it. Which happens. All right, finally, dude. I have no reason to have extras of those, but it was feeling like it was taking like freaking forever. You know, I've always had a love of RPGs. Come to think about all the time, like some of my favorite games, all of them been RPGs, I suppose. But Captain, we have arrived in Photon 9 system. Wait, no, that's 4. Photon 4 system. Our translation from the warp was a little rough. A net loss for about 500 souls on the middle and service decks. And God Emperor only knows how many wounded, but that's only the half of it. The brain boxes on the augers are sending me reports that aren't doing my mood any favors. Real space here's got more holes than a sieve, and all our senses are playing up. It's gotta be sorcery, Lord Captain. If I was you, Lord Captain, I'd do what I came here to do, right, sharpish, and clear out what I still can. I've seen the likes of theirs before in this region. Maybe your sorcerers will be able to explain it better, but here's what I know. Shit like this never ends well. Are we fucking with some Necrons? Because he ain't wrong. Okay, this is something we're doing for Hendrix, okay? Distorted star? Whoa. Can't even click on it. The surface of the star shimmers with a myriad of hues. The dance of colors fascinates anyone who dare glance at it. A playful colored patterns appear on the vessel's augurs in a wide variety of spectra. From infrared to ultraviolet, every voidsman knows that such emissions are dangerous to organic matter. And Master Helmsman Revor asks our crew to resist the desire to admire the star. Not everyone manages to follow the advice, and some crew members suffer from nausea and headache. We're gonna fuck around and find out. Truly, human condition. I had to make sure I wasn't muted. Sometimes I do that when I...
The whispers sound distant. The future is uncertain.
Bloodclaw Cruiser.
Lay in the course.
Oh, here we go.
Fire the lance batteries. Lead them.
Get them, boys. Oh shit, hit me with a boarding sword. Go strike crap. I have 2 strike craft now? Nope, I don't need them, but like, nope.
Set the course.
Give you.
The void ship is now a barrier fire.
Well, I guess playtime's still going. Oh.
Lay in the course.
Holy shit.
Fit for the Fon Phalanxius annals.
No need, Captain. That was the Imperial ship, not the Heartless. The Heartless was a pirate crew. And then that one was given to us by the Imperial Navy. Very good. Let's see first. Alright. There are multiple shuttles. These look like fighters, actually.
It's about time.
A landing strip for cargo shuttles is strewn with rubbish. You notice a few reddish brown spots. Reddish brown spots? Like a bruise? Bleeding bruise?
What are you gawking at, Iceman?
Like
merely taking a professional interest, nothing more.
Like poop.
None shall stand in my way.
None shall stand in my way. Recent, but it's still. Promethium lingers in the air around the burning mechanism. The machine doused an accelerant instead of light. Spikes have been fashioned from whatever the creators have handed them. The critical barricade is likely to stop anyone who is determined to get through. It's unlikely. The sentry rubs his eyes and gawps at you. On half of her face is covered with a bulky, rusty augment of unknown purpose. You came to rescue us. Praise the God, Emperor. It reached you. The sorcerer's message reached others like him. May he rest in peace. We are most honored by your presence. Please come forward quickly out of the darkness. The woman hurriedly checks the nearby lumen, her hands visibly shaking. Those creatures came from the dark, you see, but not for much longer. Not for much longer. Now you're here. Mistress Lynch and Hart have already found a way to help us. He takes a few steps forward and intently peers at her face as the woman herself freezes in fear. Then Hendrik scowls and cuts a glance at you. We need to hurry. Even under the wavering lumens, you notice something strange, the slightly skewed proportions and almost indiscernible asymmetry of her facial features. Looking at the other sentries, you see the same oddity in their face too, and the fact that they are all wearing the same strange ramshackle implants, which clearly are not the combat augments. Notice, have you? Don't jump to any conclusions. It could be a local genetic anomaly. It could be something else. We can't say anything for sure yet. No need to lie to yourself. You can feel it. There's no way you can feel it. You can't feel it. I can practically taste it in the air. Sorcery. First we had those flares in the system. Now this comely lot. Something here has been poking holes in the veil between real space and the warp. Something or someone. I have noted the system's idiosyncrasies. Yes, I cannot yet say how it relates to the person who drew us here. If it is related at all. Hendrix plainly refuses to meet Idra's eyes. What a stroke of luck. It seems we have already found who we are looking for. What's happening on this planet? You mean Mistress Lichtenheart, my lord? We wouldn't have survived without her. It just so happened that she was here at a local excavation when the monsters started appearing. We've been losing contact with the other sites on the planet since then, like candles being snuffed out one after another. The rest of them must have all perished, but we're all still here holding on. It's terrible, my lord. I don't even know how to describe it. It's been how long since it's been? A few months? Probably a few months of being plagued by the sorcerous beast. As soon as night fell, they came creeping out, right out of the shadows, black as soot. There's no stopping them. The only thing that's worked so far is keeping the fires burning and maintaining a constant watch. And even with that, the creatures drag us off 1 and 2 second we drop our guard. Sorcerous creatures from the shadows, could they be demons? That would explain the presence of the warp anomalies in the system, a local breach. Well, I know the other creatures from the shadows, Master Van Calix, and so do you. for the Exalted One has granted you extensive knowledge of Xenos and everything related to them. This poor soul's description sounded to me like the mandrakes that lurk in the webway. I don't know why you didn't come to the same conclusion yourself. I can understand the Iceman's thinking everything here reeks of the warp, as if... Well, one says the webway, one says warp. They are different. Pricked full of holes deliberately, just like the system itself. No, sorcery is definitely at work on the planet. We just need to figure out where it came from. Please, my lord, the sentry is on the verge of tears. Do you think we are trained guardsmen? We were from the expedition convoy. We've lived here for generations, and up to now, the God Emperor has guarded us from misfortune. But now we have to fight. The survivors have all gathered in the tunnel. We handed out what weapons we have, but how is that supposed to help us against these butchers when we don't always know how to use our weapons? You mentioned an expedition. Yes, about 30 years back, we were brought here with a load of clever people from some high-up adeptus of something or other, and we've lived here ever since. I've raised 4 kids here, died 2 at the excavations. 1 was taken by the monsters, but my youngest is still alive. What a life. Grimly, yeah. Dragged to a planet in the middle of nowhere, dumped on a worthless excavation site that everyone else probably forgot about long time ago. 3 out of 4 children are dead. It is called doing your duty, Mr. Sadari. You may not be familiar with the concept, but most of the Imperium subjects, it is an honorable mundanity. Fuck that! Excavations? Perhaps the expedition, or rather the objectives, were what Emelina was interested in. Of course, the easiest option would be to ask her directly. Is inside in the pit. You go on. Don't be afraid. She will be there to properly greet you. We'll stand guard. Thanks to the Emperor for delivering you to us.
Follow my lead.
Operation successful.
Operation successful. A giant gate barring the way to the excavation site. I mean, come on. Uh-oh.
Human scum! Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
Prescience has failed me.
Oh, nothing of value has been lost. I am fear incarnate.
I bring mercy and retribution.
High momentum.
Death comes in silence. Death blessing. Killing brings me no pleasure. I will leave footprints of scarlet. As honor ordains. The shadows will see it done. Come, the other side awaits. I am your blade and shield.
Damn! I love it when I can save everybody
sleep, no
in a group that
rest,
when the ambushes or
only
something
duty,
happen, like the
only
guardsmen
death.
and shit. I should love that. I like to play the game for the content anyways, you know what I mean? I'm not here for a challenge when it comes to the combat. Like, I could give a fuck about the turn-based combat. Turn-based combat for me is... I don't care for it.
Victory awaits!
Bump, bump, ba-dum, bump, ba-da-da, ba-dum, ba-dum. Maybe I should not have put an excavator on the other planet. Whoopsies. Also, I kind of feel bad too. I like to imagine that when my excavators get put down, yeah, sure, they get to live the first life, but they're well taken care of, okay? Constant supplies, all right? A direct connection right to the Imperium's capital, so they're always just one warp away, all right? In a safe warp web way, by the way. All right? Just a little extra.
Darkness. There is darkness everywhere, biting, hungering. And it's all... Watch where you tread. One misstep, and this doom will swallow you. Darkness is an ally of those who follow the tenets. A cloak that conceals the spinners from his enemies. But here, the darkness is the enemy.
Oh, they hold the altar.
It's about time.
The premonition runs
Better
true.
across the table surface, your tinder is drawn to a whimsical pattern on the broken pottery. But when you try to take a closer look, the world starts to swim before your eyes. Oh shit, Necron. Maybe it seems like that. Also, Necrons have access to the webway.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I wonder if this lady got...
I won't tolerate weakness.
She's got spikes around her. And Millie's tying somebody up. The stooped figure draws back the hood of a grimy robe, revealing the emaciated face of a woman. Her skin is stretched taut over her skull, and sickly protruding augmentations on her cheek is marred with several open wounds. She looks at you with a feverish gleam in her eyes. The visual description matches Interrogator Von Kallox. The sage blinks several times and her head twitches. You made it here after all. Henrik's unusual mask of stoicism has melted away without a trace. He stares around him in undisguised dismay. Emelina, I think. Man, damn, my brain. What is this? You're performing an arch-enemy's ritual? No. Stop. Right now. Not another move unless I tell you. The sage draws herself upright as far as her crooked spine will allow and flickers several stretches on her factual augment. Then she turns to you, ignoring Henrik's words completely. Who have you brought with you, Interrogator Van Kallox? Clearance level? God Emperor Anointed. Dawn Valance is a rogue trader dynasty territory to the galactic west of Fecundus. The head of the dynasty, Theodora Van Valancius, has been flagged for her heretical sentiments. Threat level. I brought the help you requested in your message, Emelina. A void ship under the aegis of a rogue trader. I dragged thousands of people and megatons of plasteel and ceramite through the bowels of the warp, and for what? To discover that you have sold yourself to the arch enemy? Conclusions based on incomplete knowledge of the situation, Interrogator Van Kallox. Your judgment is impaired. I expect that Emelina has chosen to seal the memory block containing the data of the personal nature. She does this whenever she is concerned that someone might try to extract information about Calcazar's courtier from her. Hendrix thinks for a moment and then in a clear voice says, Sigma Prosperity. As we knock knowledge of rituals performed by the shamans of this place, my standard working memory alone was insufficient to record all the nuances I uncovered in my research here. Andrew looks as though he has been punched in the gut. Emelina, you deleted the data, all the members of Calcazar's unit. You wiped us all? Of course not. I retained a portion of the reminiscence block's data relating to the operational significance of Lord Inquisitor's unit. That is how I was able to recognize you, Interrogator Van Kallox. Jay looks at Emelina, then at Hendrix, then back at Emelina again. She opens and closes her mouth a few times, but the only thing she manages to say in a stifled voice is, I'm sorry, Shireen. The Bloodspun Web is familiar with the practice of purging one's memory of all that gets in the way of duty. But the void that is left in the place of the exercised memories must be filled with service. Otherwise, corruption has flooded the soul. So she was doing all these, she's researching this place, and she has this memory block for her Inquisition. And everybody, I guess, working in the Coronis Expanse, and she basically wiped out most of what information she had of them so she could store these rituals in her head. She still is familiar in some extent, but she doesn't remember much, probably. Even if my duty demanded, I would not want to forget the arbitrator who fought by my side, and I certainly would do so for the sake of some dubious knowledge, no matter the benefit it promised me. Again, here on the Supreme Directive of the Lord Inquisitor, an Adeptus Historica mission was established on Photon 4 to study the origins of civilization that once inhabited the planet. This was once settled by humans. The mission aimed to discover which colony ship they came from and why they disappeared. The traces of the ancient culture uncovered in the layers of soil suggested the existence of primitive solar face among the dark inhabitants classic of this world. It's strikingly similar to worship of the arch enemy. The surviving scrolls indicate the challenge using gifts of chaos to protect your people, to secure the harvest, to immune their warriors with strength and vitality, and that this culture persisted for thousands of years. I was cataloging data when the attacks began at one of the remote outposts. I immediately recognized the enemy by their attacks, Drakari. They chose an unremarkable defenseless world where night lasts half a year. By the time 5 outposts had been swallowed by the darkness, the last astropath had been torn into pieces, and many calls for help sent by Calcathar's unit had gone unanswered. I realized that no one was going to save these people or this knowledge, and so I put the knowledge to use for the good of humanity. Yeah, be more merciful. Emelina, the ritual was interrupted. What is it supposed to do? It will rid the world of its half-year-long night and the mandrakes of their total advantage over us. It will force a new heavenly body, this one of human making, to rise above the horizon, illuminate the dark side of the planet. Did they like use a bunch of human bodies to make a planet, a sun, a micro sun, or fusion maybe? Of the horizon, illuminate the dark side. I have mastered the secret of forging a new sun. Uh-oh. This is madness, pride, and monstrous staggering heresy. Abelard's eyes widen in astonishment. Create a star? God Emperor's grades. What creatures could live in the light of a star born are using the powers of arch enemy? Do you mean to say you've discovered a ritual for creating a sun here? What happened to the people of this world? I know a few places in the Chronicles plants I could do with a new sun. For real. The chapel which the demented Vox costs. What is going on here? I have heard enough. I will not tolerate this heresy. Buried under silica and granite are knowledge and resources that could tell the enemies of humanity. We are too afraid of anything labeled prohibited. My memory contains thousands and thousands upon thousands of pages of manuscripts, tomes, scrolls. Contact with any who of those is supposed to guarantee instant death, but the preachers who claim this are liars. I am living proof of their falsehoods. Let's see if you will do what is right, or once again prove that you consider yourself above the rules. We obviously understand that, like, heresy and stuff is this tantamount idea of ignorance as well, can be. Right, heresy in this form is like, corruption or xenos or whatever, and those aren't necessarily corruptible things. It's just how they're used, as an example. The reason why I think humanity struggles with chaos constantly is because it's literally enslaving the majority of its population. Like, the only person truly free is the Emperor, and even is the Emperor really free? No one's free. No one. Not necessarily even... I guess there are people who are truly free, and they're on the table. 5 people in a galactic imperium of trillions? I have become interrogator. Interrogator Van Kalak. I am what any agent of the Golden Throne is predestined to become if they're able to see through the essence of things I have. As the Puritans say, succumbed to the heresy of radicalization. Moreover, in doing so, I am the only following the footsteps of our mentor. The only difference is that I have chosen the path of the oblitationists. Abolitionists, my bad. While he chose the Xenos hybrids, forging an alliance with the cursed Drakari. What? Idra, my brain gives you a puzzled look. Is this Gothic or? Well, unthinkable accusation. Lord Inquisitor in league with the enemy of humanity. Emelina, suppress your urge to debate internal matters in the presence of the rogue traitor. Additionally, I will not tolerate insults to the Lord Inquisitor in my presence. No, you might as well keep going. Rhetoric referring to old men with a weakness for demagogue. Actions are being driven by this philosophy, Interrogator Van Kylax, mine, yours, Lord Inquisitioners. Why are you avoiding talking about the fact that Xavier Calcazar is a dangerous radical, no less dangerous than I am, except I am not driven by utopian ideals, but by the desire to protect humanity using a broader range of tools. What you call a broader range of tools is heresy, Emelina. Unremarkable, commonplace heresy. Heresy that has taken on a twisted form in a mind subjected to prolonged contact with corruption. The archenemy has been gnawing at you from within, creating a star with a chaos ritual. Have you crossed the line? No. No, you have obliterated the line. The lines are the weak and ignorant. Anyone capable of weighing the risks and making a calculated decision would have done the same as me to protect the Imperium domain, to deliver a preemptive strike. Even Von Balancius and Melina whips around at you. You are a simple mortal endowed with a huge power and privilege, ruling over worlds and holding millions of lives in the palm of your hand. Tell me, would you have done the same in my position? Fear and cowardice are the worst enemies of the Imperium's defenders. See, this right here is not, like, I'm not really clear. I would not have made the same mistake. Leaky version and narrow-minded, a warrant traitor in the hands of such a person is a dangerous prospect indeed. I mean, creating a son is one thing, but using human lives, I think, is what she did to make it. Like, it's using explain it, but I mean, I shouldn't have to sit there using lives in general, Xenos or not, right? Like conscious lives, like especially self-aware. I mean, that's like a sin. Emily and I own a Legion Heart. What do you know about Kanakia? What fate befell her, do you? I suppose it won't hurt for you to know something of it. A strange sound caused the sage to fall silent. Turn toward the tunnel.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do. Already done. Not opposing me was your biggest mistake. bring glory to my bloodline!
A dance of blades and shadows. As the tenants, call death is a blessing. I shall not fail. Trust me. Come, the other side awaits.
Living on the edge. You've got going somewhere? Never fight fair. Aw, you're no fun.
I bring mercy and retribution. Just designate a target.
Oh shit, I could have picked it. Damn it.
A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
Moving into position.
I think that's it, right?
I know what is to come. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Just in case. Damn, Pascal's got crazy move speed. Good to know. Same as Argenta. Holy shit.
Guided by faith.
Everyone, step aside.
All for nothing. Emelina Iona Lichtenhart. In the name of the Inquisition, you are hereby removed from your post and expelled from the Unholy Order. Ordo, Hendrik's eyes are fixed on Emelina, but she does not look at him. Then the interrogator turns his gaze on you. The fate of its fallen members is a matter of the Ordo. Heretical archives, artifacts obtained in the excavation, and other assets of the Lichtenhart's possession. I hereby declare the property of the Holy Inquisition. However, it is for the rogue trader to decide what becomes of Photon 4 and its people. What is your verdict? Hell yeah, I shall take the survivors off the planet. Get them fucking out of here. Dude, but yeah, what do you want, Heinrich? This world has been compromised. Any attempt to assess the degree of corruption will necessarily be based on weak judgment, vulnerable to doubt and sentiment. I would get rid of the planet and its population. Whoa. The archives will be destroyed to prevent the situation from ever reoccurring. Emelina is my responsibility. I will not risk taking the survivors into my crew. However, I will not leave them unaided. They will be given supplies and support for their defense against Bakari. So be it, Lord Captain. But as for Emelina, you are hereby stripped of your special status as an agent of the Golden Throne and all attendant rights and privileges. I authorize to use all interrogation measures stipulated in the standard framework of information extraction to ascertain the fate of the acolyte Tanakia Calburgaria. Oof. Will that be necessary? Emelina? Oh, I see. No, interrogator von Kalax. The stage voice is scarcely louder than a whisper. I have no intention of concealing that information from you. I am almost certain that Tanika Calaburgaria was eliminated on the orders of Xavier Calcazar after being deemed a volatile element. Face is a mask of disbelief and anger. You're lying. I saw one of Calcazar's documents. When I went to receive my new orders, only a fleeting glimpse, but with my memory like a pick recorder, it was long enough for its contents to be imprinted on my mind. I do not know the details, but the document itself was an interrogation transcript with a final annotation indicating the removal of the person from the retinue. And we both know how someone leaves the Lord Inquisitor's retinue. Interrogator von Kalloch. Tanika is the Lord Inquisitor's top espionage specialist. Wherever Xavier chose to refrain from making a public show of strength, Calaburgaria was invaluable. Why would he do this? Emelina looks at Hendrix, her eyes full of despair. I do not know, Interrogator Van Kalloch, just as I do not know why the Lord Inquisitor sent me to this nondescript planet as soon as I voiced my concern about his methods, just as I do not know if I should blame the warp for the lack of response to my calls for help, or if Calcazar prohibited the others from answering. Nature of her mission and of Xavier's true purpose here in the Expanse was likely why he chose to bury the secret, and Tanika, along with it, Amelia breaks off. The operational data indicates that you are the retinue's primary torture specialist, Interrogator von Kalloch. All this time I thought you were the one who conducted Tanika's interrogation, and one of the reasons why I destroyed my personal data block was to ensure my own sentiments would not prevent me from thinking rationally when I next encountered you or Calcazar's other servants. I know, Interrogator von Kalloch, I know the procedures used to compromise on compromised stages, interrogation, unsealing of remembrance blocks, but before we begin, she stands up, straightening her spine as much as she can, and looks into the interrogator's eyes with a weak smile. I thought Tanika was your doing, but as your reaction has revealed the truth to me. Hendrix. It is Hendrix, yes? There is a subtle shift in Emelina's voice, which sounds older, wiser. You should know, I am sorry to have forgotten you. Hendrix stares at the sage, saying nothing, then looks down and mutters something. Too quietly for you to hear. Your influence has made Hendrix more merciful. He should be. He's a goddamn Inquisitor. I understand his idea is meant to be able to purge the blight, but like you gotta be merciful, because that kind of power, if you're willing to wield it with such ferocity, you'll never not wield it with such ferocity. You always have to have mercy. It's literally the fine line between that and being a barbaristic bitch. However, Hendrix turns to you. Thank you for your assistance in solving my problem, Rotator. Oh, he killed her. Classic. But why? A waste of resource, no less than a heretic deserves. Your lack of soulless, unhinged animals. You and all your Inquisition cronies. Now, if you had your fill of violence and death, we're leaving. You're a pack of soulless, unhinged animals. Why don't you answer that question for yourself? Ugh, Hendrix. Hendrix is the bitchiest of the lot. He is the I dislike him the most. I do. I really dislike Hendrix. Hendrix is the least liked character in this shame. I
None
really
shall
hate
stand
that
in my
man.
way.
He's a bitch boy, bitch boy, bitch, bitch boy, bitch boy, bitch boy, bitch boy. You'll never let me hear me say that to him, no. Hendrix. What? Bitch boy, bitch boy, bitch boy, bitch boy. Cheers to Hendrix, the bitch boy. Inquisition, man. What a bunch of twats. I guess every organization has their flaws. The rogue traders are likely to be just as corrupt. Every organization has a weird corruptness to them. But Hendrix, man, Hendrix is like, I don't know how to explain it. Mercy to Hendrix is not what I consider mercy. Consider a bitch boy's mentality, right? Don't need to understand nothing. Fuck it. And even if she was that far gone, he could still figure something out. You know, I think the whole idea of purging people because they're corrupted is just an easy way to not understand how to bring people back from the fold into the fold. And that's crazy, man. That just makes humanity even weaker as a whole, and is exactly why humanity has continued to falter and grow weaker and weaker over the decades and hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands of years. Wait, hold on. Oh, I think that's Hendrix. But I need to make sure. Physical encouragement, personal oversight. I'll tell you what, man. Is there a way? I don't think so. I don't think there's a way for you to equal to the targets resolved. That's actually really good. Hendrix, you're my least favorite character in this group. When I roll my eyes when Idra talks about her voices in her head. Yeah, either way. Dude, I'm nearing a cap 2-3 more times and I'll get up there. Have 100 on everything. That's pretty wild. Distance by three. Yeah, hell yeah. I actually use the charge speed to get farther out, so it works out. I'll take it. Give you athletics, man. Keep you fit. Run that 1.5 miles. Run that 3 mile. He's going all mile. West mile. That's crazy, man. Whatever. Leveling is starting to drain on me voraciously. Like, I am getting so sick of constant, like, I just want to play the game. I don't really care. Like, my characters are so far ahead for what they do. I Maybe that's not a bad. Maybe that's a bad idea. And maybe if things get crazy, I'll end up fixing it. But right now, dude, I just come on, game. Like it's just so tedious. That's what I hate about it. The leveling up system is all good and dandy, and I think for more like I wouldn't. The patience does not derive for this because you need to. It's just not enjoyable. The functionality of it is very like you gotta really understand the in and outs of this game to really understand what these abilities do to really understand what it does to implicate for the rest of your team too, and then really understand the gear to really maximize everything out of it. It's just like I could give a fuck, man. At this point, like it is, I am exhausted with the amount of leveling this game has for you. And it is nice. I do like the option of feeling like there's a versatility to it. But again, like, fuck. I'm going to make her have a little bit in commerce. There she goes. Knows how to negotiate for bread, I guess. Fuck. I don't know. He's going to become a combat medic. He's going to learn how to put shit together instead of breaking it. There you go. Medicine. There you go. Now he knows how to strap your ass together. Oh, woof. I gotta pee.
Follow my lead.
If I would like, and don't get me wrong, I actually did think about it for a while. That is why like my system's holding up. It's just because it took me like 5 hours just to do what I had earlier when I rebuilt everybody up for like a more suitable characters within the building. And granted, like I got also like 12 people in the battle instead of 6, you know, so I'm twice as much manpower. So, and as you can see, even without that manpower, there's a high chance I'd still be able to dominate much of the battle. But the reason why we bring everybody into the game is so I get all the content as much as possible. I want to listen to everyone's thoughts and stuff, except for Hendrix. He's really disappointing me recently. So, to be fair, Hendrix disappointed me all game. But that's just Hendrix, bro. Brain took a poop for a second. What time is it? Oh. Rev, we're here on the Vox line, Lord Captain. Good thing we're getting out of here. We are already getting reports from the lower decks singing, coming through the bulkheads, people going insane, and just like, and the like. Just one last thing, what's to be done with the planet? Bon voyage. I feel bad about this extractum. Hip hop, a hippie to the hop to the hip scop to the bump bump it up. And that's how you do it, baby. Oh shit. Oh, I gotta talk to Hendrik.
Lord Captain, I thank you for your assistance with my mission. Thanks to rogue trader Von Valancius, the Inquisition has stopped the enemies of humanity, even those hiding in its own ranks on this occasion. I will no longer be making any claim on your time or resources. It is dangerous information, but you are already too deeply involved. In the Inquisition, there are two main philosophies: Puritanism and radicalism. The adherents of the former are conservatives who strive to follow the letter of inquisitorial doctrine in all matters. The radicals are more pragmatic. They believe that the end often justifies the means, and they use tools that a Puritan would condemn as heretical.
Or the doctrine overall could just be fucked up.
Emelina used the powers of chaos to gain the upper hand against Xenos. I touched a cogitator built by cultists to learn its secrets. None of us is pure. Xavier. The Craven-hearted say that the career of every Inquisitor ends in either death or heresy. The Lord Inquisitor has borne this burden longer than any of us. It would be naive to think that he had only ever used Puritan methods, and even more naive to suggest that such methods have in any way weakened his loyalty to the God Emperor. And that is all I will say on the subject. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. This is not the first time, or the last I will remain part of your retinue.
I don't like Hendrix as a character, and like, you know, the whole blah 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 blah. I'm not. Footfall is the last two quests we have. We have plugged away at everything else. Sometimes you gotta cycle through it. Planetary authorities wish to found a new settlement that would expand their influence on the planet. Why not? Help them out. Okay. Wish it said the Archon game. Oh, okay. An intelligence report that has come in stating that the Drukhari Archon is playing at humans, having bent a high-ranking official to her will. She is now effectively ruining the colony from the shadows. She is committing unthinkable atrocities, but is surprisingly good at governing. Crown easily dispatched assassins, unmasks herself, and decides to let her hair down a little. The colony drowns in blood until the Drukhari thirst is quenched. She departs, leaving behind valuable gifts of Xeno's origins and a slew of dead bodies arranged in it. Jesus fuck, man. The bureaucracy I should have done the bureaucracy one, but whatever. The furry Bundes. Lord Captain, we have reached the Vox message from football. The Inquisitor has declared martial law on the station due to the threat of Malleus Extremis. Document requires special permission, and even most of the asteroids have been cordoned off. Station's custodian, her ladyship Incendia Chorda, sends her greetings and invites your lordship to disembark at the docks with a small retinue. Here, her enforcers will meet you there to escort to another chamber for a private audience. Vigus the salve at my heart, forgive the intrusion, but I have important business with the rogue trader. I simply wish to remind you about my numbskull crew who got themselves captured from some rival Ashmag. Palladium is too occupied for schemes, and besides, Incendia Chorda has already put him in his place, which leaves only Falco. May Azee tear his soul to pieces. Football is straight ahead, and I would rather not waste the precious sand still left in the hourglass of their lives. He threw his wrench into the work, making my trade network fall apart like a badly assembled chrono. No income, no profits, only damages. All because my right hand is chained up on one of Football's asteroids. How about we pay Falco a courtesy visit? I am sure your imposing visage will loosen his tongue. Mousetrap, he says. You can only go to the atrium. Papa Whip about it, that is true, but I swear, teacher, and you won't come up with a better trap for Falco. I know these tunnels like the back of my hand, and the most hilarious part of it all is that Frank chose to go in there. He'll wish he hadn't. Of course, that's only if the Azee don't mess things up for us. Everything goes to plan, and it doesn't. Tunnels. If we go crashing around down there, he'll know something's afoot, and when Falco's feeling jumpy, heads roll. Think of sleeping gas.
Victory awaits!
The configuration of units known as the Bloodspun Web.
Oh. Jesus, dude.
A new challenge for me?
Sports an explorator emblem on his scarlet robe, directs the unblinking gaze of his augment ocular lens at you and says in a hissing voice, salutatorial functionality initiated. Glory to the House of Ambulancing Trade Terminal, property of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Escort Council Fleet. Process incoming request. State your request. Glory to Omnisire. Yeah, where's Opticon? Expect to leave location football and head to a strategic location on Euphrates 2 in order to provide support for the Explorator Consulate fleet. After standard rites were performed on the trade terminal Zeta 4233 MU, it was deemed an adequate functional replacement and received a blessing in process request at the location.
I won't tolerate weakness.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Sitting on there like a throne.
None shall stand in my way.
Gee, she's just going on a big ass purge. Okay. Deeper furrows. Her cheek is forever twisted in a continuous nervous tick, yet her eyes are ablaze with indomitable resolve. Dazzling aura of power and righteous fury surrounds her like a mantle. She gracefully brings a gold-plated inhaler to her lips, takes a deep breath, and the fire of her gaze flares like a plasma thruster. His daughter is committing. The sister of battle whispers incredulously as she stares at Quarter's mastership. One look at City's full dress uniform shows that it has not been changed in many days. The collar is greasy and the braid trim is stained with sweat. The air is trimmed with smell of an inhale stimulant that is used to give serfs the ability to work multiple watches without rest. With an open skull. I must know the taste of a criminal's thoughts. It is how I learn to recognize their patterns. seeing the heinous therein. You do not know what it's like to look in their faces and see the brand of their impious deeds. But I know it all too well, and none shall escape my wrath. It is your duty to suspect, but do your eyes see any trespass here? No, I have committed no malfeasance faction against him. So won't be the honor of bringing order to the cesspool of pirates and heretics. The red football of the corruption that has fettered its limbs and turned its imperial station into a hotbed of free thinking and inefficiency. I will not rest until it has been judged. Loath as my soul is to occur with the Xenos, it is indeed. It is well within her right to decide the fate of the station's inhabitants, but this does not change the fact that this is a perversion of justice. This is what happens when a judge is driven to morbid fanaticism instead of intellect. Must have been the Emperor's providence that brought you here to my court. It would be my pleasure to indicate you into the crimes you have committed. That you are loathed and feared by the enemies of many does not make you pure in the eyes of the Emperor, but perhaps he saw fit to set you on a different path, one of righteous genocide and blood-soaked redemption for your faults. I will never dare to gainsay his will. When the Lord Inquisitors enacted martial law in the Expanse, I offered him my support at once. Footfall was chosen as the Lord Inquisitor's headquarters, and the position of Footfall's Liege was temporarily abolished for the duration of this war, or perhaps longer than that. All authority was transferred to the station's warden, to me. While the Lord Inquisitor is preoccupied with matters of strategic planning, I am tasked with overseeing security and order. And there is much to do on that front. Pirates and smugglers, apostates and coal traders, deserters and outlaws. Every one of them warrants attention. Incendia cracks her neck, which must have grown stiff after so many hours of reading, before picking up another sheet. Everywhere you look, servants are buckling under heavy stacks of denunciations, warrants, and other documents. All of them. Thieves, smugglers, pirates, traders, heretics, blah, blah. How long has your court been in session already? 3 weeks. The court carries 1 day a night and night. On day and night. No, also my sense of time eludes me. Do you think that I find enjoyment in this, looking at the vileness upon vileness, listening to one excuse after another? I loathe this, and despite ever malefactor out there, if I were weak of will, I would have obliterated the Soul Station for a nuclear fire instead. The universe is a terrifying place. We are surrounded by the arch entities, machinations, and Xeno scum who would deny us our right to exist. The threat of inconceivable is inconceivable, and human weakness will not help us averted. If man is weak, I rid him of his spinelessness and feebleness, endowing him with the sacred narrowness of mind and eradicating all that prevents him from utilizing his whole self in the service of the Imperium. Like, she is not lying. You can tell by her eyes and her voice, trembling with earnest faith, and Insidious genuinely believes in every word she just said. Such is the law of football. Any rogue trader who arrives here assumes the right to absolute authority. Surely it is not that thug from Florida who deserves to rule the station. He will soon be hanging from the noose, and soon will be his Caspasilican henchmen. And so will those Anver firebrands, those outrageous activities brought footfall so much proof. She looks with you with a gloom of smirk. Once you hindered my efforts to subdue the station, yet here you are now, I am now dispensing justice. See the Lord Inquisitor now, however, he is bade to inform your lordship that he will summon you later when circumstance permits. When it scares a trail, while the expanse burns ravaged by heretics. In hallowed Xenos, he abandoned his duty completely, and the nerve to ignore the Lord Inquisitor's call to battle. My servants are capturing his worlds and ships while he hides in his reckoning, indulging in his basic urge. The hopeful crowd of Ethereum shares hysterical clamor with their oaths of fealty to hospitality. Not one of them thinks twice about clutching at the lifeline you have offered them. Incendia warily leans on the armrest and looks at you with contempt. Take this pitiful gaggle of miscreants with a rubber. Boterary. Apparently. Get off football. Kenny touches the panel on the throne's armrest and is immediately shielded by a refractor field. You hear the sounds of alarms going off in the distance, and mocking smile cuts it. Methods, however extreme they may be. If her ladyship is gravely threatened, we are authorized to detonate the dome over the sector. Doing so will trigger an explosive decompression. Tactics will be destroyed during the decompressive. It will be protected by the field projected by her throne. I urge you not to take this step that might be interrupted as an act of oppression. Why wouldn't I? The vile rogue infamy is known to all. He's patronized thieves, smugglers, and pirates. By his leave, heresies and unholy cults flourished. That he has evaded punishment this long can only be described as gross negligence.
Follow my lead.
It's been like 8 hours of this, so I think I need to take a break. I don't really feel like pushing myself too hard. Like, I'm starting to wane and skip text and stuff, and I'm not reading very much. So I think I'm taking a break. I want to go eat and think. I might be on afterwards. I might not. I don't know. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. We'll talk to you later.